Chapter 1358. Kill. Charge. Block them and stall for time. Don't be afraid. So what if it is Zui Yi Hui? The Gu formation is still here. We can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Shadow Sect attacked fiercely while Southern Border's Righteous Path defended with all their might. The third layer of the Gu formation was already half destroyed. There were holes everywhere. It provided little help to the Righteous Path Gu immortals. A chaotic battle ensued. Rumble, continuous explosions occurred. Wind, fire, water, and lightning collided like fireworks. There were no four paths. They used immortal Gu and even immortal killer moves from the start. The entire battlefield was in a heated state. You cannot hold on. Fairy Miao Yin had a beautiful figure. She smiled as she floated in the air. In front of her was Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Clan's fairy was silent. The situation had changed too quickly. Earlier, the Righteous Path had the advantage, but now, they were at a disadvantage. Even with the Super Gu formation, they could only defend passively. They could not take the initiative. For the Righteous Path Gu immortals, their only way out was to defend and wait for reinforcements. Or you can mobilize the legendary immemorial desolate beast Zui Yi Hui. Qiao Si Lu asked with concentration. Fairy Miao Yin smiled. We are here to kill you. Her killing intent suddenly surged, and a pair of pink moon-shaped shadows appeared in her eyes. Immortal killer move, Curved Moon. This was a sight attack technique. The aura was completely concealed. Once it was used, the enemy would not have time to react. It was hard to defend against. Qiao Si Lu was hit immediately. But soon, her dress and skin started to shine with layers of jade green light. In the faint radiance, slender willow branches condensed and formed. They were like dancing ribbons, surrounding her body from head to toe, floating like a fairy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green willow branches were not just for defense. They quickly flew towards Fairy Miao Yin with great agility. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned. She quickly retreated. She dodged all the willow branches, but she could not defend against the shadows below them. One of the shadows shot up from the ground, like a venomous snake. It attacked Fairy Miao Yin. This is an additional move? Fairy Miao Yin could not conceal her shock on her beautiful face. Supplementary moves were similar to consecutive moves, split moves, and variation moves. They were also special techniques that Gu immortals used to activate killer moves. It was hard for ordinary people to grasp. What was a supplementary move? Under normal circumstances, it referred to two different immortal killer moves, one main and one supplementary. For example, Qiao Si Lu's willow twig attack was her main attack. And the shadow under the willow branch was the secondary move, attached to the main move. Once the main move was activated, there was a certain chance that the secondary move would also be activated and explode with power. Fairy Miao Yin did not expect Qiao Si Lu to have mastered such a difficult technique. She was not careful and was hit in the face by the shadow of the willow branch. A long and thin wound gradually appeared, and a drop of bright red blood was soaked in it. It was extremely obvious on Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face. Qiao Si Lu laughed out loud. I wasn't careful and made you disfigured, Sister Miao Yin. If we continue to fight, you won't be able to share the same fame as me. Fairy Miao Yin snorted. Qiao Si Lu took the initiative to attack. Her whole body was covered in green willow branches. These rootless willow branches were the manifestation of killer moves. They were extremely agile. They were like dozens of whips that lashed at Fairy Miao Yin. The frequency of their attacks was very high. It was like a green storm had been created. Fairy Miao Yin was surrounded. Not only did she have to defend against the willow branches, she also had to pay attention to the shadows on the ground. One of the willow branches might suddenly attack Fairy Miao Yin. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds could be heard continuously. Even though Fairy Miao Yin put up her defenses, her clothes were still torn by the willow branches. Fairy Miao Yin retreated while using her hands to block the willow branches' attacks. A moment later, her clothes were in tatters, her snow-white skin was exposed. It was an enchanting sight that could make any man's blood boil. Qiao Si Lu chased after her. Good times did not last long. Her opponent suddenly shouted as a pair of slender arms appeared behind her back. Fairy Miao Yin had 4 arms now. With 4 arms protecting her, Fairy Miao Yin immediately stabilized herself. It was more than enough to defend against the willow branch's attacks. Qiao Silu could not help but sigh internally. This was an immortal killer move. Wondrous Hand, Fairy Miao Yin's signature killer move. Qiao Silu knew about it clearly. The reason why she attacked first was to catch Fairy Miao Yin off guard, to maintain the pressure and make it hard for her to have a rhythm. But in the end, Qiao Silu's strategy failed. In the end, Goddess Miao Yin was forced to use this move. Even though Fairy Miao Yin was facing strong external pressure, she was not a newbie like Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Miao Yin did not make a mistake. She withstood the pressure and successfully used her killer move. The success of this move immediately changed the situation of the battle. Qiao Silu slowly flew backwards. She stopped her attacks and retreated, using the incomplete Gu formation to fight a long battle. She had chased Fairy Miao Yin earlier. She had already left the Super Gu formation. It was a wise move to return now. It is my turn now, Sister Silu. You have to endure it. Fairy Miao Yin smiled, but her gaze was dark. His 4 hands began to weave hand seals. Her slender, white fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clank, 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 thud, 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 thud. As he moved his fingers, every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sound spread around, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. The sound waves spread rapidly. With Fairy Miao Yin as the center, they quickly spread to the surroundings. The incomplete third layer of the Gu formation was being destroyed by the small sound waves. The speed of its collapse increased by several times. The sound waves quickly appeared and dissipated. Qiao Silu had a solemn expression. She strengthened her defenses. The willow branches coiled around her body. Both sides fell into a deadlock. And in another gap, Shang Clan Gu Immortal Shang Guai crossed his arms, blocking the gap as he looked at He Lulon. He had an arrogant and disdainful expression. A mere rank 6 Gu Immortal dares to attack. You are truly courting death. Forget it, I will kill you first before going to reinforce my comrades. Saying so, he vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared behind He Lulon. Next, he stretched out his right hand. His right hand turned into a white bone claw as he clawed at He Lulon's back. Swoosh! A soft sound echoed. The white bone claw tore through He Lulon's defenses, stabbing into her back as blood splattered. He Lulon growled. She turned around and retaliated. Shang Guai vanished on the spot again. At the next moment, he appeared in the incomplete formation. He Lulon's counterattack did not land. She growled in pain. Her expression was distorted. On her back, there were 5 deep wounds that exposed her bones. Shang Guai showed a look of disdain and mockery. That's all you have? My next attack will take your life. Why? Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. On the white bone claw, He Lulon's flesh and blood started burning. The fire was very peculiar. It burned brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it covered Shang Guai's entire right hand. You fell for it so easily. He Lulon laughed. Immortal killer move, flesh blood fire. Dragon Man? A middle-aged Gu immortal with a large nose. Chai Huaxiong's upper body was exposed. He had a strong build. His muscles were red like they were on fire. Every time he breathed, sparks flew out of his nostrils. He was muscular and bold. He stood on the spot, blocking the huge hole in the Gu formation behind him. You are quite knowledgeable. Bai Ningbing's expression was calm as water. She stretched out her right arm. Frost energy spread out from her jade-like hand as snowflakes fell. Bam! Chai Huaxiong stopped abruptly. There was a loud sound as the ground sank. His entire body shot out like a cannonball, crashing towards Bai Ningbing. Take this! Chai Huaxiong roared in the air. Large amounts of fire burst out of his nose, mouth, and even his pores. In the blink of an eye, the blazing fire filled Bai Ningbing's vision. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold. She did not dodge. She stared at the approaching Chai Huaxiong without blinking. Her lips curled up. She called out in excitement, "Good timing." Before she finished speaking, she actually charged forward. Her figure was much smaller compared to Chai Huaxiong. Now that they collided, she was like a moth flying into a flame. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The attacks from both sides were in a stalemate in midair, directly splitting the small battlefield into two. Half was fire, half was ice. They were completely different, opposing each other. The fire was burning, it had the power to burn all living beings, while the ice on the other side was freezing. It seemed like it was going to freeze countless living beings to death. The fire could not melt the ice, while the ice could not freeze the fire. The two sides were evenly matched. Shortly after, the fire dissipated and the ice condensed, revealing two figures wrapped in ice. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, her dragon eyes shining with excitement and concentration. On the other side, the imposing Chai Clan Gu immortals staggered back, staring at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. "Impossible, you are only a rank 6 Gu immortal." Bai Ningbing grinned, showing her white teeth. "I was praising you for being knowledgeable earlier. It seems you are really not worthy of praise." When she said the word "you," Bai Ningbing charged forward. By the time she finished speaking, she had already arrived in front of Chai Huixiong. She jumped into the air, raising her right arm high. She was like a snow goddess descending to the world, bringing with her boundless wind and snow. Her divine might was awe-inspiring and inviolable. Next, Bai Ningbing's right arm was like a giant blade, chopping down on Chai Huixiong. "White Rabbit, you slut, hand over your life." Wu Liao shouted, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger and hatred. Although he and Wu En did not get along normally, they were both Wu Clan Gu immortals. Now that White Rabbit killed Wu En, Wu Liao charged out with hatred, wanting to take revenge for Wu En. Unfortunately, the changed Lady White Rabbit, no, Black Tigress, her cultivation level had broken through to rank 7, her battle strength had risen greatly. Wu Liao was only a rank 6 Gu immortal. He could not do anything to Lady White Rabbit, he was in danger instead. "Back down, Wu Liao, you are not her match." Fang Yuan blocked Wu Liao, who was about to attack again. His gaze was filled with cold, killing intent as he stood in front of Lady White Rabbit. Chapter 1359. Hee. Black Tigress laughed strangely, her cute face became twisted and sinister. Her pure and clear eyes were now filled with a sinister light. Her eye bags were heavy, as if she had stayed up for half a month. Her eyeshadow was like 2 black butterfly wings, extending from the corners of her eyes to her temples. Even though her appearance did not change much, she was sinister and ruthless. Her aura had changed. She was completely different from her previous cute and innocent self. White Rabbit true inheritance, interesting. Fang Yuan's body shined with light. After the light faded, Fang Yuan had turned into a giant tortoise. Immortal killer move, divination tortoise transformation. The rank 7 formation path Gu immortal Chi Gui coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, damn it. He cursed endlessly, his eyes staring at the corpse fragments of the immortal Gu floating in front of him. This immortal Gu had been injured by Zui Hui's attack. Earlier, when Chi Gui wanted to activate the second layer of the Super Gu formation, this immortal Gu finally reached its limit and broke apart. The activation of the Gu formation failed. It would cause a chain reaction and cause damage to the other immortal Gu. Chi Gui quickly used his own body to bear the backlash of the Gu formation's collapse. He managed to preserve this Gu formation. But he was already heavily injured. Is it serious? Bada quickly went to check. Chi Gui swallowed the blood in his mouth, his face was pale like a corpse. Very serious. This destroyed immortal Gu is one of the pillars. The second layer has over 300,000 Gu worms, but there are only 4 immortal Gu of such status. We need to find a substitute and activate the second layer of the Gu formation. This Gu formation has many layers. Without the second layer, the first Gu formation at the center cannot be established. After pausing for a while, Chi Gui shouted anxiously, "Who has Earth Path Immortal Gu? Give them to me." This is a crucial moment of life and death. Beside him, Ba Quan Feng and Bada looked at each other helplessly. The former was a Wind Path Gu Immortal, while the latter cultivated Wood Path. They did not have any Earth Path Immortal Gu. As Chi Gui healed himself, Bada and Ba Quan Feng went to ask them one by one. The reason why he asked them one by one was naturally because he wanted to hide the bad news as much as possible. After all, one's mentality would also affect one's combat power. At this moment, the fewer people who knew about the situation, the better. Thankfully, among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most Earth Path Gu immortals. Soon, many people expressed their willingness to contribute their Earth Path Immortal Gu. Chi Gue took a look. None of these Earth Path Immortal Gu were good choices, but he could only choose the best among them. He reluctantly chose one that was the closest to the original Earth Path Immortal Gu. Chi Gue's injuries had not yet healed, but he did not care. Next, I need to deduce and think of a way to add this Earth Path Immortal Gu into the Gu formation as soon as possible. My safety is in your hands. This action was undoubtedly very risky. It was equivalent to placing one's life in the hands of others. However, Chi Gue's face was filled with determination, without any hesitation. He knew that he had no way out, and he had to race against time. He had to take a gamble. Bard's expression was grave as he nodded slowly. I promise you that I will protect you with my life. Even if Zui Yihui comes, he will have to step over my dead body first. This was the truth. He was not hypocritical. In this situation, even though Bard had great battle strength, he could not resist Zui Yihui. He could not change the situation. He was not Feng Jioge, nor did he have reverse flow protection seal like Feng Yuan. Bard did not know that an immortal Gu house of Wu clan was on the way. But ever since Shadow Sect attacked, he had used information path methods to inform Ba clan. The other Gu immortals did the same. Defending and waiting for reinforcements was the only way for Bada and the rest to survive. Like this, Chi Gue focused all his attention on the Gu formation. Bard, who was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest in terms of combat power, was in charge of the defense. Right now, Wu clan and Xiao clan were in trouble. Their reputation was at rock bottom. Ba clan's Bard was the most suitable leader. Towards this opportunity, Bard did not give up. As the strongest person to protect Chi Gue, he was at the back, observing the battlefield. All in all, the Righteous Path's defense was still stable. The elite Righteous Path Gu immortals used the incomplete Gu formation to retreat in time. And the Demonic Path Gu immortals came with great momentum, but they did not have many true experts. It was not that Southern Border did not have any Demonic Path or Lone Cultivator experts, but they had already lost a lot in the Battle of Tian Mountain. Even though the Righteous Path also suffered great losses in that battle. Compared to the Demonic Path, the Righteous Path was more stable. They had a lot of resources and could easily nurture Gu immortal experts. One could imagine that unless something special happened, according to this trend, Southern Border's Righteous Path would suppress the Demonic Path and Lone Cultivators in the near future. Bard's gaze paused on Fairy Miao Yin, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing's battlefield for a while. He looked at the rest before stopping on Feng Yuan. Wu Yihai. He murmured this name in his mind, and sighed deeply. He had once wanted to suppress Wu Yihai and teach Wu clan a lesson. But now, they were in the same boat. Even though Bard had great ambitions and wanted to replace Wu clan and make Ba clan flourish. But now, he did not mind fighting alongside Wu Yihai. He still had this bit of magnanimity. Of course, this was only for the time being. When the danger was over, Bard would definitely settle the score. With this happening, Bada could be said to have grasped Feng Yuan's weakness. Before this, when Wu clan and Xiao clan met with mishaps, Bard had been enduring and did not use the immortal opportunity business as leverage. He had kept this leverage until now, and there was finally a happy result. Black Tigress continued to jump around. She was extremely agile as countless Vajra thoughts flashed by. After her personality changed, this former Lady White Rabbit actually used a dark path method. Not only that, her rank 6 cultivation level suddenly rose to rank 7. This was simply unreasonable. But no matter how fast she dodged, she was only slightly faster than Feng Yuan's thoughts. Today was different from the past. If Feng Yuan had just obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, he might not be able to do anything to this Black Tigress. But at this moment, Feng Yuan was already familiar with it. Thoughts rained down like rain. They cooperated with each other and formed a dense net of firepower. Black Tigress could dodge for a while, but she would still be trapped by Feng Yuan's countless thoughts. Immortal Killer Move, Corner Tiger. Realizing that she was at a disadvantage, Black Tigress's aura burst out as she tapped on the ground lightly. The black liquid quickly spread on the ground. A breath of time later, the black water became the size of a pond. 2 breaths of time later, the black water boiled and bubbled. 3 breaths of time later, a horse-sized gecko jumped out of the black water. This gecko was dark in color, its eyes were shimmering with light. It was not real, it was purely formed from a dark path killer move. The gecko was extremely fast, it moved like the wind as it landed on Black Tigress's feet, carrying her as they escaped. Compared to Black Tigress, Feng Yuan, who had turned into a divination tortoise, was very cumbersome. Ever since he transformed, he had not moved, he was blocking the hole in the goo formation behind him. But even though Feng Yuan's main body did not move, the thoughts that he sent out were like small tortoise shell Vajra thoughts. They were extremely agile, they surrounded the divination tortoise's huge body, flying up and down, moving left and right. After the battle started, Feng Yuan had been using Vajra back killer move with all his might. The small tortoise shell thoughts expanded rapidly. Feng Yuan was very cautious. He first used these thoughts to protect this area, before using more and more tortoise shell thoughts to expand outwards. Black Tigress stood on the black gecko. She could advance and retreat freely, but she was gritting her teeth. On the surface, she had a huge advantage in speed, she had the initiative in the battle. But the truth was, she had to get past Feng Yuan's obstruction and attack the hole in the remnant formation. Feng Yuan, however, firmly blocked her path of attack. Black Tigress moved left and right, she tried to charge at Feng Yuan's main body. She actively manipulated these small tortoise shell thoughts. She purposely exposed a flaw several times, but Feng Yuan did not fall for it. He defended himself well, chasing Black Tigress away. Feng Yuan was wary of Black Tigress' killer move. Although Feng Yuan did not know the name of that move, he had witnessed the scene of Wu En's body turning into a puddle of black water after being hit by the move without a sound. Black Tigress' move was prepared for me. She asked to meet me, but I rejected her, so it was worth using it on Wu En. This means that this move's attack range is small, it is very limited. Like Dark Assassination, even though its aura is concealed and it has great destructive power, its weakness is also very obvious. More and more thoughts appeared around Feng Yuan. The small tortoise shell continued to spin. It was a scene that made people's eyelids go numb. Black Tigress had no choice but to retreat. Seeing so many small tortoise shells, her chest heaved up and down in anger. The old tortoise's transformation is really suitable for you, Lord Wei Hai. She suddenly laughed, revealing cruel killing intent. However, don't think that this is the extent of my abilities. Have a taste of this move. Saying so, Black Tigress opened her cherry mouth, aiming at Feng Yuan and stuck out her tongue. Her tongue was very cute, it was bright red. But her lips were black as ink, black lips and red tongue formed a sharp contrast. Her tongue flicked out and retracted, it was extremely fast. It was like a playful girl next door, making a cute face. But Feng Yuan felt his back go numb, as if he had received a strong injury. He quickly turned his tortoise neck, turning around to look behind him. He found that there was a small hole on his shell. This small hole was only the size of a wash basin, compared to the size of the tortoise shell. It was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very deep, and the wound was constantly expanding outwards. The entire hole was emitting black smoke in spirals, and it was making sizzling sounds. Chapter 1360. Feng Yuan's heart shook. What killer move is this? The toughest part of the divination tortoise is its shell, but it could not endure this move's damage. Even though my sovereign immortal body has the characteristic of non-conflicting Dao marks. An immemorial desolate beast's skin and flesh are thick, but it still ended up like this? Black Tigress' battle strength was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. Her method was very strange, even the divination tortoise's defense could not withstand it. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan did not dare to hold back. He quickly used rank 7 Immortal Goo precaution. This rule path Immortal Goo had already been successfully added by Feng Yuan into the killer move Vajra Shell. Immediately, the original Vajra Shell killer move stopped, and a brand new Vajra Shell killer move was activated. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, the divination tortoise's aura changed. The brand new Vajra Shell Killer move used a large number of Time Path Mortal Goo. The effect of these goo worms was to get rid of the 10 breaths of time weakness when Precaution Immortal Goo was used alone. Thus, once Vajra Shell Killer move was activated, Precaution Immortal Goo would take effect immediately. The small tortoise shell thought expanded, becoming even bigger. At the same time, the divination tortoise's main body started to shine with a metallic light. Its color also became darker. Black Tigress' expression changed. She stuck out her tongue and licked again. The two were far apart, but even at such a distance, Fang Yuan was still attacked. Another hole appeared on the tortoise shell, but this time, the hole was only the size of an adult's fist. The wound was shallow. There was no black smoke coming out of it. Moreover, the black smoke from the previous wound had already dissipated. The spread of the wound was much slower. Black Tigress snorted. She was unwilling to give up, she muttered. In that case, I will attack this place. At the next moment, Fang Yuan felt his body go numb. Next, intense pain assaulted him. There was also a feeling of numbness mixed in. The injury was not light. Fang Yuan quickly went back into the shell. Damn it! Black Tigress saw this. Her eyes were spewing fire. Fang Yuan was very shameless. Not only that, but he also retracted his limbs and tail into his shell. All that was left behind were the thoughts of the turtle shell, which continued to spin and grow in number, increasing the strength and range of the defense. Hei Teng continued to lick the turtle shell, but to no avail. She had fallen into a predicament, and there was nothing she could do about Fang Yuan. Wu Liao was healing himself as he watched the battle. When he saw this scene, he sweated profusely. He could not help but think, just like this, how long will Lord Wu Yihai have to wait to take revenge for Wuan? Bard snorted coldly. He was also a little dissatisfied. The other openings were in dire straits, but on Fang Yuan's side, things were slow and unhurried. Fang Yuan curled up in a comfortable manner. He quickly thought about Black Tigress' killer move. Any killer move would usually have a specific target. For example, a fireball killer move, after the fireball is activated, it would condense in the palm and fly out. Only then would it have any killing effect. But where to fly, which direction, which target? The killer move would need to contain the ability to point towards the target. Wherever the killer move pointed, the fireball would fly. If the ability to point was ordinary, the fireball would fly in a straight line. Once it was out of his hand, he could no longer control or change its flight direction. If the ability to point was stronger, the fireball could fly in a curved trajectory. After leaving the palm, it could even slightly adjust its flying angle. Even stronger, the fireball could track its target. Hei Teng's killer move definitely has a directional ability. Although it is not as obvious as the fireball, and is formless and formless. But without a directional ability, it is impossible. Because it is not an AoE attack, but a concentrated attack. Then how does it point towards the target? Is it through sight? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan diverted his attention and activated a goo worm. A thick fog appeared around the divination tortoise, enveloping it. What is this Wu Yihai trying to do? Hei Teng suspected that Fang Yuan was going to use another immortal killer move. She stretched out her tongue and licked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was hit again. Not sight? Is it smell? Fang Yuan used another method. The fog suddenly became extremely smelly. Wu Liao, who was closer, smelled the stench and his expression twisted. He quickly activated his goo worm and breathed internally. The stench wafted in the air and quickly spread, attracting the gazes of the other groups. This Wu Yihai is actually trying to break the enemy's killer move. Bada's eyes shined. He saw through Fang Yuan's intention. He snorted coldly, feeling even more dissatisfied. Normally, the possibility of breaking the enemy's killer move on the spot was very low. They needed to experiment continuously. Even if they understood the principle, they might not have the corresponding immortal goo or methods to use it. Trying to break the killer move was usually a one-on-one battle. In this urgent situation, he still has the time to break the killer move? If he has methods, he should directly kill the enemy. Ba Quanfeng expressed his dissatisfaction. Bada turned a deaf ear. This was not the time for internal conflict. Hei Teng hesitated for a moment. She stretched out her tongue again and licked Fang Yuan. A hole appeared on Fang Yuan's shell again. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. I get it, it might be her sense of taste. Normally speaking, the sense of taste required close contact with the tongue. But Gu Immortal's tongues, under the effect of immortal Gu or killer moves, it was not hard for them to taste things remotely. Every time I use it, Hei Teng will need to stick out her tongue. She is with Shadow Sect, and Shadow Sect has a food path true inheritance. Only such an unorthodox path can have such an effect on my divination tortoise transformation, which has deep defense. Let me test it. The divination tortoise's body slowly turned red, especially its shell. It was like the bottom of a burning pot. Hei Teng licked it, she took in a deep breath. Gasp, so hot. The divination tortoise's red color faded, a strange smell appeared in the air. Hei Teng licked it, she almost vomited, she frowned. So salty. The divination tortoise changed again. Hei Teng stopped trying. She could tell what Fang Yuan was trying to do. This guy. He is trying to break my killer move. He is not trying to use an immortal killer move. Damn it. Hei Teng had felt that the divination tortoise's changes were the prelude to Fang Yuan's immortal killer move. Thus, she attacked repeatedly, trying to disrupt Fang Yuan's killer move. If she succeeded, the backlash would definitely injure Fang Yuan. Then she would have hope of getting past this tortoise shell obstacle. In this situation, he actually has the time to try and break my killer move? Fang Yuan's actions were illogical. After all, the battlefield was a race against time. Who would have the time to do so? But precisely because of this, Hei Teng fell for it. After realizing this, Hei Teng stopped using this killer move. She used other methods to attack from afar. She swung her fists left and right, and the black and green fist force shuttled through the messy little tortoiseshell thoughts. Some of them were destroyed by the little tortoiseshell thoughts, and some of them broke through the little tortoiseshell thoughts along the way and hit the back of the divination tortoise. Even though the damage was negligible, every time the fist force landed, Fang Yuan's body shook uncontrollably. Evidently, this immortal killer move had rule path Gu worms mixed in. Hei Teng was interfering with Fang Yuan to prevent him from using an immortal killer move. It was a good method. It really is the sense of taste. Fang Yuan's was still in his shell. Even though he had some results, he was still far from unraveling Hei Teng's killer move. Fang Yuan was not anxious. Hei Teng was no longer using this move. Pure fist force interference had no effect on Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yihai's identity and methods, he was weak in offense but strong in defense. Hei Teng's defense against Fang Yuan's killer move was unfounded. Fang Yuan had a powerful offensive method, but because of his identity, he could not use it. Once he used it, he would attract huge suspicion, his identity would be exposed. Thus, the rhythm of the battle slowed down again. Fang Yuan did not want to attack, or rather, he could not use any effective methods to attack, while Hei Teng could not break through the cowardly Fang Yuan. After some time, the number of small tortoise shells around Fang Yuan had increased to 100,000. Hei Teng felt that she had no way to attack. The huge number of small tortoise shells was shocking. It was an eye-catching sight in the battlefield. Bada looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. He could not help but transmit, "Wu Yihai, I heard you have 2 other transformations. At this moment, why are you still holding back? Quickly kill your opponent and reinforce the others. Or rather, do you really have some relationship with this white rabbit? You can't do it?" Fang Yuan heard Bada's transmission but ignored him, acting like he did not hear it. Bada did not get a response. He gritted his teeth in anger. His gaze towards Fang Yuan became colder and colder. Fang Yuan was thinking about his situation. Shadow Sect definitely wants to save Spectral Soul's main body. They are attacking this place. They controlled Zui Yihui, but their control should be limited. There is also a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Zishan Makoto, who has yet to show up. The righteous path has a super Gu formation. It can defend for some time. As long as we stall for some time, reinforcements will come from all directions. And I have reverse flow protection seal. I can resist rank 8s. My strength is neither too high nor too low. Zishan Makoto is a wisdom path Gu Immortal. How can he not have a backup plan? These righteous path Gu immortals are not at their wits' end yet. I should conceal my identity and wait for a chance to fish in troubled waters. Who knows, I might really get a big fish this time. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that he had a great chance. He had the strength, but he needed to wait for the right time. Shadow Sect was a huge threat to him. He had always wanted to kill them and exterminate them. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had chased after them many times without success. It was not that he did not work hard or was not resolute, but the Shadow Sect members were truly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were all elites. But now, there was no doubt that it was an excellent opportunity. Chapter 1361. First, I changed A-B. Black Tigress was wrong, it was B. Now, I changed Black Tigress to Black Tigress. Black Tigress was the name I wanted to give Lady White Rabbit's other personality. Tigress was a plant, it meant tiger. Everyone should be familiar with Lu Bu's Red Rabbit horse. Why did such a powerful mount have to be named Scarlet Rabbit? Actually, there was a saying that it was not called Red Rabbit Horse, but Red Daughter Horse. Rabbit meant rabbit, and daughter meant tiger. Lu Bu's mount should have been Red Tigress, which meant red tiger. Because of the fake characters or other reasons, it gradually became Red Rabbit Horse. Personally, I am more inclined to this saying. Therefore, the meaning of Hei Tung was Black Tiger, which formed a sharp contrast with the previous White Rabbit. Everyone saw her signature killer move, Daughter Lick. Honestly speaking, this is a food path killer move. Why did she choose this name? Daughter Lick was the opposite of Tiger Bite, but it did not have the aggressiveness of the latter. Instead, it was small and sinister. It suited the character of Black Tigress very well. Next, I will talk about the reason for the sudden increase in chapters today. Why the sudden increase in chapters? To repay the readers who have always supported me. Ever since I became a full-time writer last month, I fell into a predicament. It was mental fatigue and irritation. Because I locked myself at home every day thinking about plots and whatnot, from morning to night. After a long time, I became depressed and depressed. My condition became worse and worse. I realized that I could not continue like this. I would only destroy myself. Thus, I worked hard to adjust myself, interacting more with society, going out more and gradually adjusting. During this period of time, some people doubted me, denied me, mocked me. Actually, I did not care. After so many years, I was already used to it. But scolding my friends who had always supported me, I could not bear it. In one of my book reviews, I used this analogy. Some of the readers are like my schoolmates from primary school. We have known each other for 4 to 5 years, some for 2 to 3 years. No matter what the book is like, we have always supported each other. No matter how bad my condition is, no matter how bad Gudao Master's writing is, we are always together. It was just like the first elementary school I attended. Although it had been abandoned and torn down, we, as schoolmates, would always take a look when we passed by. It was a purely subconscious action. Perhaps he would even lie down in front of the iron gate of the elementary school and look at the desolation inside. Yes, I am talking about feelings. Some people might be disgusted by this phrase. Did it have to be so vulgar? What I want to say is that you don't understand our feelings. They don't understand that we have faced all kinds of censure, ridicule, and struggle. Of course, I welcome new friends to join us. I am very willing to make our harmonious and united group even stronger. Today's update is dedicated to you, my friends. I know. You guys have always been here. Chapter 1362. Fang Yuan had thought that there was no hope of pursuing him, but to think that Shadow Sect would actually give this precious opportunity to Fang Yuan. Because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Shadow Sect would definitely not let Fang Yuan off. If I do not get rid of Shadow Sect and give them a chance to grow, Fang Yuan might end up like Ma Hong Yun. If I get rid of Shadow Sect, who would know Fang Yuan's identity? Getting rid of this problem while it was still growing was Fang Yuan's best choice, and he could also get rid of the weakness of Connect Luck. Next, he could slowly grow and secretly use Dream Realms to cultivate. With the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan had the best foundation in the world. After 500 years, Fang Yuan's strength would definitely be incomparable to before, be it cultivation level, battle strength, or wealth, they would all be unimaginable. Fang Yuan did not know that the world was changing, the great era was right in front of him. In the 5 regions chaotic war, he could take advantage of the situation, or even forcefully attack. The celestial court might not be able to do anything to Fang Yuan. If the situation went well, after he cultivated to rank 9, he would be one step closer to eternal life. This was Fang Yuan's cultivation plan. It was very practical. Right now, the best opportunity to get rid of Shadow Sect was right in front of Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan let it go? Most importantly, Shadow Sect did not know that Fang Yuan was here. Fang Yuan was in the dark. Who knew that Wu Yihai was him? No one in the righteous path knew. Even his brother Wu Yong in name was kept in the dark. Needless to say, getting rid of Wu Yihai and impersonating him to join Wu clan was a brilliant move. Even though there was a risk, without this step, how could Fang Yuan get such an opportunity? Fang Yuan had to grasp it. Maybe this time, I can even capture Spectral Soul's main body. With Spectral Soul's main body, after soul searching and interrogating, I can obtain all of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cultivation memories and experiences. His various soul path experiences, his experiences and horizons, his various experiences in the door of life and death. Countless Gu recipes, killer moves, secrets. Disregarding everything else, the thing that moved Fang Yuan the most was lead soul into dream. With this killer move, together with his own unravel dream method and guts Gu, in terms of dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan would firmly occupy the #1 position in the world. He would have a huge first mover advantage. All the Gu immortals and forces in the world would be left behind. Even the celestial court would have to eat dust behind Fang Yuan. Ding ding ding. The sound waves were like dense ripples, floating around Xiao Silu. Fairy Miao Yin's arms had increased to 6. Her fingers moved, creating a beautiful light shadow. Compared to before, her attacks had doubled. Xiao Silu's defense was also stable. Her pupils had turned jade-like, her long black hair had turned into thin willow branches that hung down to her waist. The 2 famous fairies of southern border were still in a deadlock. Damn it, I can't block it anymore. Escape! A demonic path Gu immortal's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. He turned around and retreated. Boom! A powerful aura descended from behind him. Cowardly mouse, die! A righteous path Gu immortal shouted, stretching out his hand and grabbing the demonic path Gu immortal's head. Next, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark blue lightning enveloped this battlefield. The lightning lasted for a while before fading. The righteous path Gu immortal's opponent had already turned into a charred skeleton. His human form could barely be seen. Overconfident mouse, you actually dare to act arrogantly in front of me, Yi Hei Ting. The righteous path Gu immortal let go of his hand. The demonic path Gu immortal's corpse fell to the ground, turning into a pile of black fragments. Everyone, is this all you can do? A tall and slender righteous path Gu immortal with a high nose bridge and wearing battle armor said with a cold and disappointed expression. Don't talk big. Tai clan's Tai Xn Jian, haven't you been suppressed by us all along? You still have the cheek to The 3 Gu immortals attacking Tai Jun Jian were about to ridicule him, when their expressions suddenly changed. A soaring aura, fierce and sharp to the extreme, burst out of Tai Xn Jian's body. The 3 Gu immortals retreated quickly, fully on guard. Wind blew around them, causing their clothes to flutter, but Tai Xn Jian was very calm. He even slowly closed his eyes and said, "It's no use, I have already seen your moves, your weaknesses are completely exposed to me without any concealment." Fuck you. A Gu immortal cursed, but before he finished, his body shook fiercely. Puff puff puff. With 3 soft sounds, 3 sword chi flashed. It was so fast that people thought they were hallucinating. Heads flew. The 3 Gu immortals who were attacking Tai Xn Jian earlier were all killed, their life force extinguished. Ha! Hei Lulan laughed wildly. The injuries on her body were terrifying. Shang Guili had rank 7 cultivation level, but right now, he looked at Hei Lulan with a shocked expression. He no longer had the carefree and disdainful expression from before. As expected of a Northern Plains Gu immortal, they are truly addicted to battle. Even though Shang Guili was unwilling, the injuries on his body were already close to his bottom line. Retreat. This thought had just appeared in his mind. He Lulan seemed to sense it. She showed a mocking smile. Where do you think you can escape to? What do you mean? Shang Guili felt something amiss. An intense sense of danger shrouded his mind. Whoosh! Flames burst out of his mouth, spreading out from his eyes, ears, nose, and other orifices. They burned fiercely. In an instant, Shang Guili turned into a human torch. His screams resounded in the battlefield. It was extremely mournful. He Lulan's gaze was cold. So what if you are rank 7? I need more reinforcements. Chai Huixiong retreated as he shouted. Compared to his earlier dominance, he had lost all his fighting spirit. His eyes were filled with fear. In front of him, Dragon Lady by Ning Bing was slowly moving closer. She was extremely beautiful, but from Chai Huixiong's point of view, she was extremely dangerous. He wanted to leave the battlefield immediately. But now, in this situation, if he left the battlefield alone, wouldn't he be feeding himself to Zui Yihui? Chai Huixiong could only fight. Bai Ningbing's battle strength was even higher than He Lulan. Because she had Bai Xiang's true inheritance, all of her ice and snow path immortal Gu were compatible with her northern dark ice soul physique. And even though He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, she used fire path immortal Gu. Her great aunt's fire path methods did not have many Dao marks. Chai Huixiong had already asked for reinforcements, but they were all killed by Bai Ningbing. Of course, Bai Ningbing paid a price. Bada was in charge of the situation. When he heard Chai Huixiong's shout, he was already paying attention to this battlefield. Tai Xen Jian, please go and reinforce Chai Huixiong. Bada thought about it before transmitting. Okay. Tai Xen Jian immediately flew into the sky, moving towards Bai Ningbing. His aura was shocking. Bai Ningbing immediately paid attention to him. Her dragon pupils shrunk to pin size. An immortal killer move was prepared. A strong reinforcement has arrived. Seeing Tai Xen Jian, Chai Huixiong was overjoyed. But right at this moment, Bai Ningbing found a flaw in his relaxed state of mind. She unleashed her immortal killer move. I want you to die. Tai Xen Jian, who arrived late, was furious. He could only watch as Chai Huixiong was frozen into a stick before shattering into countless ice shards. Bai Ningbing smiled. Her expression was still calm. She looked at Tai Xen Jian and said calmly, this move of mine is called Ice Collapse Kill. Do you want to give it a try? Chai Huixiong sacrificed himself. This dragon lady might only have rank 6 cultivation level, but her battle strength is definitely top tier among rank 7s. Bada's heart sank. He quickly looked at the battlefield. The defensive line was still there. The righteous path had the advantage, even though they were relying on the incomplete third-layer Gu formation. Even though there were sacrifices, Shadow Sect's side suffered even more Gu immortals. Their morale was also greatly reduced. They were showing signs of wavering. The enemy only has 4 true experts. They are Lady White Rabbit, Demoness Miao Yin, Dragon Lady, and that Fire Path rank 6, He Lulan. As long as I get rid of any one of them, their morale will be greatly affected. Thinking of this, Bada focused his gaze on Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's divination tortoise form was still on the spot. His limbs, head, and tail were still inside his shell. In contrast, little tortoise shell's thoughts had already expanded to 300,000, dominating an area of the battlefield, while Black Tigress had already been chased far away. Bada snorted in anger, transmitting to Fang Yuan, Wu Yi Hai. Stop defending. As a Wu clan Gu immortal, do you not have any bravery at all? Are you so afraid of death? Let me tell you, your role in the battlefield is very important. You have the highest chance of becoming the breakthrough point of this chaotic battle. As long as you kill Black Tigress and reinforce the other areas, there will be a qualitative change. The battle strength of both sides will change. Fang Yuan, the divination tortoise, was silent like a mountain. It had no reaction. Damn it, this guy is still like this. He is simply unreasonable. Bada gritted his teeth. feeling very depressed. All right. At this time, Chi Gue, who was beside him, suddenly opened his eyes, standing up with a joyful expression. Did you succeed? Ba Quan Feng asked excitedly. Yes. I have already deduced it. Next is to assemble the goo formation and activate the second layer. This super goo formation has higher defense the deeper it is. Blocking Grey Knight is not a problem. Chi Gue nodded. Good. Bada heard this and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Zui Yi Hui, who was far away. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was still dispirited. It had not moved at all. It was still breathing roughly. In Bada's heart, he was most worried about this legendary immemorial desolate beast. Most of the pressure he felt came from it. The situation is developing in the righteous path's favor. Bada felt joy and relief. Feng Yuan, however, was far from being as optimistic. Zishan Makoto has not appeared yet. What is he doing? Feng Yuan was getting more and more worried. Chapter 1363. Just as Tian Mountain was surrounding the Super Goo formation, the righteous and demonic sides were fighting. Another battle had ended. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was unharmed. It was shining brightly as it floated in the air. The purple blood river formation that covered heaven and earth was about to collapse. The blood river was no longer there, only lumps of red blood were floating randomly in the purple-black space. In front of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Seven Illusions demon immortal was trapped in a wind ball. He could not escape, he could only wait to be captured. The battle was decided. Let me see your true appearance. Wu Yong was unharmed, a green light flashed past his eyes. Instantly, the colorful light around Seven Illusions demon immortal dissipated like clouds in the wind. His true appearance was exposed. The three righteous path Gu immortals were stunned. Xiao Jikai's eyes widened as he cried out, Yao Geng? This Seven Illusions demon immortal was none other than a member of the Super Force Yao clan, Gu immortal Yao Geng. He had been sparring with Wu Yiran for stunning immortal's inheritance. During the fifth time, he died together with Wu Yiran. His life tablet Gu in Yao clan shattered. Everyone thought he was dead. But to think that he was Seven Illusions demon immortal. Good, very good. So Yao clan is a place of evil. Tai Mianshan said coldly. Yao Geng smiled bitterly. This is my own action, it has nothing to do with Yao clan. Wu Yong saw that he wanted to protect his clan even in death. He was not as demonic as he had imagined. He asked, What are you thinking? You dare to plot against us? Yao Geng's smile became even more bitter. I said, I am just a minor character. Or more accurately, I am just a chess piece, manipulated by someone. I was forced to do this. It has nothing to do with the clan. Wu Yong's expression was grim. Then tell me, is the one manipulating you that rank 8 Gu immortal? Tell me everything you know about him. Yao Geng laughed loudly, tears flowing down his face. If I say that I do not know that person, I have not even interacted with him for as long as you. Do you believe it? Tai Mianshan interrupted. Is it because of the Seven Illusions' true inheritance? Yao Geng nodded with a bitter expression. Tai Mianshan sighed. To receive the Seven Illusions' true inheritance, one must first receive an Information Path Alliance agreement. My clan has analyzed this and concluded that this is a trap. However, what was puzzling was that many of the successors of the Seven Illusions' true inheritance had never fulfilled that Information Path Alliance agreement. Looks like you're the first victim. At this point, Wu Yong and Xiao Jitsai immediately understood. Both of them looked at Yao Geng with pity in their eyes. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? If you want to kill me or torture me, it's up to you. Yao Gengshu was paralyzed and had completely lost his will to fight. Where is that rank 8 Gu immortal? Wu Yong asked again. He had a bad feeling. Yao Geng told them everything he knew. Like you, I also thought that he had been hiding somewhere in the formation. In the end, when you discovered the most crucial formation and even captured me, I realized that he was no longer here. When Wu Yong heard this, the bad feeling in his heart intensified. He shouted as he imprisoned Yao Geng in bamboo building, activating this immortal Gu house to unleash a terrifying offensive power. Rumble! The Purple Blood River Formation was broken by Wu Yong. The blue sky and white clouds were revealed. The three Gu immortals saw the light of day again. At that moment, before joy could appear on their faces, their bodies shook. Oh no, so much time has passed. This Purple Blood River Formation not only contains the profundities of Wisdom Path, Blood Path, Phantom Path, and Information Path, it also contains Time Path methods. Inside this Gu formation, the three Gu immortals' perception of time was secretly affected. They felt that it was a hallucination. Even Wu Yong fell for it. He had always thought that he had not been inside the Purple Blood River Formation for long. But after breaking the Gu formation, he realized to his shock that so many days had passed. Oh no. It seems that rank 8 Gu immortal did not want to fight us to the death, he simply wanted to trap us. What is his true motive? Wu Yong's heart sank. He quickly contacted his clan. The Purple Blood River Formation isolated them from the outside. Wu Yong and the rest could not even communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, not to mention their clans. At this moment, the three immortals contacted their clans, and soon, their expressions changed. A large amount of information surged into their minds. The three immortals were dumbfounded to think that so many things had happened in these last few days. Wu clan, Yang clan, Xiao clan, Qi clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Ba clan, and other Gu immortals were all in chaos. Zishan Makoto's plan was to trap Wu Yong and the rest, to create the illusion that Wu Yong was dead and cause a huge political disturbance in southern border. He succeeded. Yang clan, Xiao clan, Wu clan, and other clans created a huge commotion for their own benefits. Just as they were fighting against each other, a large group of people appeared at the Super Gu formation, attacking fiercely. After receiving countless requests for help, all the clans were at a loss. How can this be? What gall did those demonic Path Gu immortals eat? They actually dared to attack the Super Gu formation. Not just that, even Northern Plains Gu immortals appeared. Even a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Sui Yi Hui is being controlled. These righteous path clans felt that this was unimaginable. However, there was no lack of intelligent people among them. After accepting this fact, they quickly realized that everything that had happened recently should be looked at together, and that it was an earth-shattering conspiracy. The mastermind's true target was the giant dream realm. Let's go, we will reinforce the Super Gu formation. Wu Yong made a decision immediately. They actually caused such a commotion in southern border, I want to see the mastermind. Tai Mian-shen expressed his willingness to follow. Wu Yong had an anxious expression. My brother is still there, I hope nothing happened to him. At this crucial moment, Wu Yong did not forget to raise his reputation. Xiao Zhikai quickly cooperated. Lord Wu Yong cares about his brother. You are truly kind and considerate. You are the role model of our righteous path. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building tore through the sky, flying towards the ruins of Etian Mountain. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder had the same action as Wu Yong. After receiving Qi Gui's request for help, he immediately stopped competing with Yang Clan's Gu Immortals and directly rode Qi Clan's Immortal Gu House towards the Super Gu formation. Yang Clan did the same. Ho Clan, Yao Clan, Shang Clan, and other clans all sent Gu Immortal experts or Immortal Gu houses. These people did not know the reason why Shadow Sect attacked the Super Gu formation, because from start to finish, they did not know what happened in the Battle of Etian Mountain. They only knew that Celestial Court leaked some information, they knew that Celestial Court had a hand in it, they knew that Zombie Alliance's destruction was related to the Battle of Etian Mountain. They did not know the cause of the Giant Dream Realm, they did not know that Spectral Soul's main body was inside. Celestial Court concealed this because they were worried that some southern border super forces would help Spectral Soul. Even though they did not know the reason, this did not stop the super forces from placing great importance on the Super Gu formation. Not only because of the Giant Dream Realm, but also because of Sui Yi Hui. This legendary immemorial desolate beast brought southern borders Gu immortal world a painful memory. Every time it appeared, it would suffer huge losses. Thus, all of southern borders super forces sent people and even immortal Gu houses to deal with Sui Yi Hui. Currently, even though we are caught off guard with Qi Clan's Gu formation and Qi Clan's Gu immortals, it should not be a problem to stall for some time. While flying, Xiao Zhikai said. Tai Mianshin was silent. Wu Yong shook his head. To speak the truth, I am very worried. The other party's arrangements are deep, their pawns are very ingenious. If Yao Geng did not expose himself, who would guess that he is a 7 illusions demon immortal? The other party can actually infiltrate the rank 7 level of a righteous path clan. I am worried. Saying this, Wu Yong became silent. Tai Mianshin understood. He asked, You are worried that there are spies in the Super Gu formation? Boom. The sneak attack was so sudden, it caught everyone off guard. Ba Quanfeng, what are you doing? Bada shouted, attacking furiously. Ba Quanfeng was sent flying by Bada's palm. He was on the verge of death. Bada quickly used his other hand to restrain him, before rushing to Qi Gui's side. Qi Gui was heavily injured, his face was purple gold in color, blood was flowing out of his orifices. Just earlier, his deduction succeeded. At the crucial moment of activating the second layer of the Gu formation, Ba Quanfeng, who was behind him, suddenly attacked him. Qi Gui trusted the 2 Ba clan Gu immortals very much. Because when he was deducing the Gu formation earlier, these two were guarding it wholeheartedly. Who would have thought that Ba Quanfeng would suddenly make a move at such a crucial moment? Ba Quanfeng was only a rank 6 Wind Path Gu immortal, while Qi Gui was a rank 7 Formation Path Gu immortal. Normally, Qi Gui would be stronger. But back then, Qi Gui was controlling the Gu formation wholeheartedly. He could not defend it properly. Ba Quanfeng's attack succeeded. Not only was Qi Gui injured by Ba Quanfeng, the activation of the Gu formation also failed. He suffered an intense backlash. At once, he was on the verge of death. He could no longer fight. Ba Quanfeng! Bada screamed. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ba Quanfeng. If he did not see it personally, he would not believe that Ba Quanfeng was a spy. Surrender, Lord Bada, surrender. You do not know who your enemy is. Ba Quanfeng's situation was not optimistic. His aura was weak, his face was ashen, he was close to death. Bard, on the other hand, made his move and hung on to his last breath. You won't die so easily. Trust me, you will be punished by the clan. Sometimes, living is scarier than death. You will wish you were dead. Bada gritted his teeth. Saying this, he hated this spy to the core. Ba Quanfeng was very sinister. It had to be said that the timing he had chosen was perfect. Just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly attacked and destroyed the righteous path's hope. Not only did he harm Qi Gui, the newly added Earth Path Immortal Gu was also destroyed. Chapter 1364. Damn it! This old tortoise is so good at hiding. Black Tigress gritted her teeth. The small tortoise shell had hundreds of thousands of thoughts. It was a shocking scale. They surrounded the divination tortoise in layers. Black Tigress could not get close. Instead, as the small tortoise shell's thoughts increased, she was pushed further away from Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's defense was firm, but he did not relax at all. Because Zishan Makoto did not show up, Feng Yuan used investigative methods to observe the situation. Qiao Si Lu and Fairy Miao Yin were 2 of the 3 great fairies of southern border. Right now, they were evenly matched. They were still in a stalemate. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing's battle strength shocked Feng Yuan greatly. Last time, when Feng Yuan chased after them, they were not familiar with using immortal killer moves, but now, they were extremely familiar with them. They could use them like they were their own limbs. Feng Yuan could not help but sigh. Shadow Sect's foundation was truly deep. Even though they were damaged to this extent, under Shadow Sect's nurturing, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan's battle strength rose rapidly and clearly. If not for Feng Yuan's huge gains in Reverse Flow River and his dream realms to raise his attainment levels, he would not be Black and White's match. But even though He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were strong, the Righteous Path had many experts too. Tai Xen Jian and Yi Hei Ting were top-tier rank 7s. Even though they could not compare to Wu Yubo, they could deal with He Lulan and Bai Ningbing. The 2 pairs of Gu immortals fought intensely. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, ice and snow collided, lights shined brightly. But Zui Hui is about to recover. Fang Yuan observed the situation. He did not forget the strongest existence in the battlefield. Wu Yihai, come back quickly. At this time, Bada transmitted to Fang Yuan. What is it? Fang Yuan sensed something amiss from Bada's tone. He said hesitantly, I'm guarding the gap here. Come quickly, we need you here. Qi Gui's weak voice could be heard. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He hurriedly entered the gap and went to the back. Seeing Ba Quanfeng and Qi Gui on their last breaths, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. A letter Gu flew over and Fang Yuan grabbed it, instantly understanding the entire situation. Ba Quanfeng is a mole in the Shadow Sect. The Shadow Sect's infiltration is everywhere. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat as his eyelids trembled. The situation was dire. The Earth Path Immortal Gu was also destroyed. Just now, the righteous path had fallen into despair, and Bada had almost lost his confidence. Suddenly he heard Qi Gui say, we still have one last hope. Although I am powerless to fight, there is still Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai's formation path attainment is something that even my race's Qi Shang praises. His formation path attainment is similar to mine. He is a formation path quasi-master. Let him come in, we can still take a gamble at the final moment. Bada already knew that Fang Yuan and Qi Shang had a close relationship, but this was the first time he heard Qi Clan's Gu Immortal confirm that Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was actually so high. Normally, Bada would be wary and jealous, but now, he felt extremely fortunate. He transmitted to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, Fang Yuan was summoned back. His absence was naturally filled by other righteous path Gu Immortals. This information is limited to the few of us. Wu Yihai, are you confident? Bada had a nervous expression. At this crucial moment, he did not dare to spread this information. Once the people's morale crumbled, the righteous path would suffer a huge loss. Confidence my ass. Fang Yuan cursed fiercely. He stared at Ba Quanfeng with anger in his eyes. Zui Yihui had a limited time to rest. Earlier, Qi Gui had already spent most of his time deducing the Gu formation. Now, Fang Yuan did not even have 30% of his time. To use a brand new immortal Gu in such a short period of time, to deduce a suitable plan, to add the immortal Gu and countless supplementary mortal Gu into the Gu formation and set up the second layer of the Gu formation, the difficulty was very high, very high. Qi Gui knew this difficulty, that was why he said to give it a try. There was only a trace of hope. Even if we have no confidence, we can only rely on you. You should use your full strength now. If the Gu formation fails, Grey Knight will kill us all. Don't think you can escape. Zui Yihui's cruelty is recorded in history. Our only hope is to use the Super Gu formation to defend and wait for reinforcements. Bada urged. Fang Yuan held his breath, thinking rapidly in his mind. Bada and Qi Gui did not know Fang Yuan's true identity. In fact, Fang Yuan's situation was much better than theirs. I have reverse flow protection seal. As long as I use it, I will be able to leave safely. Even if Zui Yihui pursues me, I can use the 5 regional walls to shake him off. But that way, my true identity will be exposed. Not only will I not be able to take advantage of this situation, I will also be hunted down by Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Forget about others. Wu Yong will definitely become my mortal enemy. Let me try first. There is still some time. I have not made the final decision yet. Fang Yuan thought of this as he quickly walked towards Qi Gui. Tell me the secret of the second layer. Qi Gui's vision turned dark. His face was deathly pale. His injuries were too severe. He was barely conscious using Gu worms. Firstly, we lack an Earth Path Immortal Gu. This information path Mortal Gu contains all of the contents of the Super Gu formation. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fainted. Damn it! Fang Yuan's heart sank. Qi Gui fainted. It was a huge problem. Bada quickly used his methods, but there was no effect. Fang Yuan almost wanted to use reverse flow protection seal and run away. In his opinion, without Qi Gui's guidance, he needed to gather an Earth Path Immortal Gu and time to deduce the plan. There was no hope. However, he still took some time to inspect the information path Gu worm's contents. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide. He felt extremely glad for his actions. 4 elements goo formation. Out of his expectations, this second layer's goo formation's construction concept was impressively based on the 4 elements thought from back then. Earth, water, wind, fire, earth path, water path, wind path, and fire path immortal goo were the foundation of the goo formation. 1 earth path immortal goo was gone, 3 water path, wind path, and fire path immortal goo were left. Earlier, Chigue's goal was to make up for the lack of earth path immortal goo. How can there be such a coincidence? I am not familiar with other formation path contents, but I have done some research on the 4 elements thought path. Back then, that formation path dream realm that Tu Shiqing used to train his son had made Fang Yuan suffer a lot. The 4 elements thought path was a biased formation path concept. I lack earth path immortal goo, I can use other immortal goo to replace them, they do not have to be of earth path. Use dark path. Dark, water, wind, fire, they are all 4 elements. I can definitely construct the second layer of the goo formation. Fang Yuan had a strong feeling. He trusted this feeling. Because right now, he was a formation path grandmaster. My idea can definitely be realized. Furthermore, if we add in dark path immortal goo, it will be very effective in defending against Grey Knight. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, he had some understanding of Zui Yi Hui's signature killer move. But because he had entered another realistic dream realm. This dream realm was too difficult, Fang Yuan had died countless times in it. He had to use a large number of unravel dream killer moves to barely survive. In the dream, Fang Yuan had experienced Grey Knight. At that time, Zui Yi Hui's signature killer move had a different form. It was an area of effect attack that covered the entire valley. And the gray light pillar that it was emitting now was an improved version. No matter how many times it was modified, Grey Knight was still Grey Knight. Because Fang Yuan had experienced the original Grey Knight, he was confident that he could construct a super goo formation that could defend against Grey Knight. But this way I will need to contribute Dark Limit Immortal Goo. Because this is the only Dark Path Immortal Goo I have. Dark Limit Immortal Goo is very useful in concealing my identity. Should I retreat and leave, or should I stay here and take the risk, waiting for a chance to catch a big fish? Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before making his decision. I need to complete the goo formation, but I do not trust anyone. Bring Chiguei and Ba Quanfeng away from me, you have to stop anyone who comes in. Fang Yuan turned around and ordered Bada. Bada knew the severity of the situation. Without saying anything, he grabbed the 2 goo immortals on the ground and retreated a few hundred steps. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, turning into a divination tortoise again. Ancient Wisdom Path Desolate Beast, Transformation Path Dao Marks turned into Wisdom Path. With a series of Wisdom Path methods, Fang Yuan started to deduce a plan. Progress was rapid. Because not only did he know the details of the goo formation, he also knew about the 4 elements goo formation, he also knew about the Dark Limit Immortal Goo that he had used for a long time, even Grey Knight, he had some understanding of it. Roar! Zui Yi Hui suddenly raised its head, letting out a loud roar. Shadow Sect's members had joyful expressions, they quickly abandoned their opponents and retreated. Oh no, Grey Knight is going to attack us again. Quick! Retreat into the goo formation. The Righteous Path Goo Immortals did not know the details. They thought that they had the safest backup. Quickly, are you done yet? Bada could not help but urge. He was the most nervous. If Fang Yuan did not succeed, he would definitely die. All right. Fang Yuan's huge tortoise head let out a breath of turbid air. Joy flashed in his eyes. He took out Dark Limit Immortal Goo and Many Mortal Goo. Bada was stunned. He said anxiously with a trace of fear, "This is a Dark Path Immortal Goo. This goo formation clearly needs an Earth Path Immortal Goo." "I don't have an Earth Path Immortal Goo, I only have Dark Path." Fang Yuan replied angrily. Bada rolled his eyes. He almost wanted to beat Fang Yuan up. He shouted, "If you don't have an Earth Path Immortal Goo, just say it, I will lend it to you." "What do you know, shut up." Fang Yuan retorted. "You." Bada had lost all hope. He was about to scold Fang Yuan, but suddenly his eyes opened wide. as if two people were punching at the back of his eyes. Next, he was shocked to see that the second layer of the super goo formation rose up. Its grand aura was like a mountain or a sea. He actually succeeded? At once, Bada felt like he had gone from hell to heaven. He was stunned on the spot, his mouth was wide open. When Xiao Si Lu and the others retreated here, they happened to have a panoramic view of the situation. Bada lost his composure, his dazed expression was very surprising. Chapter 1365. Bada's body shook, he woke up, his face flushed red as an awkward expression flashed past his face. Fang Yuan focused on controlling the second layer of the super goo formation. Before Qi Gui fainted, he had already lent the entire goo formation to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the user of the super goo formation. Ba Quanfeng's sneak attack and Qi Gui's fainting helped Fang Yuan instead. Good, this way, I can use the super goo formation to gain a huge bargaining chip in this battle. Fang Yuan's use of Dark Limit Immortal Goo was not in vain. This way, he had more strength to take advantage of the situation. Earlier, if Fang Yuan used Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he could escape, but that way he would not be able to deal with his greatest threat, Shadow Sect. Now, he chose to stay, his control over the situation increased by a lot, he was waiting for a chance to appear. Of course, Fang Yuan did not let his guard down. He said to these Righteous Path Goo immortals solemnly, "Stay away from me, if anyone tries to get close, I will treat them as a traitor and send them out of the goo formation." What do you mean? The Righteous Path Goo immortals looked at the vigilant Fang Yuan, their expressions changed. At this time, Bada spoke, explaining for Fang Yuan, "I agree with Wei Hai, no one is to get close." Qi Gui's fainting was caused by the traitor Ba Quanfeng's sneak attack. He informed the Righteous Path Goo immortals of what had happened earlier. The Righteous Path Goo immortals were shocked, especially when they knew, if not for Fang Yuan saving the situation, the second layer of the super goo formation would not have been activated. These Righteous Path Goo immortals felt relieved. At the same time, they started to be wary of the surrounding goo immortals. Bada looked at Fang Yuan, he continued to command the situation, giving out orders. There were many Righteous Path Goo immortals. Bada could not save the fainted Qi Gui, but that did not mean the other goo immortals could not. Ba Quanfeng was also interrogated. The other Righteous Path Goo immortals recuperated and healed their injuries, preparing for the upcoming battle. At this time, far away from the super goo formation, Zuyi Hui's breathing finally stabilized. Its huge black body was like a mountain standing there quietly. Then, it slowly raised its head, opened its bloody mouth, and took a deep breath. Immediately, intense waves appeared in the air, the complex aura of countless goo worms mixed together exploded and spread in all directions. Its entire body began to swell like a balloon, and its aura grew stronger and stronger. After arriving, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a dark beam of light shot out. The beam of light was extremely fast. It shot towards the second layer of the goo formation at lightning speed. There was no sound or rumble. Everything was silent, not a sound. But the second layer of the goo formation burst out with a dazzling light. Crimson red represented fire path, green represented wind path, light blue represented water path, and pitch black represented dark path. The four colors converged at one spot, resisting the fierce attack of the dark light pillar. The whole goo formation let out creaking sounds. The Righteous Path Goo immortals had nervous expressions. Once this super goo formation broke down, they would be meat on the chopping board. If they were lucky, they would survive. If not, they would turn to ash. Many astute people started to observe Fang Yuan's expression. Fang Yuan was the one controlling the goo formation. His every action affected the immortals' hearts. Fang Yuan's expression was calm from beginning to end. No one could see anything amiss. But this calmness meant confidence and safety. The Righteous Path Goo immortals gradually relaxed. A moment later, the dark light pillar faded, the second layer of the goo formation's bright light also fell. We defended against it. Lord Wu Hai, good job. The Righteous Path Goo immortals cheered, their impression of Fang Yuan had changed. I was not wrong about you, Wei Hai, You saved us all. Qi Gui woke up from his coma, muttering with a joyful expression. He was not in a good state now. He needed Fang Yuan to control the Super Gu formation. Xiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan with her beautiful eyes. Fang Yuan turned the situation around. He saved the righteous path. He became a hero. Xiao Si Lu did not have a good impression of Fang Yuan earlier, but now that she looked at Fang Yuan, her heart was pounding. She had a wonderful feeling. Immortal Killer Move Grey Knight against the Super Gu formation. This was a contest between spear and shield. Eventually, the latter won by a little, successfully defending against this terrifying attack. The light faded, dust settled. Zui Hui, who was breathing roughly, stared at the Super Gu formation. The dream realm was undamaged. It was huge. It was like a huge pot. The bottom of the pot was facing up, covering the vast land. In the second layer of the Super Gu formation, there were Fang Yuan, Bada, Xiao Si Lu, and the other Righteous Path Gu immortals. This Gu formation had lost its fourth and third layer. It could not cover the dream realm like before. It was like a hat that covered a small portion of the dream realm. It was not broken. Ying Wu Xie, He Lulan, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest were surprised. This was different from what Zishan Makoto had told them. Not long ago, they had received Zishan Makoto's transmission. He told them that the Gu formation was going to break. They needed to find a chance to attack and win. Qi Gui clearly lost his abilities. It seems that something happened. Far away, at the edge of the dream realm, Zishan Makoto sighed deeply. This was huge trouble. The best opportunity was lost, but he had no choice but to attack. Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, could not be detected by others. He had already prepared for a long time at the edge of the dream realm. At this moment, he activated his method. At once, the sky changed color. 7 colored lights shot up into the sky. An unparalleled aura was grand and vast. Like a tsunami, it assaulted the mental defenses of the Gu immortals. What's going on? The Gu immortals on Shadow Sect's side shut their eyes. The Super Gu formation was shaking intensely. The Righteous Path Gu immortals were flustered. What happened? What killer move is this? Fang Yuan's nervousness disappeared in a flash. He said, "This immortal killer move is not targeting us or the Gu formation, it is targeting this dream realm." After the violent eruption, the colorful brilliance did not completely dissipate. Instead, it started to form cocoons of light. The dream realm disappeared. It has condensed into cocoons of light. Oh heavens, what method is this? It is so earth-shattering. Normal killer moves have no effect on dream realms, unless they are dream path methods. So that's it, these demonic path Gu immortals' true target is this dream realm. The Righteous Path Gu immortals gasped in shock. Someone among them looked at Fang Yuan eerily. I said that the immortal opportunity business is the root of the problem. It made the demonic path Gu immortals think of an immortal killer move that uses dream realms. This is definitely a huge profit. Otherwise, why would so many Gu immortals attack without any regard for the consequences? Once he said this, most of the Righteous Path Gu immortals' expressions changed. Fang Yuan heard this but had no reaction. Instead, Bada snorted angrily, staring at the Xia clan Gu immortal who spoke. "Shut up." At this time, they were facing a huge enemy, but they still did not forget to fight amongst themselves. They were still insulting the important Fang Yuan. They were simply too insensible. Bada was extremely furious. But at the next moment, this Xia clan Gu immortal vanished on the spot, appearing outside the formation. Why did he go out? The Righteous Path Gu immortals were dazed. They went into an uproar. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. This person has ulterior motives. He actually wanted to sow discord. I teleported him out and used him to probe the other party's foundation. Bullshit. Who gave you the authority? You are disregarding human lives. Quickly summon our clan's Gu immortals back. Quick. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The other Xia clan Gu immortal who was shouting also vanished. At the next moment, he appeared outside the Super Gu formation, facing the outside world. Looking at the huge dream realm and the shining Super Gu formation, he had a dazed expression. Uihai! Bada was anxious. He almost jumped. You are also messing around? Fang Yuan glanced at him plainly, saying lightly, no matter how noisy you are, you will also leave. Bada was dumbfounded. The other righteous path Gu immortals. Bada's chest was heaving from anger, his face was red, but he still spoke. Don't forget, the immortal Gu used to create this super Gu formation come from our super clans. This was a blatant threat. But Fang Yuan laughed. Do you think any of you can summon your Gu worms now? Haven't you noticed that you have already lost the ability to sense immortal Gu? The immortal's expressions changed. Qi Gue said solemnly, Sai, don't worry. This is the Gu formation set up by my clan's Lord Qi Chuyu. Back then, he designed this formation to prevent spies from appearing, to prevent the Gu formation from being destroyed from the inside. Thus, the first and second layers of the Gu formation are controlled by one person, others cannot interfere. Right now, even I cannot control this Gu formation, unless Wu Yihai can borrow the Gu formation back. Saying so, Qi Gue looked at Fang Yuan sincerely. Qi Gue is heavily injured, you have worked hard, you should heal your injuries first. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, breaking Qi Gue's expectations without any qualms. Bada was furious. The immortals were also flustered. In this case, didn't they have to rely on Fang Yuan? Xiao Si Lu and the others who were close to Wu clan were fine, but Ba clan, Yao clan, and Yang clan, these Gu immortals who had conflicts with Wu clan, had ugly expressions now. Qi Chuyu, this old fool. Someone cursed internally. Qi Chuyu plotted against these super clans, but logically speaking, he was doing it for the safety of the Dream Realm and the Gu formation. But due to a strange combination of factors, Qi clan lost control. An outsider became the leader of the situation. Don't worry, I, Wu Yihai, am not a crazy person. In the current situation, we, the righteous path, must be of one heart and one mind. Only by working together can we overcome this crisis. Chapter 1366. I have a piece of good news. An immortal Gu house of my Wu clan has already moved out secretly to bring me back to Wu Yi Mountain. It is not far from here, it is the closest reinforcement. As long as we cooperate, we can definitely escape safely, we can even make great contributions to the righteous path and all of southern borders living beings. Fang Yuan said these words one after another. Bada's expression turned ugly. Xiao Si Lu's eyes shined as she looked at Fang Yuan. Her gaze was filled with admiration. Qi Gue had once given Fang Yuan an information path Gu worm and told him everything about the Super Gu formation. When Fang Yuan realized that he was the only one who could control this Gu formation, he immediately decided to recruit all of the righteous path Gu immortals. Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals were the unlucky ones that Fang Yuan killed to warn the rest. Next, he gave them the good news of an immortal Gu house. With a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, the righteous path Gu immortals gathered around him. They became a force that could be controlled and commanded. Among the righteous path Gu immortals, there were many elites, but Fang Yuan had the upper hand. He had too much of an advantage, they could only accept their fate. Fang Yuan could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. This time, even Bada had to listen to him. After successfully suppressing these righteous path Gu immortals, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the outside world. Many cocoons of light had already formed, they were floating in the air. And the price of forming these cocoons was dream realms. Large chunks of the dream completely dissipated. As a result, the originally round and complete super dreamland was now full of holes, as if a group of rats had gnawed on it from all directions, both inside and out. Over 20 cocoons of light had already formed. There were even more cocoons of light forming. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Shadow Sect's methods were truly endless. As expected of a super force with over 100,000 years of foundation created by a demon venerable. Crack crack. At this time, a series of cracking sounds came from the first cocoon of light. Next, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon. The cocoon of light shattered, and a completely naked person fell out. But before he could fall to the ground, Zishan Makoto, who had been waiting for a long time, made his move. Soon, this person opened his eyes. His entire body was covered in a layer of armor. Without stopping, he flew towards the edge of the dreamland. The other Righteous Path Gu immortals were still in a daze, but Feng Yuan's eyes were already bulging. This is the pure dream reality seeker physique. Feng Yuan had seen it before, but he was still shocked when he saw it again. Back then, Ying Wu Xie was a pure dream reality seeker physique. This immortal body was a man-made 10 extreme physique. This was the result of Shadow Sect's Inkstone's painstaking research. How could Zishan Makoto have such a method? Don't forget, Ying Wu Xie was still alive. At the same time, Zishan Makoto had taken a huge risk to enter the river of time and communicate deeply with Spectral Soul's will in Red Lotus True Inheritance. Zishan Makoto had wanted to cooperate with Feng Yuan, but because Feng Yuan's information path was too shallow, he did not dare to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Thus, even though Zishan Makoto knew that Feng Yuan had a method to resolve the dream realm, he could not obtain it. He wanted to save Spectral Soul's main body. Other than resolving the Super Gu formation, he also needed to get past the giant dream realm. Since he could not count on Feng Yuan, Zishan Makoto decided to use the method to refine the pure dream reality seeker physique body here. This way, a large number of dream realms would disappear, and he would be able to reach the center of the dream realm and save Spectral Soul. This means the pure dream reality seeker physique body was created like this? Shadow Sect's methods are truly terrifying. Even though Feng Yuan had fought with Ying Wu Xie before, he did not see how the latter was born. Now that he had seen it, Feng Yuan immediately shouted, ordering the Righteous Path Gu immortals, "Quick, destroy all of these cocoons of light. Kill that guy who flew out." What happened? Wu Yihai, what do you know? Hurry up and tell us. The Righteous Path Gu immortals asked. But at the next moment, they were sent out of the Super Gu formation by Feng Yuan. Damn it! You did not even greet us. Who do you think we are? Wu Yihai, you are using our tribe's immortal Gu. Don't go overboard. Even Xiao Si Lu was sent out. This southern border fairy was in a daze, she could not accept it. Xia Clan's 2 Gu immortals saw that so many Righteous Path Gu immortals had the same ending as them. They felt a great sense of satisfaction. They quickly suggested to defeat Wu Yihai. Nobody paid attention to them. In this situation, who would dare to offend Feng Yuan, who controlled the Super Gu formation? Feng Yuan transmitted to the immortals, "If you do not want to die here, listen to me. These enemies will continue to grow stronger as time passes. Now is the best time to get rid of them." While the others were still hesitating, Wu Liao responded to Feng Yuan's command and started to attack. Next were some Gu immortals who were close to Wu clan, including Xiao Si Lu. But Feng Yuan sent her out as well. This woman, one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, did not have a good expression and mood. After these people attacked, the Righteous Path Gu immortals also started to fight. Firstly, Feng Yuan controlled the Super Gu formation. He controlled the immortals' lives. Secondly, the Righteous Path forces had a strong interest in exploring dream realms. They had been coveting the immortal bodies that were created in the dream realms for a long time. As long as they could capture any one of them and research them, it would be a huge boost to their clan's dream path development. Only Xia Clan's 2 Gu immortals were hesitant. Feng Yuan did not forget about them. He transmitted, "As long as each of you kills 1 cocoon of light, I will let bygones be bygones and let you return to the Gu formation." Xia Clan's 2 Gu immortals had indignant expressions. They gritted their teeth loudly, but the situation was dire. The two looked at each other. They still acted according to Feng Yuan's instructions. Almost all the Righteous Path Gu immortals attacked and destroyed the cocoons of light. Only Feng Yuan stayed in the Super Gu formation alone. Watching over the situation from the back, he was very satisfied. Every second counted. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies broke out of the cocoons of light, flying out. At the same time, the cocoons of light were destroyed. The vanished dream realms gushed out again. Spectral Soul's main body is inside the dream realms. Shadow Sect is very scheming. They created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to mislead us. Among the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that are flying out, There might be spectral soul's remnant soul. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes, controlling the super goo formation with all his might. He was monitoring the entire battlefield. This super goo formation was constructed around the giant dream realms. Even though he had only activated the second layer of the goo formation, Fang Yuan could still control most of the battlefield and teleport the nearby goo immortals. Not just the righteous path goo immortals, Fang Yuan was also controlling the goo formation, activating its power to destroy the cocoons of light. Unfortunately, this super goo formation was constructed with defense as its priority. Its offensive power was pitifully weak. It could not compare to Fang Yuan. Kill! At this time, battle cries could be heard. Shadow Sect's goo immortals led by Fairy Miao Yin, He Lulan, and by Ning Bing also charged over. This wave of goo immortals had actually been reduced in numbers, but in this complicated battle environment, their disadvantage in numbers was made up for. The giant dream realm was originally round. It was like a huge pot that was placed on the ground. Next, a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies formed, causing large pieces of the dream realms to appear. Some cocoons of light were destroyed by the righteous path goo immortals. The dream realms were restored, but they were not as big as before. This caused the dream realms to not be perfectly connected. There was some distance between the two. Some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were killed. They exploded into large pieces of dream realms. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already flown out. They were no longer at their original locations. This way, the dream realms started to appear at the periphery or the periphery. Don't forget, this giant dream realm itself had its own movement. Thus, large pieces of dream realms were piled up in a disorderly manner. Some overlapped, some were spaced apart, and some only had a slight distance between them. The world had turned into a very complicated battle environment. When fighting here, the goo immortals had to be wary of their opponents at all times. They also had to pay attention to the dream realms. They could not easily fall into the dream realms. Refining so many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies at once, it should be Zishan Makoto's doing. Where is he? Fang Yuan looked around. Using the super goo formation, he could not find any traces of Zishan Makoto. Rumble! With a loud sound, the super goo formation erupted with power. A shadow that resembled a mountain flew towards a pure dream reality seeker physique body that had just broken out of a cocoon and landed on it. Suppress! Without the help of goo worms, the pure dream reality seeker physique body was easily suppressed. It was teleported to Fang Yuan's side by the super goo formation. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stared at Fang Yuan. His body was wrapped in black chains. He could not move. Fang Yuan took a few glances at him, his eyes shining brightly. Interesting. If I can capture more, I might be able to break through Shadow Sect's methods and create my own pure dream reality seeker physique body. These are one of the 10 extreme dream path physiques. Even if they have short lifespans, they might be able to help me resolve huge problems. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan searched for big fish while using the super goo formation to capture the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that had just broken out of their cocoons. The second layer of the super goo formation's range was less than half of the dream realm. The area that it could control was even smaller. But as the cocoons of light continued to form, Fang Yuan actually managed to capture close to 10 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Chapter 1367. Fang Yuan found something even more interesting. The lifespan of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was inversely proportional to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation of the pure dream reality seeker physique, the shorter their lifespan. In contrast, those goo master level pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could live for at least 2 to 3 years. For Fang Yuan, he had plenty of time to research and make use of them. I was feeling strange earlier. If Shadow Sect had a method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, why did they not use it during the Battle of Etian Mountain? It seems that Ying Wu Xie's previous pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were not so easy to refine. In order to save Spectral Soul's main body, Shadow Sect used this method to refine large numbers of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open up and scatter dream realms. They are very determined. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly at Shadow Sect's resolute attitude. Not only did Feng Yuan succeed and capture many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, the other Righteous Path Gu immortals were not stupid, they also captured some. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contain the dream path research results of Shadow Sect. Once they were successfully researched, others would have huge breakthroughs in the dream realm research. Shadow Sect did not hesitate to do this to save Spectral Soul's main body. The scene was very chaotic. Zishan Makoto was not discovered, he was still creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. More and more cocoons of light appeared in the dream realms. Dream realms piled up in a messy manner, forming an extremely complex battlefield. The Righteous Path and Demonic Path were surrounding the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, fighting intensely. Even though Feng Yuan's side was trying their best to stop them, because the battlefield was too chaotic, several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had already escaped and were about to leave the battlefield. Damn it! Spectral Soul's main body might be hiding among them. Feng Yuan observed this scene. Just as he was about to attack from afar, suddenly, a ray of light that was as thin as a needle instantly descended from the depths of the sky. Instantly, it pierced the skull of a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This tiny white ray of light was very sharp. It went all the way down from the pure dream reality seeker physique's head and pierced through its entire body. It appeared and disappeared in an instant. The pure dream reality seeker physique was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He immediately felt weak all over, and the top of his head was numb. He could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Then he slowly raised his hand and touched the top of his head. Then he put his hand in front of his eyes and found that it was covered in blood and white brain matter. His expression abruptly changed, filled with disbelief and fear. Then his vision turned black, and his vitality completely dissipated. Like a broken sack, the corpse fell from the sky to the ground with a bang. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. His bones were broken, and his tendons snapped. He was practically turned into a pile of meat paste. He couldn't be more dead. Who could it be? Feng Yuan's pupils shrank when he saw this. He was someone who could see the entire situation. In the Righteous Path, he was the first person to observe this situation. Meanwhile, on the Demonic Path side, Zishan Makoto was creating more cocoons of light while also commanding the overall situation. Seeing this, he was not puzzled but frowned. Celestial Court has finally made a move. He had already expected this, and had made arrangements in White Heaven, delaying Heaven Overseeing Tower for a while. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan's rescue greatly affected Zishan Makoto's plan. The Super Gu formation and the Righteous Path Gu immortals severely interfered with Zishan Makoto's rescue process. The best opportunity was lost. Heaven Overseeing Tower was free from its restraints and finally joined the battle. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With several soft sounds, several tiny white rays of light shot out, easily killing the pure dream reality seeker physiques that were trying to escape the battlefield. Next, a grand immortal Gu house shined with bright light that soared into the sky, descending upon the battlefield like a monarch. Such a majestic scene attracted the attention of most Gu immortals. They all looked at the sky. Very few were confused, but most of the Gu immortals recognized Heaven Overseeing Tower at once. Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was too famous. Celestial Court. Almost all the Gu immortals present felt their hearts shake. The Heavenly Court's domineering appearance undoubtedly caused the originally chaotic battle situation to move in an even more unpredictable direction. At the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long crossed his arms, his body was straight like a mountain as he looked down at the battlefield. Spectral Soul is crafty and sinister. We cannot let any of the pure dream reality seeker physiques go. They must be executed. Of course, these pure dream reality seeker physiques might just be a cover. We cannot exclude the possibility of Spectral Soul hiding in other Gu immortals' bodies and escaping alive. Thus, Kill all the Gu immortals present. It is better to kill wrongly than to let them go. Behind Duke Long, the Gu immortals led by Fairy Myrtle quickly responded. Duke Long pondered, kill Shadow Sect first, then eliminate the righteous path. But if anyone wants to leave the battlefield, no matter who they are, kill them. Heaven Overseeing Tower pressed down on the battlefield like a mountain with an unparalleled aura. The chaotic battlefield came to a standstill. Heaven Overseeing Tower represented the strongest battle strength. Its actions would almost determine the direction of the entire battlefield. The righteous path Gu immortals' hearts were pounding. Celestial Court's Gu immortals from Central Continent, were they reinforcements? Shadow Sect's side fell into panic. Evidently, Celestial Court and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He looked at the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower with a deep frown. It wasn't that he hadn't expected this to happen. Celestial Court has appeared again. The situation has become very bad. In such a short time, they actually rebuilt Heaven Overseeing Tower. I wonder how many rank 8 Gu immortals Celestial Court sent this time. Heaven Overseeing Tower's appearance had a huge impact on Fang Yuan's plans. But fortunately, Fang Yuan was hiding inside the Super Gu formation. With this Gu formation, he should be able to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's power. Fang Yuan had a lot of battle experience against Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even if it was the strongest method to activate Fate Gu, Fang Yuan estimated that this Super Gu formation could block one attack. Fang Yuan decided to watch and not make a move, but Zishan Makoto could not ignore it. He was a Wisdom Path rank 8, how could he not have any methods to deal with it? Zishan Makoto transmitted, Zuiyi Hui, according to the agreement, your enemies are here. What are you waiting for? They are from Celestial Court. Celestial Court. The legendary primordial beast Zuiyi Hui shuddered when it heard this. Its eyes were filled with hatred and anger. This anger and hatred was deeply ingrained in its bones. Even after 1,000,000 years, it was still unforgettable. Celestial Court. Zuiyi Hui raised its head and roared. The sound waves spread over hundreds of li boom. At the next moment, a dark fog burst out of Zuiyi Hui's body. Its body was huge to begin with. Now that it was covered by the dark fog, it became even more terrifying. Next, it bent its legs and arched its body, baring its teeth as it stomped on the ground. A violent muffled sound rang out, and the entire ground trembled violently. A huge crater was created by Zuiyi Hui's stomp. Meanwhile, Zuiyi Hui shot towards the sky like an arrow, pouncing towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked, but Zuiyi Hui's body was covered in black fog. It was an immortal killer move. Not only could it fly, it also had defensive properties. Zuiyi Hui was unstoppable. It was like a huge black meteor. In a few breaths of time, it crossed 100 li and arrived in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Reckless savage survivor. Duke Long snorted in disdain. His body shook as he willed. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with blinding white light. At once, the world turned white. Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method, Fate Vanquish. Rank 9 Immortal Gu Fate's power was unparalleled. No matter how they dodged, they would be hit. As long as they were not rank 9, no matter how strong they would lose to this move. Light was everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the ground, everywhere. The Gu immortals who were exposed to the light, be they righteous path or demonic path, all of them coughed out blood. They were heavily injured instantly. They fainted on the spot. In an instant, half of the battlefield was cleared. Some Gu immortals, because of the obstruction of the dream realm, were not exposed to the light. They survived. With a loud sound, Zuiyi Hui could not block Fate's attack. It crashed to the ground. It coughed out a mouthful of blood, but quickly got up. It opened its mouth and roared at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Central Continent Gu immortals were all shocked. Duke Long also showed a surprised expression. Zuiyi Hui was hit by Fate Vanquish. It was normal that it did not die. It was thicker than ordinary immortal Gu houses. Its recovery speed was shocking. Zui Hui had been a problem in southern border for many years. Southern border's Gu immortals had sent immortal Gu houses to hunt it down, but they could not take its life, they could only defeat it. But Zui Hui's injuries were much lighter than Duke Long had expected. Gu immortals could cultivate, Zui Hui was cultivating too. Over these years, Zui Hui's strength had been rising. Furthermore, it had the help of Shadow Sect this time. Zishan Makoto had lent it many immortal Gu and immortal killer moves, equipping Zui Hui with all his might. Zui Hui stood up completely. Its wounds were already half healed. Such terrifying recovery speed. Next, it charged at Heaven Overseeing Tower fearlessly. Duke Long's eyes shined with cold light. He used Fate Vanquish again. Zui Hui was hit, it fell to the ground again. But soon it stood up again. Even though it was injured, it was still full of energy. The Central Continent Gu immortals were shocked. This is the battle strength of a legendary immemorial desolate beast? It is too shocking. This is a problem. Fairy Myrtle had a grim gaze. Zui Hui's battle strength was beyond her imagination. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had Fate Vanquish, it could not be used frequently. Chapter 1368. Zui Hui roared. This time, he flew up in mid-air and pounced towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long smiled coldly, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn Phantom. Zui Hui missed. The entire Heaven Overseeing Tower, including the Gu immortals inside, turned Phantom. Ordinary methods could not harm them. Is it intentional? Trying to lure me out? Zishan Makoto, who was concealed, saw this as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Shadow Sect indeed had methods to counter phantom forms. But Zishan Makoto did not attack the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. Because he was not Spectral Soul's main body, he did not have all the immortal Gu that could counter phantom forms. Even if he used them, it would be too difficult to deal with the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. He did not attack? Duke Long muttered in his heart. Back then, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Spectral Soul had sealed the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower, preventing it from returning to its original form. Duke Long had already prepared a method. He was waiting for this killer move from Shadow Sect. But Zishan Makoto was patient. He had no intention of attacking. Duke Long controlled the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower, trying to get closer to the Dream Realm. The huge Heaven Overseeing Tower entered the Dream Realm. Its phantom form started to fade. Some Gu worms at the edges were devoured by the Dream Realm. It can't turn phantom either. Duke Long's heart shook. He controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower again, leaving the Dream Realm. This was the first time Duke Long had encountered something like a Dream Realm. Regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable, Duke Long was very surprised. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower was in phantom form, a corner of it was devoured by the Dream Realm. The Central Continent Gu immortals in Heaven Overseeing Tower started to repair it. Without a corresponding Dream Path method, even Heaven Overseeing Tower will be lost in the Dream Realm. Duke Long concluded. One move to dominate the world. Back then, Ing Wu Xie, who possessed the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, could use Lead Soul into Dream to sleep with Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It could be seen that even a powerful Rank 9 Immortal Gu House could not defend against the power of Dream Path. Unless it was an Immortal Gu House with Dream Path Immortal Gu, most Immortal Gu houses would be lost in the Dream Realm. This way, this battlefield is not suitable for Heaven Overseeing Tower to fight. Heaven Overseeing Tower is huge. It is not as agile as when Gu immortals fight alone. Duke Long looked at the furious Zui Hui, his eyes shining with bright light. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly became solid. Zui Hui quickly chased after it. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned and sped up, charging towards a dream realm not far away. Zui Hui flew in the air. His speed was even faster. His huge body was like a black cloud, sweeping past like the wind towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Not good. When Zishan Makoto saw this scene, he quickly took action. A mystical light shot out and landed on Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower's speed slowed down. It became illusory, like the reflection of a rippling water surface. It's fake. Zui Yihui quickly stopped. It almost fell into the dream realm. The dream realm was a dangerous place for Zui Yihui. Behind it, the real heaven overseeing tower appeared. He. Duke Long stood at the top of the tower, his dragon eyes shining with a cold light as he stared at a certain place. Zishan Makoto sighed. He knew he had fallen into a trap. Duke Long was trying to harm Zui Yihui on the surface, but the truth was that he wanted to find Zishan Makoto's location. But even though Zishan Makoto saw through Duke Long's plan, he had to take action. Because Zui Yihui was a precious battle strength, he could not lose it. Shadow Sect needed it to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Spectral Soul Remnant? I will kill him. Fairy Myrtle, go deal with that Super Gu formation and kill that Fang Yuan. The rest of you control Heaven Overseeing Tower and leave. Zui Yihui will definitely follow you. I do not want to make any mistakes. Duke Long ordered as the immortals quickly responded. With a dragon roar, Duke Long turned into a mystical light as he flew towards Zishan Makoto. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle flew towards the Super Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower brought the Central Continent Gu immortals as they flew into the sky, leaving the battlefield. Zui Yihui looked at Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle before looking at Heaven Overseeing Tower. It knew that because of its huge size and the fact that it liked to charge and attack in battle, it was very restricted here. It was not fun. And Heaven Overseeing Tower had the aura that it hated the most. It was the symbol of Celestial Court. The thought of destroying Heaven Overseeing Tower was firmly in Zui Yihui's mind. Duke Long flew in the sky. His body turned into a phantom as he arrived in front of Zishan Makoto in the blink of an eye. He was tall and mighty. He had a dragon horn on his forehead. His dragon eyes were filled with dominance and coldness. Boom boom boom. Zishan Makoto fought against Duke Long. After a few breaths of time, Zishan Makoto could not match him. He escaped in a pathetic state. You will die for sure today. Duke Long roared as he chased relentlessly. Inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan was breaking out in cold sweat. He suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap. Providence. It was actually hiding here. No, or should I say? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. Sweat was dripping down his forehead. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle had already arrived in front of the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind and activated the Super Gu formation, fully guarding against the enemy in front of him. This Gu formation is not bad. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with purple light. She inspected the Super Gu formation as she nodded. Unfortunately, there is a flaw. There are too many Gu worms. The person controlling the Gu formation has borrowed other people's immortal Gu. However, this is something that I can use. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle used her right hand to raise an immortal Gu house. Star Constellation Chessboard. This immortal Gu house was personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was possibly the smallest immortal Gu house in the world. The chessboard was activated. It turned into sparkling starlight in the sky. The starlight howled. They were like a group of fireflies as they pounced at Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's huge body was engulfed by these starlight specks. She turned into dazzling starlight and joined in. The starlight expanded slightly as it pounced at the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan was already prepared. He activated the Gu formation in time and attacked the starlight specks. But these starlight specks ignored the Gu formation's attack. They directly went into the Super Gu formation and permeated it in the blink of an eye. Originally, this Super Gu formation was shining with red, green, blue, and black profound lights. But now that the starlight permeated it, these four profound lights weakened. The starlight mixed into the four profound lights. Fang Yuan felt a sense of concentration coming from the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon. You were chosen by Providence Sect. You had the heavy responsibility of saving the people of the world. However, even though you destroyed Shadow Sect's heaven-defying plan, you took a wrong step. You betrayed the righteous path and entered the demonic path, becoming enemies with the people of the world. If you admit your mistake now, surrender immediately, I will leave your corpse intact. After you die, I will personally write a biography for you. Your name will be spread throughout the ages and serve as a warning to future generations. At this time, Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Providence sect made a good plan this time. He said this as he tried to activate the Super Gu formation. The Gu formation was still under his control, but the feeling of difficulty and darkness was getting heavier. Some of the mortal Gu at the edges were vanishing from Fang Yuan's senses. Evidently, Fairy Myrtle was fighting with him for the control of this Super Gu formation. Stubborn fool. Fairy Myrtle's voice was cold. She saw that Fang Yuan was resisting with all his might. She increased her strength. The starlight specks in the Super Gu formation became brighter. Celestial Court knows my identity. This proves my earlier guess. Dark Limit Immortal Gu cannot be retrieved. As time passes, this Super Gu formation will eventually be controlled by Celestial Court. What do I do? Abandoning the Super Gu formation and activating Reverse Flow Protection Seal to escape? No way. Celestial Court has fought with me long ago. They are familiar with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Since they want to get rid of me, not only do they want to get rid of the Shadow Sect, they also want to kill me. How could they not consider Reverse Flow Protection Seal? If I rely on this killer move, Celestial Court might not want to see that happen. Once my killer move is broken, I will suffer a backlash and lose my battle strength. I might even die. What should I do? The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind surged like a storm, like a raging tsunami. He was in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan quickly thought of a way to escape the battlefield. There was no way. It was impossible for him to escape on his own. His only hope was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Should I gamble that Celestial Court did not develop a method to counter Reverse Flow Protection Seal? Fang Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. He was well aware that if he were to bet on this, his chances of winning were too small. As for the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. It was hard for the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to evolve into an immemorial desolate beast. Even if he had a lot of heavenly crystals, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle would not be under Fang Yuan's control after becoming an immemorial desolate beast. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was arrogant. It only submitted to the strong. The possibility of it rebelling was huge. Relying on Fang Yuan and its own emotions to maintain it was very weak and unreliable. There are two ways to stall for time. Fang Yuan thought hard and came up with two methods. One was to release Reverse Flow River and place himself in the river to defend himself. The other was to place his Immortal Aperture in southern border and close the Immortal Aperture's entrance to defend himself. Chapter 1369. Swoosh swoosh. Their killing intent was piercingly cold. Two figures shuttled back and forth in the dreamland. Webzishan Makoto against Duke Long. The two were extremely fast. They shot out like flying arrows, but they were also agile like snakes. Boom boom boom. As the two fought, thunderous sounds could be heard continuously. Air currents surged, but when they landed in the nearby dream realms, they dissipated. The two rank 8 Gu immortals started to fight. One was a first-generation split soul of spectral soul he had cultivated for 100,000 years. The other was a Celestial Court legend with quasi-rank 9 strength who lived in seclusion in history. Without a doubt, the battle between the two was the most important and intense battle in the entire Dream Realm battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zui Hui's clash was secondary compared to these two's intense battle. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with a purple glass-like light. He suddenly stretched out his arms as countless charcoal-like rocks floated on the surface of his body. The rocks flew out and grew larger in the air. At the same time, the surface of the rocks started burning with red flames. Thousands of fiery rocks flew towards Duke Long like a rain of fire. Duke Long attacked fiercely, not dodging at all. When the fiery rocks landed on his body, they were blocked by a layer of cloud light that surrounded him. The cloud light did not move, but soon, Duke Long found that a mystical fire was burning in his mind. His thoughts rose up, but the flames burned them away. The cloud light needed Duke Long to maintain it at all times. Now that these thoughts were destroyed, he lost his defense. The fiery rocks landed on Duke Long's body. At once, there were sounds of explosions. The fiery rocks were like eggs. Duke Long's muscular body was like metal. The fiery rocks shattered and self-detonated. Sparks and rocks flew everywhere. Duke Long continued to charge forwards. His body had a terrifying accumulation of Dao marks, and at the same time, he had defensive measures like Bai Chen Tian's wood armor and Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment. His imposing manner was astonishing. He was like a human-shaped barbaric dragon, charging forward bravely against Zishan Makoto's bombardment. The pair of dragon eyes were still cold. Duke Long's face did not change at all. His expression was as cold as ice. He did not even frown. Zishan Makoto's immortal killer move was like a light breeze, not worth mentioning. Duke Long's performance was very domineering, while Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He paid attention to strategy and fought while retreating. Flint couldn't do anything to Duke Long, but Zishan Makoto's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly stretched out his left index finger and pointed at Duke Long, who was chasing after him. Suddenly, 100 flowers bloomed. On the surface of Duke Long's body, countless flowers grew out of nowhere. The flowers numbered in the thousands, covering Duke Long's entire body. Duke Long had a strong body and frighteningly high defense, but when the flowers bloomed, his expression finally changed. Consecutive moves. This time, Duke Long stopped his pursuit. He floated in the air. From flying at a high speed, he instantly stopped moving, showing his incredible movement method and his powerful body. Flowers bloomed on Duke Long's body, increasing in number. The petals were delicate and fragile, but they gave Duke Long a huge problem. Duke Long stretched out his right hand, he clenched his fist and prepared for a breath of time before opening his fingers. With a soft explosion, from his opened right palm, countless faint white chi currents flew out. These chi currents were like arcs, flying in the air, rapidly circling around Duke Long's body. The streams of chi were like sharp blades. They constantly swept away the flowers on his body. For a moment, petals fluttered and the flowers withered. The chi currents seemed weak, but they were actually extremely sharp. In a few breaths of time, all the flowers on Duke Long's body were wiped clean. Zishan Makoto's pupils shrank when he saw this. Duke Long's killing move was very sharp, and the chi currents were multiple, requiring high attainment and skill to control. It was originally an offensive move against the enemy, but when Duke Long controlled it, it was used on himself. If he was not careful, he would be injured. But Duke Long was skilled and daring. He was extremely familiar with this move. It was as if he could control it with ease. Many of the chi currents brushed past his skin and the surface of his clothes, but they were not harmed at all. His control was extremely precise. It was simply amazing. However, using this chance, Zishan Makoto had already activated it. Immortal killer moves had difficulty in activating them. If Zhao Lianyun was in Zishan Makoto's situation, he might fail in activating the killer move. However, Purple Mountain True Monarch was incomparably experienced and steady. He grasped this opportunity and didn't waste it. An immortal killer move was activated. Phantoms appeared, surrounding Zishan Makoto's main body, forming dozens of purple phantoms in an instant. These phantoms were still splitting, 1 turned into 4, 4 turned into 10, forming an army in an instant. Zishan Makoto's body was concealed. The purple phantom army pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long snorted coldly. His right hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw as he waved it. Claw marks appeared in the air. These claw marks were dozens of feet long. Wherever they went, the purple phantoms would disintegrate. Next, Duke Long's left hand also turned into a dragon claw. He attacked left and right. The claw marks spread out and almost caused cracks to appear in space. The purple phantoms were quickly cleared. Duke Long's eyes shined with a mystical light, covering a hidden space. Zishan Makoto immediately knew that his location was exposed. He appeared. Both sides stood in the air. Countless layers of chaotic dream realms were behind them. They were about 1,000 steps away from each other. It seems that even after sleeping for so many years, you are still able to keep up with the times. Zishan Makoto said plainly. He was a wisdom path Gu immortal. Right now, his robe was fluttering and his purple hair was swaying, his eyes were filled with vigor, he looked very graceful. During this period of time, I have been practicing. Times are changing, too many geniuses have appeared in these 1,000,000 years, they have displayed too many exquisite methods. Duke Long sighed. He sighed, continuing, all right, let's not use these small methods. The probing is over, let's use our true strength now. Zishan Makoto smiled, nodding, of course. At the next moment, the two moved like lightning, colliding together. Bam bam bam, dazzling lights and shadows burst forth like overflowing fireworks, illuminating the surrounding dreamland, making it even more dazzling and colorful. These two are really... Relying on the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of most of the battlefield. After observing Zishan Makoto and Duke Long's battle for a while, Fang Yuan was speechless. Both are rank 8 Gu immortals, and not ordinary rank 8s, they are truly too strong. Normally speaking, when Gu immortals fight for the first time, they use Mortal Gu and Mortal Killer moves. In a real fight, they use Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. But these two are directly using Immortal Killer moves to probe each other. These two are at least great Grandmaster attainment level, be it fiery rocks, flowers, chi blades, cloud light, or others, they are all signs of comprehension. If I did not use Reverse Flow Protection Seal, I would have lost in one move. So intense. These two's fighting speed and firepower have increased by a large margin. Information was very important to Gu immortals. Fang Yuan used the Super Gu formation to observe for a while, gaining a lot of information. Be it Zishan Makoto or Duke Long, Fang Yuan was not their match. Even with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he could only take a beating. In fact, during the Battle of Northern Plains Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan was able to escape because of the chaotic situation at that time. Eventually, Fang Yuan used the regional wall to escape from the pursuers, Dogtail Life extending Ferret Mao Li Chiu. With my own strength, it will be very difficult to escape from such a chaotic battle, the chances are very slim. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed into a knot. But at this time, his expression suddenly changed. Inside his immortal aperture, an information path Gu worm had sent him Wu Yong's message. Wu Yong is not dead, Qiao Ji Kai and Tai Mianshan are safe too, they were only trapped for a while. They are using an immortal Gu house to rush here. Wu Yong sent a message, telling Fang Yuan to hold on and preserve his life, even if he had to escape, it was fine. He also told Fang Yuan that not only him, Qi Clan's first supreme elder Qi Chu Yu was also coming with an immortal Gu house. But the latter was even further away than Wu Yong. Not just these two groups, the other super forces also sent their immortal Gu houses. Although the southern border Righteous Path clans had been fighting against each other before, but after hearing Wu Yong's announcement and the situation in the low-grade Dreamland, they immediately stopped fighting against each other, united as one, and advanced towards the low-grade Dreamland. If one looked at the map of southern border, Etian Mountain was at the left of the center of southern border. And the righteous sects that were scattered all over the southern border, all sent reinforcements, rushing over from all directions to provide support. Fang Yuan had a complex expression. If he was Wu Yihai, he would be overjoyed at this news, his morale would soar. But he was not. He was Fang Yuan. Once southern border's reinforcements arrived, the Celestial Court would definitely expose his identity and cause chaos. Fang Yuan would be isolated. As for Wu Yong, Fang Yuan sighed internally. This brother of his was his greatest political backer. He might become the strongest pursuer in the future. Fang Yuan killed the real Wu Yihai with his own hands. Even if Wu Yong and Wu Yihai had a weak brotherly relationship, and Wu Yong did not want to take revenge because of his righteous path identity, he had to take revenge and kill Fang Yuan. It could be said that the conflict between Fang Yuan and Wu Yong was irreconcilable. Wu clan actually has an immortal Gu house. Wu Yong is really patient. He came very quickly, but even the nearest reinforcements would take at least a day to arrive. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. Chapter 1370. Hope was still slim. Right now, the battle was a chaotic three-way battle. Celestial Court's force was firmly in first place. Because they had rank 8 battle strength Zishan Makoto and Zui Hui, Shadow Sect's force was second. Southern Border's Righteous Path force was third. Although they had the Super Gu formation, it was a dead object. Moreover, Fairy Myrtle had used Star Constellation chessboard to infiltrate it. As for Fang Yuan, he was a member of Southern Border's Righteous Path on the surface, but he was actually closer to Shadow Sect. He was special. And looking at the battle situation, Celestial Court's force and Southern Border's Righteous Path were attacking Shadow Sect's side. Shadow Sect could not match Celestial Court, they were at a disadvantage. They were also being attacked from both sides, they were at a disadvantage. One day, I need at least one day to reach Southern Border. According to the current situation, if this situation continues, I will not be able to last until then. Once Shadow Sect is defeated, Celestial Court and Southern Border's Righteous Path forces will work together to deal with me, the traitor. Shadow Sect's defeat is only one aspect. There is also this Super Gu formation, it will not last for more than one day. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at this Super Gu formation with deep worry. Because of Chi Chu Yu's design, the second layer of this Super Gu formation could only be controlled by one person. No matter how many people there were, it was useless. Thus, even if Fang Yuan called back the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals, they would not be able to help him resist Fairy Myrtle's invasion. Moreover, Fang Yuan had the hidden danger of his identity. If Southern Border's Gu Immortals learned of Fang Yuan's true identity from Celestial Court, would these Southern Border Gu Immortals believe it? What would they do? To Fang Yuan, these were all unknown dangers. Fang Yuan had thought of the first layer of the Gu formation. This Super Gu formation had a total of 4 layers. Fang Yuan was only controlling the second layer, there was still the first layer left. If Fairy Myrtle succeeded, the second layer of the Gu formation Fang Yuan would self-destruct. In theory, she would still be able to activate the first layer of the Gu formation and continue to resist it. However, according to Chi Gui's information path Gu Worm, the controller of this Gu formation had to be a Chi Clan Gu Immortal. This was Chi Chu Yu's Gu formation. From his perspective, he had to prioritize his own benefits first. The first Gu formation had many methods to distinguish one's identity. If it was purely bloodline, Fang Yuan could still impersonate it. Unfortunately, that was not the case. One of the methods involved Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. Fang Yuan did not leave any Life Tablet Gu or Soul Lantern Gu in Chi Clan. This involved information path. Fang Yuan could only sigh and curse helplessly in his heart. Chi Chu Yu, this old man. How could a rank 8 Gu Immortal be easy to deal with? When Chi Chu Yu made this arrangement, he naturally did not expect such a complicated situation. But now, this arrangement had become a huge obstacle to restrain Fang Yuan. It was a dead end. Fang Yuan was getting closer to the dead end. But undeniably, Chi Chu Yu's arrangement was correct. At least, it was a huge guarantee for Chi Clan. Fang Yuan had to be careful not to let Chi Clan's Gu Immortals die. Especially Chi Gue, if anything happens to him, he would need to use the Super Gu formation to teleport him back. With Chi Gue, he had the first layer of the Gu formation. Of course, Chi Gue's attitude towards Fang Yuan was still an unsolved mystery. Unless he was at his wit's end, Fang Yuan would not use Chi Gue. The situation was complex, the 3 sides were fighting. Fang Yuan had a special identity. Even though he was in Southern Border's Righteous Path camp, he was not reliable. There were too many factors affecting him. Wisdom path methods were being used. All sorts of thoughts appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He was thinking so hard that his brain was about to emit smoke. How could he escape? This problem was still unsolvable. Spring-autumn cicada? A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind, but he quickly rejected it. Spring-autumn cicada could not be used. Its body contained providence, there was a huge risk of failure. Earlier, Fang Yuan used Providence's secret help to revive successfully. But now, he was standing on the opposite side of Heaven's will, and Heaven's will couldn't wait to tear him apart. In this situation, if Fang Yuan tried to revive using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he would be lying to himself. Spring-autumn cicada's providence would directly get rid of him. Using spring-autumn cicada was suicide, unless he used shadow sex method to reverse refine it. But now, how could Feng Yuan have the time to do so? That's not right. I can use time path methods to speed up the immortal aperture's time. That way, I can give up on the super goo formation and hide in my immortal aperture. I can refine spring-autumn cicada. No, that is not right. There are calamities and tribulations. Once the immortal aperture's time is sped up, calamities and tribulations will descend. It will be very difficult for Providence to control it. And my time path attainment level is too low. I have no confidence in refining a pure spring-autumn cicada in a race against time. And this method requires me to give up on the super goo formation. It is a foolish choice. This was not right either. Fate was full of malice. It seemed to have lost all hope of survival. But Feng Yuan did not give up. He was still persevering. His willpower did not waver, even though the pressure was increasing. Fairy Myrtle's corrosion of the super goo formation had not stopped for even a moment. Persevere. Feng Yuan's eyes were shining brightly. He was not flustered, he was very calm. It was not that he had not encountered desperate situations before. On the contrary, he had encountered them many times. In this world, cultivating and struggling for life, no matter what choice one made, there would always be risks. Once a person walked to a higher place, it was like climbing a mountain. Without risks, how could there be gains and improvements? Even someone as strong as old ancestor Shui, who, the number 1 rank 8 battle strength in northern plains, encountered danger. Snowy Mountain was destroyed, his hundreds of years of foundation was gone just like that. The plan to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo failed completely. Reverse Flow River was snatched away. Even his wife, Lady Wanshou, was heavily injured. For example, Celestial Court Goo Immortals by Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang, these rank 8 great experts were high and mighty existences. In the end, they died in battle. Even their corpses were scattered outside, unable to return home. There was also Sword Immortal Bo Qing, and in Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Jioge, who died in battle while attacking Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan was not Ma Hongyun, he was not the child of luck. Compared to these people, he was very ordinary. In fact, Ma Hongyun died in the end, but he had fortune rivaling heaven to protect him. Heaven and earth were heartless, treating all living beings like dogs, no matter how talented or experienced a Goo Immortal was. In this world, they were all ordinary beings, they were treated equally. 500 years of previous life experience, compared to heaven and earth, what was it? The so-called scheming and deep foresight was just because he had experienced the fickleness of the world. He was familiar with the ways of the world. Manpower was limited, who did not make mistakes. Even rank 9 venerables were not immune. Even Rinzhu was deceived by wisdom goo. On the contrary, providence was vast. It controlled the entire situation. The heavenly power of heaven and earth was endless. Resisting heaven as a human, how difficult was that? The same feeling was not only lingering in Feng Yuan's mind. Ying Wuxie was also deeply moved. He was fighting. His opponent was a rank 7 righteous path Goo Immortal. At this moment, the rank 6 immortal zombie Ying Wuxie was at a disadvantage. Even though he had exquisite immortal killer moves, the opponent was too strong. Ying Wuxie could only barely hold his ground. After the previous chaotic battle, Ying Wuxie fell into the predicament of fighting alone, and the situation was precarious. Soul Beast Summoning. Ying Wuxie used an immortal killer move. 3 ancient soul beasts surrounded him again. But his opponent, Xia Clan's rank 7 Goo Immortal, smiled in disdain. Not long ago, when he faced soul beast summoning for the first time, he was flustered. But now, with more experience, Xia Clan's Goo Immortal found a way to quickly restrain the ancient soul beasts. That was to use the giant dream realm. The intelligence of ancient soul beasts was still very low. As long as they used some schemes, Xia Clan's Goo Immortal could lure these soul beasts into the dream realm. Souls entering the dream realm were like sheep entering a tiger's mouth. The essence of soul beasts was to condense their souls into corporeal bodies. Making full use of the surrounding environment was also one of the Gu Immortals' battle attainments. As expected, soon, the ancient soul beasts that Ing Wu Xie painstakingly summoned were dealt with by Xia clan's Gu Immortal. Ing Wu Xie smiled bitterly in his heart. He could not escape. He could only rely on others in this situation. Right at this time, his expression changed. He received Sixth Hair's message. Fang Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. After Zishan Makoto woke up, he took the initiative to communicate with Fang Yuan, suggesting cooperation. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was wary of Shadow Sect's information path methods. Even though they had mutual benefits, there was no progress. Ing Wu Xie did not expect that at this time, Fang Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Too late. The bitterness in Ing Wu Xie's heart intensified. Too late. It was too late. I don't know where Fang Yuan is, but my Shadow Sect has already made a move to save the main body. Sixth Hair sent another message. Fang Yuan needed an information path Gu worm to communicate with Ing Wu Xie. Fang Yuan could not communicate with Shadow Sect directly. Sixth Hair was usually the middleman. This was because the letter Gu used for communication were usually a pair. This way, crucial clues would be left behind for each other. Their location could be easily deduced and other information could be obtained. Give it to him. Ing Wu Xie thought about it. He did not reject. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in Ing Wu Xie's mind. You are in a sorry state. Ing Wu Xie, you are about to be killed by Xia clan. Where is your lead soul into Dream Killer move? Why don't you use it? Ing Wu Xie heard this and stared with wide-opened eyes. He was greatly shocked. Fang Yuan. He immediately transmitted, are you in this battlefield? What do you think? Fang Yuan chuckled. Don't use soul beast summoning carelessly. You have already used it 3 times. The effect is getting worse. Using it again will only increase the risk and waste immortal essence. Ing Wu Xie was shocked. Fang Yuan, you are here after all. Damn it, you actually managed to sneak in. When did you do it? Wait, don't tell me my opponent is you. Chapter 1371. Cooperate. Hearing Fang Yuan's suggestion, Ing Wu Xie could not help but show a complex expression. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect's relationship could be said to be very complicated. Fang Yuan, who was half an otherworldly demon, was once a chess piece arranged by Providence. He staked it all and returned to the past, destroying Shadow Sect's plan. Fang Yuan, who succeeded in snatching the sovereign immortal Aperture Gu, became irreconcilable enemies with Shadow Sect. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss. They wanted to tear Fang Yuan to pieces. However, Fang Yuan made full use of time and the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. He gradually became stronger and started to chase after Ing Wu Xie and the rest. If not for Ing Wu Xie and the rest making good use of the situation and having excellent escape methods, they would have already died in Fang Yuan's hands. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had already become strong enough to fight rank 8 Gu Immortals. Shadow Sect was led by Zishan Makoto. They started to change their strategy and were willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan. This was a turning point in the relationship between the two sides. Precisely because of this, at this moment, when Fang Yuan suggested cooperation, Ing Wu Xie nodded and replied, let's cooperate then. Ing Wu Xie did not dislike cooperating with Fang Yuan. More accurately speaking, he had once disliked and hated it. When Zishan Makoto suggested it, he did not understand. But people changed. If it was during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Ing Wu Xie had just been born and was ignorant, he would not have thought of cooperating with his mortal enemy. When Shadow Sect was strong, Fang Yuan was as weak as an ant. Ing Wu Xie would not have been stupid enough to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After the huge loss on Etion Mountain, Ing Wu Xie hated Fang Yuan to the extreme. There was no basis for them to cooperate. Ing Wu Xie had been thinking about how to restore the former glory of the Shadow Sect. But as Fang Yuan's strength continued to soar, and as he chased after Ing Wu Xie and the others, the battered and exhausted Ing Wu Xie could not help but grow wary of Fang Yuan. Recently, Fang Yuan had chased them all the way to the northern plains. Other than the wariness Ing Wu Xie felt towards Fang Yuan, there was also a sense of fear. After the battle at the upflowing river, Ying Wuxie developed a new feeling for Fang Yuan. That was admiration. Fang Yuan had done what Ying Wuxie couldn't. It was no wonder he was chosen by Providence to return to the past to make things difficult for the Shadow Sect. It's not that I'm not strong, but my opponent is Fang Yuan. With this thought in mind, Ying Wuxie suddenly realized that his failures along the way were not so hard to accept. How? I can't hold on for much longer. Ying Wuxie asked directly. Fang Yuan raised his brows slightly. Ying Wuxie's attitude was so straightforward, Fang Yuan was surprised. Of course I will help you first. The Celestial Court is too strong. We have to work together to have more hope. Fang Yuan sighed. He started to communicate with the Xia Clan Gu immortal who was fighting Ying Wuxie. Retreat? Why would I retreat? I have already probed my opponent's foundation. Victory is in my grasp. The Xia Clan Gu immortal did not understand. The Yao Clan Gu immortal over there is in danger. He needs your help. Go, I am in charge of the situation. How can you see the big picture like me? Fang Yuan was not polite at all. The Xia Clan Gu immortal was very unhappy, but because of Wu Yihai's identity and the fact that he was in control of the Super Gu formation, he could only snort inwardly and leave. Then how are you going to help me? Hurry up and help. Ying Wuxie urged, but suddenly his eyes opened wide. He was shocked to see that his opponent suddenly retreated, looking at him with an unresigned expression before flying away. What are you arguing for? I am already helping you. Fang Yuan's voice could be heard at this moment. Ying Wuxie's heart shook. He shouted, You're still saying you are not an imposter? Or is he one of you? Enough nonsense. Tell me, what is your Shadow Sect's plan? Don't tell me you don't have a backup plan. Fang Yuan immediately asked. Ying Wuxie smiled bitterly, replying, We naturally have a backup plan, that is me. Rumble. An intense explosion occurred. From the surging air currents, Zishan Makoto flew out of the sky full of bright lights, charging down rapidly. Why are you running? Come and fight. Behind him, Duke Long chased after him. At this moment, his long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his extremely robust body had changed greatly. Not only did his dragon horns grow longer and sharper, his 2 hands had turned into dragon claws, and his dragon tail swung behind him. His entire body was covered in a layer of thick and dense dragon scales. Zishan Makoto was in a sorry state, but his gaze was still clear and calm. Duke Long, in history, he primarily cultivated Chi Path, but because of his lack of lifespan, he also cultivated Transformation Path. Zishan Makoto thought to himself. Just his Transformation Path method is already so powerful, as expected of someone like Bo Qing. I should let him have a taste of this move first. Thinking of this, Zishan Makoto's body suddenly stopped. He agilely changed his direction and flew upwards. At the same time, he flicked his fingers like he was plucking a string. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Endless purple starlight specks shot out from his fingertips, tearing through the sky and flying towards Duke Long. These starlight specks were dazzling. Not only were they extremely fast, they even left behind trails of light that were tens of feet long in the sky. It was very beautiful. Duke Long grunted. He felt that these small purple starlight specks were not simple. He quickly used his offensive methods to face them. But the purple starlight specks were very agile. They directly dodged and passed through the gaps in Duke Long's attacks, attacking Duke Long again. Duke Long saw this and praised inwardly. As expected of a wisdom path cultivator, most of his immortal killer moves are flexible and changeable, especially this move. It can be said to be outstanding among them. In this aspect, I cannot compare to him. Wisdom Path Gu immortals had many thoughts. They were most skilled at manipulating immortal killer moves and making complex attacks with many variations. Why should I waste time on him? Playing to my strengths and avoiding my weaknesses is a wise move. Duke Long did not care about these purple starlight specks. He relied on his powerful defense to charge forward amidst the starlight specks. Seeing this, Zishan Makoto's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. He finally fell for my trap. It turned out that his killer move had another layer of profundity. After coming into contact with any immortal killer move, It could transmit some trivial information to Zishan Makoto's mind. Countless fragmented pieces of information continuously merged together to form the profundity of the opponent's immortal killer move. As long as he gathered enough information, Zishan Makoto could counter Duke Long's defensive methods and counterattack. Duke Long chose to counterattack after confirming the extent of the Purple Starlight Spec's offense. This was no doubt what Zishan Makoto wanted. Zishan Makoto felt a headache towards Duke Long's defenses. Gathering information needed time. Zishan Makoto used another immortal killer move. He pushed with both palms, a large amount of clouds and mist appeared, blocking Duke Long's advance. Duke Long's dragon pupils shined with sharp light. He took a few glances and immediately saw the effect of this immortal killer move. He laughed out loud and directly charged into the light purple mist. In an instant he could not distinguish north from south. He completely lost his sense of direction. Duke Long stopped and floated on the spot. He opened his mouth and let out a loud dragon roar. The dragon roar resounded in all directions. The light purple mist continued to disperse until it dissipated. Duke Long saw Zishan Makoto again. He was still retreating, trying to pull apart the distance between him and Duke Long. Duke Long smiled and suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. "Eat my fist." Duke Long shouted and punched with his right fist without any fancy moves. This was not an immortal killer move. In such a short period of time, Duke Long still needed to concentrate and maintain his defensive killer moves, so he did not use any other immortal killer moves. However, with the strength of his current physical body, this ordinary straight punch was still very lethal. But Zishan Makoto could not dodge in time and was hit by Duke Long's punch. But his chest that was hit shone with profound light. It did not cause much damage to him. Zishan Makoto naturally had outstanding defensive methods. After Duke Long's punch landed, Zishan Makoto was unscathed. He even used the force of this punch to retreat rapidly. But at the next moment, Duke Long appeared beside Zishan Makoto again and punched. The same scene happened again, but Duke Long persevered. No matter how far Zishan Makoto flew, he seemed to be able to teleport over and punch Zishan Makoto. Duke Long's punches were like a tidal wave, unceasing. Fist shadows flew all over the place and enveloped Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto was like a rubber ball that was sent flying by Duke Long. He could only take the beating passively. Zishan Makoto's body continued to shine with mystical lights, resisting Duke Long's punches. Duke Long's punches soon became no longer simple. Chaotic Dragon Fist. An immortal killer move was activated. But the effect was not good. Duke Long thought, "My chaotic dragon fist can cause chaos in the opponent's mind once it hits them. My punches are unceasing, the opponent's thoughts are often chaotic and they can only take the beating passively. But if it's used on him, it won't work at all." At Duke Long's level, he could already comprehend other things by analogy. Duke Long's transformation path killer moves had the effect of Wisdom Path. But when used on a Wisdom Path Gu immortal like Zishan Makoto, it was like displaying one's slight skill before an expert. When Duke Long dealt with other enemies, he could often use Chaotic Dragon Fist to beat them to death. But against Zishan Makoto, he could only gain the upper hand. While Duke Long was probing Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path attainment, Zishan Makoto was also analyzing Duke Long. Even though he was taking the beating, his mind was calm as ice. He did not show any signs of panic. Wisdom Path had three main points: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Zishan Makoto naturally had methods to get rid of some negative emotions in battle. Duke Long's movement technique is clearly an immortal killer move that allows him to teleport continuously. His dragon eyes are also activating another immortal killer move at all times. Its investigative ability is very strong. Chapter 1372. At the next moment, Zishan Makoto suddenly snapped his fingers. An immortal killer move was activated. Purple light quickly spread to the surrounding thousands of steps. Duke Long's figure stopped. He could no longer use teleportation to get close to Zishan Makoto. "I was seen through." His reaction is really fast. Wisdom Path Gu immortals are as troublesome as ever. Duke Long stopped attacking, sighing internally. His movement killer move was activated based on the dragon roar earlier. He could use his killer move to teleport to the places that the dragon roar had once covered. Of course, this had a time limit. Zishan Makoto saw through this. He quickly used wisdom path methods to simulate the effect of sound path, purifying the surrounding environment. Duke Long's movement skill had no use now, it lost its effect. In that case, let's try this move. Duke Long floated in the air, his mouth slightly opened. Two of his teeth suddenly fell off, and they expanded rapidly with the wind. In the blink of an eye, the two teeth turned into snow-white dragon teeth that resembled scimitars. Duke Long breathed in deeply. After preparing for a few breaths of time, he suddenly activated an immortal killer move. Spiraling dragon teeth. Two snow-white dragon teeth shot out rapidly. Their speed greatly surpassed Zishan Makoto. They quickly caught up. The dragon teeth were like scimitars. They continuously moved around Zishan Makoto. Every time they slashed, a dazzling light would appear on Zishan Makoto's body. You want to use this method to restrain me? Dragon teeth are solid. They are different from ordinary killer moves. Zishan Makoto immediately felt the pressure increasing. The dragon teeth's attack power was no small matter. Zishan Makoto quickly realized that he had to unravel this immortal killer move as soon as possible. Lord Z has already used his old techniques, but he's still gradually being pushed into a disadvantageous position by Duke Long. As Ing Wu Xie flew, he paid attention to the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. His view was very good. In such a complicated battle environment, he could actually see the battle of two rank 8 Gu immortals. So far, both sides were still probing each other. It was obvious that Duke Long was stronger than Zishan Makoto. In terms of combat power, Duke Long was comparable to Bo Qing, while Zishan Makoto was naturally weaker, even though the latter was at the peak of rank 8 battle strength. Lord Z's strength will continue to weaken, because he has to constantly use immortal killer moves to create incomplete pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to open dream realms. This process required him to continuously divide his own soul. It was extremely painful. Ing Wu Xie was deeply worried. Zishan Makoto was not Duke Long's match to begin with, and now he had to continuously create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. When Zishan Makoto's methods were discovered by Duke Long, Zishan Makoto would be defeated. Quick! Ing Wu Xie urged himself. He naturally would not tell Fang Yuan about this. Even though both sides wanted to cooperate, they had not signed any information path alliance agreement. Ing Wu Xie still did not trust Fang Yuan. But to sign an alliance agreement, not to mention that the current situation did not allow it, even if the situation allowed it, Fang Yuan would not dare to sign it. Both sides wanted to cooperate, but they did not trust each other. Because of the huge enemy, the Celestial Court, they had no choice but to cooperate. Found it, southeast of you, there is a cocoon of light that is about to form, quickly go there. At this time, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. Ing Wu Xie took a look and hesitated. If he followed Fang Yuan's directions, he would have to go deep into Southern Border's Righteous Path territory. There were many Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals there. Was Fang Yuan reliable? Was this a trap to lure him? Ing Wu Xie's hesitation was unavoidable. If I wanted to harm you, I would have killed you earlier. Fang Yuan's words could be heard again, as if he knew Ing Wu Xie's thoughts. Ing Wu Xie had to admit that Fang Yuan was right, but he soon thought, maybe Fang Yuan does not want me to die, but wants to capture me alive? To capture me alive, he would need to make some arrangements. There might be a Gu formation or a battlefield killer move there. But this time, Ing Wu Xie shook his head, no longer hesitating. He wanted to take a gamble. At this moment, he had to take the gamble. Following the direction Fang Yuan pointed, he flew towards it. Soon, he encountered a Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortal. Oh no! Ing Wu Xie's heart jumped. That Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortal also discovered him. But just as he was about to pounce on Ing Wu Xie, his expression suddenly changed. After hesitating for a moment, he flew away with a strange expression, opening a path. How can this be? Ing Wu Xie was shocked. This was the second time. Could it be that he was also Fang Yuan's man? But if he was, his expression did not seem right. It was very strange, like he was unwilling, but also somewhat angry. Ing Wu Xie became more confused as he thought about it. He continued to move forward. Fourth. He encountered 2 more southern border righteous path Gu immortals, but they both retreated on their own. This was naturally the result of Fang Yuan's manipulation. He used the reason of looking at the big picture to mobilize the southern border righteous path Gu immortals. The reason was very simple. For example, that place needs you more, a friend from a certain place is in danger, if you don't go, he will die, and don't bother with this mere rank 6 immortal zombie, I have already arranged for people to deal with him. All these reasons allowed Ing Wu Xie's advance to be extremely smooth. No one could have expected that Wu Yihai would collude with Shadow Sect. Who among the southern border righteous path Gu immortals could have thought of this? At this moment, the Celestial Court had not publicly announced Fang Yuan's true identity. With Fang Yuan's help, Ing Wu Xie got closer to his destination. There is a cocoon of light forming here? The rank 7 expert Yi Hei Ting suddenly had an unexpected discovery. Lightning burst out of his body, bringing him towards the cocoon of light. Stop! Ing Wu Xie, who had just arrived, saw this and shouted anxiously. Yi Hei Ting was also curious. Who is this? He actually got so deep into this place. Ing Wu Xie's shout did not disturb him. He was already very close to the cocoon of light. He was about to succeed. But at the next moment, Yi Hei Ting's vision changed. He was forcefully teleported into the Super Gu formation. Lord Wu Yihai, I was about to... Yi Hei Ting reacted and shouted. This was simply a useless teammate. He was about to succeed. I know, but there is a place that needs your battle strength. Don't worry, I noticed that cocoon of light and the enemy long ago. I will deal with it. Fang Yuan interrupted Yi Hei Ting's words. Yi Hei Ting wanted to speak again, but his vision changed again. This time, he was teleported to another place. This Wu Yihai, he thinks he can use me as a pawn just because he is controlling the Gu formation? Yi Hei Ting was very unhappy, but he did not suspect Fang Yuan's true intentions. Fang Yuan did not teleport him away. Beside him, there was a southern border Gu immortal who was about to be killed by Fairy Miao Yin. Yi Hei Ting quickly joined the battle, throwing his displeasure towards Fang Yuan to the back of his mind. Ing Wu Xie felt like he was in a dream. Seeing that Yi Hei Ting was going to attack the cocoon of light, he had almost lost all hope. But at the next moment, he went from hell to heaven. This change was too sudden. It was a pleasant surprise. Ing Wu Xie was a little dazed. When he reacted, he used an information path Gu worm to contact Fang Yuan, shouting, You are actually controlling the Super Gu formation. What is your identity now? Fang Yuan knew that he could not hide it now. He exposed it. What other identity can I have? The current Wu Yihai is me. Ing Wu Xie heard this and his eyes almost popped out. This answer was too shocking. When did it happen, and what method did Fang Yuan use to infiltrate to this extent? After accepting this reality, Ing Wu Xie came to a realization. No wonder these southern border righteous path Gu immortals took the initiative to retreat. And their expressions, Ing Wu Xie felt it was quite funny. But soon, Ing Wu Xie's heart jumped again. Fang Yuan has unraveled dream. He has been hiding here for so long without anyone discovering him. He must be plotting something. There must be a huge gain. So close. If not for Lord Zi's meticulous planning and catching the righteous path off guard, with Fang Yuan here, it would have been a huge problem for our shadow sect. Ing Wu Xie's emotions continued to change. After shock, realization, and palpitation, he finally arrived in front of the cocoon of light. This aura. This is rank 7 cocoon of light. Ing Wu Xie was excited. How can I be wrong with my choice? Why aren't you taking action? Fang Yuan smiled. Ing Wu Xie nodded, immediately activating an immortal killer move. This killer move took effect quickly. In an instant, the cocoon of light that had yet to form stabilized and condensed. Ing Wu Xie's soul and Gu worms entered the cocoon of light. And his rank 6 immortal zombie body was directly abandoned. The cocoon of light broke. Rank 7 Ing Wu Xie appeared. Don't resist, I will send you on your way. Fang Yuan's voice resounded, Ing Wu Xie obeyed. At the next moment, Ing Wu Xie was teleported far away. He saw Duke Long and Zishan Makoto fighting intensely. Without hesitation, Ing Wu Xie activated his trump card. Immortal Killer Move, leads soul into dream. Duke Long's expression changed. In an instant, he fell into his own dream. At once, he lost control of the outside world. Zishan Makoto was stunned. What's going on? Is this a scheme? But soon he received Ing Wu Xie's transmission. I am here, Lord Z. I am now a rank 7 Dream Path Gu Immortal. Zishan Makoto was overjoyed. His plan was finally activated. There were some twists and turns in the process. I was able to exchange for the immortal body with Fang Yuan's help. He is currently using Wu Yihai's identity to control Southern Border's Super Gu formation. He wants to cooperate with you. Oh! Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with bright light. Good, send my information path Gu worm to him. I need to talk to him directly. Chapter 1373. Duke Long entered Dream. After obtaining the rank 7 immortal body, he burst out with immense strength. He changed the situation of the rank 8 Gu immortals with one move. Duke Long fell into a dream realm, unable to get out. Purple Mountain True Monarch used this chance to retaliate fiercely. Rumble, explosions could be heard continuously, but countless dragon shadows appeared on Duke Long's body. There were also countless moving dragon-shaped tattoos on his skin. Such a powerful defensive killer move. Zishan Makoto could not do anything to Duke Long at this moment. Like Zishan Makoto, Duke Long had many defensive methods, among which were many outstanding killer moves. These killer moves were similar to Bai Chen Tian's Proud Wood Armor killer move. This killer move would turn into Dao marks and be engraved on the Gu Immortal's body. Normally, it would remain hidden, but once it was attacked, the killer move would activate on its own. It did not require the Gu Immortal's thoughts to control it, it only required the Gu Immortal's immortal essence. This was similar to Fang Yuan's Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was also a top-tier killer move, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But this move was even more outstanding than Bai Chen Tian's Wood Armor, Duke Long, and Zishan Makoto's defensive methods. Because Ghostly Concealment was not only self-contained, it could be used at all times. And most importantly, it did not expend any immortal essence. A killer move that could be activated continuously without using any immortal essence. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's supreme method. In the eyes of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, Fang Yuan, and the others, it was unimaginable. They could not decipher its profundity. Whoosh whoosh. 2 rays of white light rotated as they landed on Zishan Makoto's body. It was the spiraling dragon Fang killer move that Duke Long used earlier. After 2 rays of light, these 2 dragon fangs returned, but they still circled around Zishan Makoto, waiting for a chance to attack again. This killer move does not need a Gu Immortal to control it? How troublesome. Zishan Makoto frowned slightly. Fortunately, I've been activating the Purple Thought Insight Spiritual Starlight all this time. Zishan Makoto shouted, and countless starlight rays shot out from the pores all over his body. Starlight flew out, circling around Duke Long and shooting at him. When the starlight landed on Duke Long's body, it was destroyed by the layers of defense on his body. But then, a series of information was instilled into Zishan Makoto's mind. Quick, kill him! Ing Wu Xie shouted in his heart as he watched the battle from afar. Inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan was also paying close attention to Zishan Makoto's battle. How stubborn! Fallen Demon Dao, you are beyond redemption. Fairy Myrtle's voice came from the Super Gu formation again. Fang Yuan helped Ing Wu Xie and indirectly caused Duke Long to enter the dream. Fairy Myrtle saw all of this. However, if you think Lord Duke Long will fail because of this, you are gravely mistaken. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle laughed lightly. I have to thank you for activating the Super Gu formation several times, allowing me to see through many principles of the Gu formation. Don't you feel that this Super Gu formation is gradually losing control of you? The corrosion is indeed increasing, but you don't need to bluff. Fang Yuan sneered. Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Huh. Although you came with great momentum this time, your true battle strength is only at this level, right? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. In fact, as long as we send another rank 8 Gu immortal like you, we can sweep the battlefield. Unfortunately, Heaven Overseeing Tower has not sent one yet. On the contrary, you have to secretly infiltrate the Super Gu formation from the back. Duke Long will also have to personally participate in the battle. Even if you know my true identity, you did not publicize it and let it be exposed. Other than not having any evidence, your plan is to borrow Southern Border's Righteous Path strength to deal with Shadow Sect together, right? Of course, there is another reason. Even if my identity is exposed, Southern Border's Righteous Path will be convinced, but this Super Gu formation is still in my hands. This crucial point will not change because of my exposure. You infiltrated the Super Gu formation because you want to control this huge bargaining chip. All of this shows that your Celestial Court is all bark and no bite. You do not have many powerful rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Myrtle became silent. She could not help but recall a scene from many days ago. Back then, she was researching Star Constellation chessboard. This immortal Gu house had always been kept in Celestial Court's treasury. Only after Duke Long woke up did he have the authority to take it out and let Fairy Myrtle use it. During the process of using it, Fairy Myrtle could feel the supreme profundity of this immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house is indeed worthy of being a Wisdom Path immortal Gu house created by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It can actually increase my deduction ability by several times. Thinking of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle had a look of yearning and admiration. Her Wisdom Path deduction ability was very powerful to begin with. Suddenly increasing by several times, it almost gave Fairy Myrtle the illusion that she had ascended to the current era. Unfortunately, even though my deduction ability is strong, I still need crucial clues. There are too few clues, it is hard to deduce. Fairy Myrtle's expression dimmed slightly. She thought of not long ago when the Central Continent Gu Immortals were chased by old ancestor Shui Hu and Longevity Heaven. Because of Longevity Heaven's methods, they concealed the clues. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce the location of the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Thus, without knowing the direction and location of the reinforcements, it was hard to send them. Then she thought of Fang Yuan. All along, the Celestial Court had been trying to kill this person. But they had always lacked crucial clues. When making deductions, because Fang Yuan had defensive methods, he could hold on for some time and give timely warnings. Thus, Fang Yuan's whereabouts were not in the Celestial Court's control. Fairy Myrtle sighed faintly. Right at this time, Star Constellation chessboard in her hand started to devour her immortal essence. It started to move on its own. Providence burst out of Star Constellation chessboard. It floated in the air and turned into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's appearance. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle was very shocked. Star Constellation chessboard had always been Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's possession, even though she had died long ago. The reason why Fairy Myrtle could use this immortal Gu house was because she had borrowed it. Z-Wei, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has descended. Are you not going to greet her? Duke Long arrived in time, appearing behind Fairy Myrtle. But this is Providence. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Fairy Myrtle could naturally see the essence of this will. Of course it is Providence. But you are too young, you do not know this secret. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already assimilated with Providence. Even though her immortal body is gone, her will has always been lingering in the 5 regions of heaven and earth. She is already one with heaven and earth. Duke Long's words were shocking. He did not stop there. Fairy Myrtle's expression was dazed. She was extremely shocked. In this case, doesn't that mean Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has eternal life? If Providence is Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, doesn't that mean the whole world is standing on the Celestial Court's side? But Duke Long shook his head and sighed. It should be said that the Celestial Court is standing on Providence's side. After assimilating with Providence, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is no longer the original her. This is a great sacrifice. In the past, star constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself to change providence for the sake of humanity. Since then, providence has been manifested in star constellation Immortal Venerable's form, but it is still providence in essence. Fairy Myrtle's gaze flickered. She was a wisdom path Gu immortal. She immediately understood. In the past, star constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself for the sake of humanity and assimilated with providence. The essence of providence did not change, but star constellation Immortal Venerable changed some things. For example, the appearance of providence, or maybe there was also a trace of humanistic care towards the celestial court? This might be the reason why the celestial court followed providence's path all the way until now, even after so many years. The great era is coming. The 5 regions will merge into one. Fate has already reached a crucial juncture. The will of the stars spoke as he stretched out his right hand. Providence flew out of his right hand and floated in the air, turning into the image of a southern border super Gu formation. Here, a crucial battle is about to begin. The result of this battle will influence the whole world. Spectral Soul is already extremely weak. Shadow Sect's remnant forces have gathered here. There is also Fang Yuan. He is impersonating Wu Yihai and is hiding in Southern Border's righteous path. These are a group of people who defy fate. They are the source of chaos. If we get rid of them, we can repair Fate Immortal Gu better. However, this time, the Celestial Court will only allow the 2 of you to fight. The will of the stars spoke slowly. But Fairy Myrtle did not understand. The foundation of the Celestial Court was very deep. They had discovered the Battle of Tian Mountain too late. The rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Celestial Court were not enough to turn the situation around. Now that they received the reminder from the will of the stars, they had plenty of time. The Celestial Court had a lot of time to prepare. The Celestial Court could gather more forces and suppress them. But the will of the stars told Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long that only the 2 of them were allowed to fight. This is something that is destined to happen. After the Battle of Tian Mountain, the change in fate has greatly weakened. Fate Immortal Gu has recovered. Fate has regained control of the universe. The 2 of you will definitely win this time. Chapter 1374. The Celestial Court had some misgivings, but the will of the stars did not clearly tell them what these misgivings were. After the will of the stars spoke, it dissipated into the air. Ziwei, don't look at me like that. Although I have a long lifespan, the secrets I know are not as many as you think. To tell you the truth, this is the second time in my life that I have seen the will of the stars descend on their own. Duke Long sighed deeply. After pausing for a while, he continued, "We need to believe in the will of the stars and do as it says. We will definitely win this time. This is destined." Duke Long's unwavering emotions affected Fairy Myrtle. Afterwards, the Celestial Court acted according to the instructions of the will of the stars. Duke Long and the rest did not go against it at all. Heaven Overseeing Tower was obstructed several times by Zishan Makoto while traveling in White Heaven. It carried Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and many Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects to participate in this crucial battle. Fang Yuan's analysis was not wrong. Even though Fang Yuan could not understand why the Celestial Court did not send more Gu Immortals, this did not hinder him from seeing through the details of the Celestial Court. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan made the decision to use the Super Gu formation to help Ying Wu Xie, thus affecting the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. Using Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan successfully obtained an information path Gu worm from Ying Wu Xie. This information path Gu worm could directly communicate with Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan helped Ying Wu Xie gain the trust of the Shadow Sect. Otherwise, how could he have gotten this Gu worm? This Gu worm had a close connection with Zishan Makoto. With it, it was equivalent to grasping a key clue, and it would be easier to deduce Zishan Makoto's whereabouts. Therefore, this kind of thing had always been kept strictly. Because of this special situation, Zishan Makoto handed the information path Gu worm to Fang Yuan. If it were any other time, both sides would have to establish an information path alliance. The moment he obtained the information path Gu Worm, Zishan Makoto contacted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I have to thank you. Zishan Makoto is a good name. Thank you for giving me this name. I like it very much. Fang Yuan himself did not expect that the lie he had used to deceive Tai by Yunxing would become reality one day. Zishan Makoto had very experienced interpersonal skills. This opening speech eliminated the estrangement between him and Fang Yuan, greatly pulling their relationship closer. Fang Yuan smiled. Then I will call you Zishan Makoto. You have already received my sincerity. Our cooperation is not just a one-sided investment. Now, it is time for you to express your sincerity. Zishan Makoto attacked Duke Long fiercely while replying, All right, what do you want? He knew that the strength Fang Yuan possessed was crucial in the current situation, so he did not hesitate. Fang Yuan immediately said, Heavenly crystals. I need large amounts of heavenly crystals. Heavenly crystals were too difficult to obtain. Although they were sold in jewel yellow skies, they were very rare and the quantity was very small, completely unable to satisfy Fang Yuan's needs. But Shadow Sect had them. Fang Yuan did not doubt this. Although Shadow Sect was in ruins and suffered great losses, they did not lack resources. Fang Yuan could clearly sense this from his repeated pursuit of Ying Wuxie and the others. As expected, Zishan Makoto immediately agreed. Sure, I do have large amounts of heavenly crystals. I can give them to you to express my sincerity. You want heavenly crystals to mature the upper extreme heavenly eagle, right? Your idea is very reliable. Reverse flow protection seal cannot be used casually. But even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle matures into a true immemorial desolate beast, it will not be under your control. I know your enslavement path methods very well. But don't worry, I still have a method for you to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Zishan Makoto's words made Fang Yuan overjoyed and inwardly praised Zishan Makoto's prowess. Zishan Makoto was very magnanimous, directly giving up heavenly crystals in exchange for Fang Yuan's support without hesitation. He was in a passive position, thus he said the latter part, using the method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle to entice Fang Yuan. This was turning from defense to offense, taking the initiative from passivity. As expected of a rank 8 wisdom path Gu Immortal, his words were filled with wisdom, making Fang Yuan feel the scent of a formidable opponent. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, It is not impossible to add another method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But right now, there is something more important to do. He said this as if he really had a method to control the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. This made Zishan Makoto feel that he did not have much bargaining chips. Zishan Makoto laughed. What is more important? It is to stop the battle between our two sides. Fang Yuan said. This matter was beneficial to Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan, but it was not beneficial to Celestial Court. Immediately, Zishan Makoto ordered to recall the remaining Gu Immortals of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan also ordered. Even though the southern border Gu Immortals did not understand, because of Fang Yihai's identity and the fact that he controlled the Gu formation, they chose to obey. Both sides started to retreat, separating from each other. Shadow Sect suffered more losses. Only Ying Wuxie, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Fairy Miao Yin, and some others were left. Southern Border's Righteous Path suffered losses, but it was not a big deal. They still had quite a large force. However, Shadow Sect's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies continued to break out of their cocoons. Their forces continued to grow while the dream realms continued to disappear. This situation was the most disadvantageous to Celestial Court. The difference in strength between both sides is starting to shrink. How will Celestial Court deal with this? Fang Yuan paid attention to Celestial Court's movements. Duke Long continued to sleep, while Fairy Myrtle accelerated her invasion of the Super Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was still fighting with Zui Yihui. Boom! Zui Yihui jumped up, waving its left claw and slamming Heaven Overseeing Tower to the ground. Heaven Overseeing Tower flickered with pure white light. It was not damaged. Zui Yihui opened its mouth and spat out a gray Night Killer move. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated Fate Vanquish again. The two killer moves collided, Grey Knight dissipated in the white light, Zui Yi Hui's bones were broken, it was sent flying far away. But almost at the next moment, it used an immortal killer move, all of its damage disappeared. Returning to its peak state, Zui Yi Hui growled again, it attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower with hatred and anger. A sigh came from Heaven Overseeing Tower, and then it rose into the sky. Zui Yi Hui also had a flying killer move, it flew into the sky and chased after Heaven Overseeing Tower. The Central Continent Gu immortals in the tower had nervous and anxious expressions. Damn it! This immemorial desolate beast has thick skin and flesh, it can use killer moves, Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot do anything to it in the short term. What do we do? Lord Duke Long was plotted against, he fell into a dream realm and is attacked by that rank 8 demon. Get out. We need to send reinforcements to reinforce Lord Duke Long. If this continues, it will not be good. But before Lord Duke Long left, he instructed us to stay inside Heaven Overseeing Tower and not move around alone. That was then and this is now. We have rank 8 Gu immortals too, and Lord Duke Long is in danger, he has lost control of the situation. If we do not send reinforcements, Lord Duke Long will be in danger. After some discussion, Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked fiercely, forcing Zui Yi Hui back temporarily, creating a chance. Two Central Continent Gu immortals used this chance to fly out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, rushing towards Duke Long. Two rats came out. Zui Yi Hui laughed, its eyes shining with a ruthless light. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth. The two Central Continent Gu immortals' bodies froze, like they had encountered a natural enemy. An immense sense of danger engulfed them, they could not control themselves. Zui Yi Hui slammed its mouth shut, it was clearly far away from the two Central Continent Gu immortals, but when it bit, it felt like it was biting these two Central Continent Gu immortals. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. At the same time, the two Central Continent Gu immortals were bleeding profusely, there were terrifying wounds all over their bodies, their organs were pierced by sharp weapons, their bodies were completely mutilated. This is a food path killer move. It is hard to defend against. Zui Yi Hui has human intelligence, it knows how to avoid the enemy's weakness. Quick, bring these two back. Heaven Overseeing Tower quickly tried to save them. Thankfully, the two Central Continent rank 8s had powerful methods to save themselves, they barely escaped with their lives, they were not eaten by Zui Yi Hui. After surviving, the Central Continent Gu immortals realized how terrifying Zui Yi Hui was. As expected of the legendary immemorial desolate beast, reckless savage. How can we save Lord Duke Long now? Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower in. It is too dangerous. If we get sent into a dream realm and lose Heaven Overseeing Tower, can we bear the responsibility? Right when the Central Continent Gu immortals were at their wits' end, Duke Long was in the greatest danger in history. Zishan Makoto's killer move finally took effect, he broke through Duke Long's defensive methods. Get rid of them! Zishan Makoto flew to Duke Long's side, breathing out a mouthful of purple chi. This mystical aura enveloped Duke Long's body, breaking apart the layers of defenses on his body. Immortal killer move, will unraveling. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with purple light, he used a killer move on Duke Long. But at this moment, Duke Long opened his eyes. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Zishan Makoto flew out of the dust cloud, while Duke Long stood on the spot. He had woken up. How did he escape so quickly? Ing Wu Xie was shocked, he quickly used Lead's soul into dream again. Zishan Makoto felt something amiss, Duke Long's awakening was too much of a coincidence, he wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Duke Long vanished instantly, Ing Wu Xie suffered the backlash of the killer move. He had actually fallen into a dream. This move seems to be called Lead Soul into Dream? It is a good move indeed. Unfortunately, if I had more time, I would have been able to understand its profundity. Duke Long spoke slowly. Zishan Makoto's vigilant expression was reflected in his cold dragon eyes. Duke Long continued, As for you, if you only have these methods, you will not be able to take my next move. Because this was created by primordial origin immortal venerable. He was already hit by human chi retraction. If he was hit by earth chi retraction as well, the disadvantage would be unbearable. Towards this move, even though Zishan Makoto knew its origin, this was the first time he was facing it, he could not break it in a short period of time. Because this move was very complex, the more complex an immortal killer move was, the more difficult it was to activate, but it was also harder for the enemy to break it. You can't generalize everything. Everything has its pros and cons. Since Zishan Makoto could not break it, he could only use his methods. His figure instantly split into many different forms. At once, he turned into hundreds of Zishan Makoto, spreading out and flying around. At the same time, his main body turned invisible, vanishing. Even though triple chi retraction was very powerful, if it could not hit its target, it would lose its effect. However, Duke Long was not moved. Zishan Makoto's response was within his expectations. Immediately, he sneered. His voice was not loud, but it spread to the whole battlefield. Too late, Zishan Makoto, you were hit by my human chi retraction. You will not be able to dodge my next two moves. You can only endure it. Come, earth chi retraction. Duke Long paused for a moment before summoning again. What he said was not a bluff. Duke Long was clearly not waving in the right direction. Duke Long did not deliberately investigate. He did not know where Zishan Makoto's main body was, but Zishan Makoto was still hit instantly. Zishan Makoto was moved. A vast amount of earth chi surged out of his immortal aperture like a surging river, surging into Duke Long's palm before being absorbed and vanishing. Zishan Makoto's immortal aperture was heavily damaged. Its foundation was completely destroyed. The balance of 3 chi was already lost. The immortal aperture would collapse in a few breaths of time. At this time, Zishan Makoto had no choice but to make a choice. That was to place the aperture. Directly place the aperture here. This way, he could absorb heaven and earth chi and restore the balance of 3 chi. But Zishan Makoto immediately chose to give up on this choice. This was a terrible solution. Because once Zishan Makoto placed the aperture, his main body would appear in his immortal aperture. It was like leaving the battlefield temporarily. He would lose his initiative. And most importantly, the grotto heaven of the immortal aperture could only absorb heaven and earth chi when the door was opened. This was a necessary channel of communication. But outside, there was still Duke Long eyeing him. If the immortal aperture's door was opened and Duke Long charged in, he could casually cause terrifying damage to the immortal aperture. And he could fight and retreat at will. Zishan Makoto would be trapped in his immortal aperture. Even if I place the aperture and restore the earth chi, my balance of 3 chi has already been lost, because there is too little human chi. And to restore human chi, I do not have the corresponding human path method. Only by purchasing large numbers of humans or variant humans can I do it. All sorts of thoughts flashed past Zishan Makoto's mind. In a short period of time, he made a decision. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his abdomen. Next, his palm shined with a strange purple light as it rose inch by inch. His palm left his abdomen. Along with this action, his immortal aperture was taken out. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. He soon thought of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness also had a move that was to use fire path methods to take away other people's immortal apertures. This move had once left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Why would Zishan Makoto use such a method? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled, but soon understood. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a member of Zombie Alliance. Hei Lulan was firmly controlled by Shadow Sect. It was not strange for Zishan Makoto to have such a method. Furthermore, in the world, when cultivated to a high level, one could comprehend by analogy and achieve the same goal through different means. Zishan Makoto's move was clearly a wisdom path method. He might have invented it himself, or it might not be related to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Zishan Makoto resolutely took out his immortal aperture and placed it in the outside world. The immortal aperture's door opened and started to absorb earth chi. But the hope of this grotto heaven saving itself was very slim. Even if the earth chi was balanced, there was too little human chi. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I will tell you the truth, this time, I am here to capture you alive. I will imprison you in the celestial court. I will let the world know of the authority and supreme glory of my celestial court. The human-shaped soul was still struggling as Zishan Makoto attacked Duke Long like a madman. Duke Long easily defended against the latter's attacks as he looked at the human-shaped soul with a burning gaze. He said proudly, "Still struggling pointlessly? Back then, even Red Lotus Demon Venerable was stopped by me. Now, surrender yourself." As he said that, Spectral Soul's main body could not resist Duke Long's methods. He was trapped in a cage made of countless chi currents. Chapter 1377. Seeing this, Fong Yuan could not help but stare with wide eyes. Rank 9 venerables had unparalleled prestige. They were like blood that flowed in the hearts of every Gu master and Gu immortal. But now, Fong Yuan saw Spectral Soul's outcome. He was actually captured by a rank 8 Gu immortal. What is the origin of this Duke Long? He is so strong. However, thinking about it, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died long ago. Only his soul was left. If his soul was at its peak, Duke Long would not be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul resisted the tribulations and forcefully refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu without caring about the sacrifices. Even though he succeeded and destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower, I took away the fruits of victory. Shadow Sect was left with only a few people, while Zombie Alliance was wiped out. Their losses were huge. And his soul was only left with a trace of remnant soul during the Battle of Tian Mountain. He fell into a dream realm. After being corroded by the dream realm for such a long time, it is truly unimaginable that he could survive until now. Fong Yuan imagined himself, if his soul was thrown into such a huge dream realm, it would be corroded and corroded by the dream realm. Without using any dream path killer moves, Fong Yuan would probably only be able to last for a few days. Even though Spectral Soul was only left with a trace of remnant soul, his quality was shocking. He managed to survive for such a long time. Even now, he still had the strength to struggle. It was not strange that Duke Long could capture Spectral Soul's main body. In terms of strength, Duke Long was indeed the strongest, while Spectral Soul was the weakest. Spectral Soul's era was finally over. He had once slaughtered the world, spreading his demonic might throughout the 5 regions and 2 heavens, causing chaos in the world. When he was alive, he was invincible in the world. He had the strongest voice in the world. He had the highest stature. But time flowed like water. He still died in the end. After his death, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared, greatly eliminating Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's influence in the world. He brought peace and prosperity to the world. Even in death, Spectral Soul was not resigned to his failure. He established the Shadow Sect and the Zombie Alliance in an attempt to defy the heavens again. Sword Immortal Bo Ching was his first attempt. Unfortunately, in the end, he only managed to obtain the title of Pseudo-Immortal Venerable. His corpse sank to the bottom of the heavenly river. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was his second attempt, but heaven and earth schemed against him. His 100,000 years of hard work was snatched away by Fong Yuan. Tian Mountain's defeat caused Spectral Soul to suffer a huge loss. His foundation was almost depleted. However, with the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, they still managed to stir up a lot of trouble. Until now, Spectral Soul had finally failed. He was captured by Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Duke Long. The great era is coming. Old antiques like you should just obediently watch from the sidelines. Spectre, this is no longer your era. Duke Long sighed as he grabbed with his hand. Air currents surged and wrapped around Spectral Soul, stuffing him into his phantom aperture. Zishan Makoto looked up to the sky and roared, his eyes red. Seeing that Spectral Soul's main body was trapped, he almost lost his rationality. Even his main body was trapped, there was no hope left. It was a huge loss. But Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. He forcibly resisted the urge to fight to the death with Duke Long. That was abandoning himself to despair. He breathed in deeply and started to retreat towards the depths of the Shadow Sect blessed land. Chapter 1378. Wu Yong's hesitation did not last long. He quickly decided to go with Fang Yuan's intentions. This was an opportunity. It was a good opportunity for Wu clan. Wu Yong had been staying in Wu clan for some time, resisting the various clans' problems. These days were quite stifling. He did not want to continue living like this. Moreover, he understood that as long as he, a rank 8 Gu immortal, did not die, Wu clan would have a foundation in southern borders Gu immortal world. It would not be too bad. If Fang Yuan wanted to borrow reputation restriction immortal Gu, he would lend it to him. Bloodline immortal Gu? He would also lend it to him. But this support was not due to numbness. Wu Yong and all of Wu clan's Gu immortals had to listen to Fang Yuan's reason for borrowing Gu. Any unreasonable reason would be rejected and refuted. Such seriousness and caution had long since become a tradition of the various superpowers. Because immortal Gu were unique, any immortal Gu, even if it was rank 6, would directly increase the foundation of any superforce. Immortal Gu could not be easily borrowed. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to come up with a suitable reason in such a short time. But in the end he still borrowed 6 immortal Gu. 6 immortal Gu is enough. Do you have enough immortal essence to use any more? Wu Yong tactfully rejected Fang Yuan's request again. 6 immortal Gu were on one person, the risk was too high. It was not that Wu clan was suspicious of Fang Yuan's identity, but if anything happened to Wu Hai, these immortal Gu would be lost. It would be a huge blow to Wu clan's foundation. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, everyone knew this. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Brother, you are right, I do not have much red date immortal essence left. Brother, quickly lend me some immortal Yuan stones. I need to replenish my immortal essence quickly. He took advantage of the situation to earn another sum. This time, Wu Yong did not hesitate, he directly approved. An emperor does not need hungry soldiers. Without immortal essence, immortal Gu were useless no matter how many they had. After lending so many immortal Gu, he had to make use of these immortal Gu, right? Thus, Fang Yuan directly obtained 100,000 immortal Yuan stones. The Wu clan was indeed worthy of being a great faction. It was evident that the Wu clan had a huge business. Use it sparingly. These immortal Yuan stones and immortal Gu are all lent to you. You need to be extremely careful. Wu Yong took good care of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly agreed. The immortal Gu and immortal Yuan stone were quickly transported to Fang Yuan through jewel yellow skies. Treasure Emperor Heaven was in an uproar. Once Fang Yuan obtained it, he started to absorb immortal Yuan stone and convert it into immortal essence. At the same time, he threw the 6 immortal Gu into reverse flow river. Suppress them all. Once this battle ended, Wu Yihai's identity would definitely be lost. Just one sentence from the Celestial Court would raise enough suspicions. Fang Yuan could not endure continuous investigations. As long as soul-searching methods or immortal apertures were used, Fang Yuan would be exposed. Thus, before escaping, he had to make a huge profit. It is a pity that I did not borrow an immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan smacked his lips. After deceiving the entire Wu clan, he still wanted more. For a superforce, an immortal Gu house was much more important than an immortal Gu. They could not lend it to Fang Yuan. Like the atomic bombs on Earth, the weapons of a nation could not be lent to others. Unless Fang Yuan became someone like Wu Yong, holding the highest authority in Wu clan and possessing an immortal Gu house. No one would say anything. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the outcome was already set. Celestial Court was sure to win. In this situation, he could only escape. His plan to take advantage of the chaos had failed. But this old demon, Fang Yuan, even if he failed, his gains were huge. Now, it will depend on whether I can escape or not. Just as Fang Yuan was working hard on this matter, he received Zishan Makoto's information. Fang Yuan, is our cooperation still going on? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Of course it can. Very good. I was not wrong about you after all. I want to give you everything I have. My immortal Gu, my killer moves, my knowledge, and you do not need to bear any responsibilities or obligations. King Wu Xie, He Lulan, White Rabbit, Miao Yin, Sixth Hair, they will all listen to you. From today onwards, you are the leader of Shadow Sect. Note: asking for a guaranteed monthly vote, I forgot to mention it yesterday. Everyone who has a monthly vote, please vote. Chapter 1380. Zishan Makoto saw that his clothes were tattered. He was in a sorry state. His old face was covered in dust. His limbs were thin and dirty. But soon, he looked at the Gu Master girl in front of him, thinking, is it her? The crucial person in the trajectory of fate. No, this feeling seems right but actually wrong. So it's not her, but her descendant. The Gu Master girl left behind some simple food before leaving with the servant girl. That night, Purple went to her and gave her a true inheritance in her dream. This true inheritance is a bit messy. It has wisdom path, transformation path, and even food path. I will call it Black Tigress True Inheritance for now. Sigh, I wonder if it will be effective. Can it continue influencing her? But there is still some hope, isn't it? Purple left silently. Northern Plains, inside a cave. Zishan Makoto called out in his mind. The young-looking lady Wansho excitedly barged in. Seeing Zishan Makoto, her heart sank to rock bottom. So Senior is already here, Junior will leave now. I don't dare to disturb Senior from collecting this true inheritance. Zishan Makoto's aura made Lady Wansho's heart palpitate. Zishan Makoto looked at her, thinking, this is the girl. He spoke. Little girl, you are young but can cultivate to go immortal. You know your limits and know when to advance and when to retreat. Very good. But I can't collect this true inheritance. I don't have the qualifications. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to let me look through its contents. At the same time, you will owe me a favor. In the future, if you need help, you will need to use this information path Gu worm to convey information to someone. Kill me or torture me, do as you wish. But don't even think about making me beg for mercy. The female Gu Master collapsed on the ground. Her tone was firm. Purple smiled. Little girl, you are very interesting. You remind me of many things in the past. It is your fortune to have met me. Saying so, Purple stretched out his index finger and lightly touched the female Gu Master's forehead. This is a fire path true inheritance. I only gave you the upper half. It is enough for you to cultivate to rank 5 and become an expert among Gu Masters. As for the second half, I hid it somewhere in Northern Plains. In the future, if you have a chance to find the second half, you might be able to use it to ascend as an immortal. After saying that, Purple disappeared. Immortal ascension? This old beggar is crazy. Is he a Gu immortal? The female Gu Master waited for a while before recovering. Bewildered, she quickly left the place. Purple stepped on the cloud layer. Watching the female Gu Master leave, he muttered, this girl is quite special. Not only does she have the taste of destiny, she is also being watched by Providence. I'm afraid one of her relatives will become a pawn of Providence in the future. Young man, I have 3 true inheritances here. The first inheritance will allow you to bathe in fire and step on the flames, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance could allow one to control the wind and float in the air, allowing one to roam freely in the world. The third inheritance was to transcend life and death and help the common people. Which one will you choose? Tell me after thinking about it. The Young Tai by Yunsheng thought for a while. I choose the third one. Another source of hope. Sigh. It has been almost 100,000 years. I hope that the seed of hope I planted will accumulate more and more. It will be helpful to the main body's plan. Roar. A dragon roar resounded, shaking the entire blessed land. Duke Long breathed out dragon flames, directly hitting Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto cut off his own arm to block this fatal attack. He could only retreat. Duke Long grabbed the air again. Zishan Makoto felt intense pain in his chest. With a series of cracking sounds, most of his bones were crushed by Duke Long. Zishan Makoto endured the pain. Even though he could not move, he still used goo worms to dodge. Duke Long's expression was still cold. Do you know why you lost? He fixed his gaze on Zishan Makoto like a cat toying with a mouse. Zishan Makoto coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duke Long in the sky. I'd like to hear the details. Duke Long sneered. He suddenly vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. A fierce punch. Zishan Makoto's abdomen was hit by the punch. The incomparable fist force immediately blasted a huge hole in his abdomen. Zishan Makoto was sent flying like a cannonball. He was sent crashing into the ground by the fist force, sinking into a pit. You want to assimilate with Providence. In fact, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already done this countless years ago. She is the creator of Wisdom Path. How can you show off in front of her? You spent the latter half of your life doing one thing, that was to fight for pawns with Providence. Unfortunately, when you assimilated with Providence, you also became a pawn of Providence. Duke Long said this as he slowly descended. Zishan Makoto gritted his teeth. He exerted all his strength and flew out of the pit. He flew back for some distance, landing on the ground and coughing out blood again. His abdomen was only connected by the skin on both sides, but it was no longer bleeding. He had used his method to stop it. Zishan Makoto's expression was extremely pale. His body was on the verge of collapse. His vision was dark. He was only relying on his willpower to keep himself from fainting on the spot. Duke Long slowly landed on the ground. He did not chase. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at Zishan Makoto. Boom! A dazzling beam of light shot out. Zishan Makoto's body was emitting faint purple light, but under Duke Long's unstoppable attacks, he was sent flying and landed on the ground, forming a pool of blood around him. As for the second reason, you should have already guessed it. That's right, this dream realm has already been corroded by Providence. The longer the dream realm manifests, the deeper Providence's corrosion will be. This time, my celestial court was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the will of the stars. We have already understood Spectral Soul's condition and location. Oh, there's also that Fong Yuan. How ironic. If he was hiding somewhere else, we might not have been able to find him. Unfortunately, he chose to explore the dream realm. His soul entered the dream and was directly exposed to Providence. He tried to defy heaven's will. He deserves to die. He will definitely die today. Duke Long walked over with large strides. During this period, countless soul beasts gathered again, forming a dense black mass that was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. They charged towards Duke Long from the sky. Duke Long continued to walk. He did not even look at the wind above him. He only raised his left arm and clenched his fist lightly. Rumble! The atmosphere exploded. In an instant, countless soul beasts were torn into pieces. Duke Long was indeed a quasi-rank 9 battle strength. He cultivated Chi Path primarily and Transformation Path concurrently. Right now, he was using Chi Path methods. The soul beast army was as weak as paper toys in front of him. He walked forward with large strides. His body was strong and his hair fluttered in the wind. Walking in front of Zishan Makoto, Duke Long stood still and looked down at Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto was sprawled on the ground, his arms were trembling, he was trying his best to support his upper body, he wanted to stand up. He still wanted to continue fighting. Thus, Duke Long looked at him quietly. He saw Zishan Makoto finally using all his strength to slowly stand up, standing in front of him. But Zishan Makoto's injuries were too severe, he did not have the ability to continue fighting. He could not even support this simple action of standing up. But just as he was about to fall, Duke Long reached out and grabbed Zishan Makoto's neck. Public Duke Long used his iron pincer-like hand to lift Purple Mountain True Monarch up slightly, lifting his feet off the ground. How does it feel to have your hopes destroyed? The outcome of trying to defy heaven is this pitiful. Even the soul of a venerable is the same. Duke Long sneered. Zishan Makoto struggled to hold onto Duke Long's arm. Cough, cough, cough. Indeed, have no hope. But that doesn't mean that others don't have hope. Duke Long's expression changed slightly. His sharp dragon eyes quickly looked at Zishan Makoto's body. No wonder you are so weak. So you sent away a portion of your immortal goo. You still refuse to give up. Since you cannot succeed, what can the remaining Shadow Sect members do? Zishan Makoto's face was purplish red, he could barely breathe or speak. He could only mumble in his heart, "This person is different, Fang Yuan. You are definitely different. You are a complete otherworldly demon, the best candidate to resist fate. You are also the greatest chess piece that Providence chose to deal with my Shadow Sect. Now, you have already escaped from Providence's control. I assimilated with Providence, I have been sowing hope and influencing fate. Unfortunately, I failed. Just like what Duke Long said, I have unknowingly become Providence's chess piece. The process of me assimilating with Providence is also the process of Providence assimilating me. I have no hope left. But you, Fang Yuan, are my greatest hope. Let me exert my final influence at the final juncture of my life. I am really looking forward to it. You, who possesses the entire inheritance of Shadow Sect, how far can you go? Go and turn the world upside down, Fang Yuan. These inner roars were all transmitted into Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sighed. A man is about to die. He finally no longer had any doubts. I understand your intentions, although we were once enemies. I will take over this mess. I am willing to become the master of Shadow Sect. Very good, very good. Zishan Makoto's eyelids drooped weakly. His hands were tightly entwined with Duke Long's, but his movements were frozen, still strangling Duke Long's arm. In a fighting posture. At this moment, Zishan Makoto died in battle. His unkempt purple hair was no longer dazzling and shiny. The journey of 100,000 years had come to an end at this moment. This life that had been fighting ceaselessly had stopped its footsteps. Although he had failed and lost his life, in his final moments, he still sowed hope. He died full of expectations. Among the true members of the Shadow Sect, there were only these 5 that Fang Yuan valued. In Wu Xie, He Lulan, Bai Ning Bing, Fairy Miao Yin, and Lady Black Tigress. There was also Sixth Hair, a spy planted in Langya Blessed Land by the Shadow Sect. He could barely be considered the 6th member. Among these 6, He Lulan was the most trustworthy one for Fang Yuan, because she could not betray him. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress became members of the Shadow Sect because of Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. Fang Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's will. He had a high degree of control over these two. Ing Wu Xie and Sixth Hair were split souls of the Shadow Sect. Since Fang Yuan became the leader of the Shadow Sect, even they had to admit this. But as for Fang Yuan's future orders, whether they would obey or actively carry them out, it would depend on Fang Yuan's methods. Among them, Bai Ning Bing was the most difficult Gu immortal to control. She had made an agreement with the Shadow Sect. Both sides were equal. When Zishan Makoto was alive, Bai Ning Bing did not even bother speaking to him, not to mention Fang Yuan, who had just become the leader of the Shadow Sect. At this moment, all sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Next he said, "Hey Lulon, take over my control of the Super Gu formation, I want to save Ing Wuxie." He had been controlling the Super Gu formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion. He could not divert his attention to use more complex killer moves. The reason why he chose Hei Lulon was because she was the most trustworthy among the 5 of them. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan successfully saved Ing Wuxie, freeing him from the dream realm. However, even though Ing Wuxie woke up, he was not in a good state. His eyes were lifeless, he had no fighting spirit, he was lying on the ground, as if his spine had been pulled out. He had been thoroughly dealt a heavy blow. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Zishan Makoto died, all of Ing Wuxie's hopes were destroyed. He felt that there was no path ahead, he was in complete darkness, there was no light at all. Ever since he was born, the only thing that had motivated him and pushed him forward was the goal of saving his main body. But now, this goal was completely destroyed. Ing Wuxie lost all of his fighting spirit. Even though he is a split soul of Spectral Soul, he is still too young. Without Zishan Makoto's experiences, how long has it been since the Battle of Tian Mountain? Fang Yuan understood, he urged, "Where are the inheritances that Zishan Makoto sent into your immortal aperture? Hand them over." Even though Ing Wuxie was dejected, he still acknowledged Fang Yuan's identity. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance. A lump of purple will flew out. The will contained a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence, as well as a group of immortal goo, floating in the air. Zishan Makoto? Fang Yuan took a step back, showing a vigilant expression. Even though Zishan Makoto only had a will left, he still had immortal essence and goo worms, he was still a threat. The purple will condensed into Zishan Makoto's appearance. He did not harm Fang Yuan. He followed the agreement and handed all of his immortal essence and goo worms to Fang Yuan. Moreover, he handed them over in person. Fang Yuan successfully refined the immortal goo. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Before this, even though he could communicate with Zishan Makoto directly, that was all, he could not let Zishan Makoto directly send the inheritances into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Zishan Makoto sent these inheritances to Ing Wuxie before Fang Yuan took them out. Of course, even though Zishan Makoto did not ask anything of Fang Yuan could sense his intention. Zishan Makoto wanted Fang Yuan to save these people. Of course, if Fang Yuan did not save them, there would be no harm. Shadow Sect's foundation was incomparably deep, and Zishan Makoto was a first-generation split soul. There was definitely more than one method to enslave the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. But what Zishan Makoto could take out now was only 180 slaves. Speaking of which, he was actually quite lucky. Although Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, he had set up the Purple Blood River formation some time ago, and had spread the true inheritance many times in the last 100,000 years. It was already not easy for him to gather a set of goo worms and achieve the effect of enslaving the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This immortal killer move is called 180 slaves, using one's own name to command. It seems this is the trump card of 180 slaves. It is the proudest method. This killer move is not difficult, and I even have immortal goo. Mortal goo are common things. I only need to buy them in jewel yellow skies. It seems that Shadow Sect has already modified 180 slaves. But what I lack now are eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved as the upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to mature, expending a large amount of heavenly crystals. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, started to purchase eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient eagle beasts in jewel yellow skies. The sale of live desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a large scale in jewel yellow skies. However, it was rare to find an eagle among all of them. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan had no other choice. He hesitated for a moment before making his decision. He announced in jewel yellow skies, Purchasing Eagle-type Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts at a favorable price, using immortal goo to pay is not a problem. At once, this caused a commotion. Using immortal goo to purchase Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts? Immortal goo were unique, they were extremely hard to refine, while Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts were easier to raise. This was clearly a loss. But Feng Yuan could not care so much. Soon, it attracted the attention of many goo immortals. I have the mixed Heavenly Eagle, Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts. How much are you selling your immortal goo for? A goo immortal asked. The mixed Heavenly Eagle was not an ordinary eagle. It had the head of an eagle and the body of a human. It had a pair of arms, 5 fingers like a human, sharp nails, eagle feet and eagle wings. It liked to use a long bone club as a rod in battle. Even though this mixed Heavenly Eagle has a strange shape, it is indeed an eagle. I can use it. Feng Yuan thought of this and immediately asked, how many do you have? 33 Desolate Beast Mixed Heavenly Eagles, 7 Ancient Mixed Heavenly Eagles. That goo immortal reported. Feng Yuan nodded without hesitation. I'll buy it. I have a rank 6 immortal goo here. Only rank 6 immortal goo? I have 7 Ancient Desolate Beasts. After failing 3 times on the 4th try, Feng Yuan endured the intense headache and finally succeeded. A mystical light enveloped the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle raised its head and let out a bright cry. It had a submissive expression. Success! Before Feng Yuan could rejoice, he heard He Lulan shout, quick, the goo formation is about to be destroyed. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and immediately let out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. You can't escape. Fairy Myrtle's voice was heard. She was flustered and exasperated. Feng Yuan had become the new leader of Shadow Sect right under her nose. He still wanted to escape. He was truly looking down on Fairy Myrtle. But right at this time, Zishan Makoto's will was released by Feng Yuan. It contained immortal essence and several immortal goo. Feng Yuan, remember everything I told you. Leave now. The purple will said this and activated a killer move, charging towards the super goo formation and crashing into it. At the next moment, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle carried Feng Yuan and the rest. It tore through space and arrived outside the goo formation. With a fierce flap of his wings, he immediately flew up to the 9th heaven. The super goo formation is gone. Even though Shadow Sect retreated, Celestial Court is still around. What is their attitude? Bard had to consider this serious question. Earlier, Shadow Sect and Southern Border's Righteous Path were on the same side, resisting Shadow Sect's attack. Now that Shadow Sect had retreated, Spectral Soul's main body was still imprisoned by Duke Long. What was the attitude of Celestial Court? To speak the truth, Bard had no confidence in this answer. Because not long ago, Central Continent's Celestial Court had organized a surprise attack on Northern Plains, destroying snowy mountain-blessed land, but they were defeated by Longevity Heaven. The current situation was very similar. Central Continent's Celestial Court organized another expedition to Southern Border. What would their attitude be? It was hard to say. Even though they were all in the Righteous Path, Bard, who was already a higher-up of the Righteous Path, understood one thing. Politics did not care about moral principles, only benefits mattered. What could they use to protect their own benefits? One word, strength. If the super goo formation was still around, Southern Border's Righteous Path would have some confidence to talk to Celestial Court. But now Wu Yihai was gone. The super goo formation was being snatched away. They seemed to be 2 rank 8 goo immortals, but none of them had Southern Border aura. At this moment, in this situation, the more Bard thought, the worse his expression became. But he did not waste too much time thinking. After a while, he opened his dry lips and made a difficult decision: retreat. Retreat. We are giving up on the super goo formation. There are immortal goo contributed by our clans here. Chi Gue pointed at the dream realms. Look at these dream realms, Celestial Court might have a way to collect them. If we retreat, who will bear the responsibility for the loss of the immortal Gu and dream realms? Bard glanced at Chi Gue coldly. If you want to retreat, retreat. If you want to stay, you can stay as well. After saying this, he called the final Ba clan Gu immortal and left. Bard's decision immediately caused a commotion among the southern border Righteous Path Gu immortals. Before Bard left, he informed all of the southern border Gu immortals of the current situation. Wu clan and Xiao clan heard that Wu Yihai was missing. They were greatly affected. The Super Gu formation was not under their control. Most of the southern border Gu immortals imitated Bard and started to retreat. Wu Liao, however, did not leave. Wu Yihai was Wu Yong's brother. Now that he was missing, Wu Liao was a Wu clan Gu immortal. How could he retreat so easily? I believe Lord Wu Yihai is blessed by heaven. Qiao Silu thought about it and left with Qiao clan's Gu immortals. Most of the southern border Gu immortals left, leaving behind Chi Gue, Wu Liao, and a few others. They chose to believe in Celestial Court. After all, they were the leader of Central Continent's Righteous Path. Heaven Overseeing Tower was pestered by Zui Yi Hui. Both sides were locked in battle. Zui Yi Hui had deep hatred towards Celestial Court's Gu immortals. This was no longer just hunting for food. This was clearly within Zishan Makoto's calculations. Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals retreated as soon as they could. A mere will can stop me. Not long after, Fairy Myrtle used the power of Star Constellation Chessboard to completely destroy Zishan Makoto's will. Not a single one was left. This rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert had finally achieved her goal. She successfully gained control of this Super Gu formation. But she was not happy at all. Fang Yuan escaped and became the Shadow Sect's sect leader under her watch. Fairy Myrtle knew about the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's speed. She would not be able to catch up to it even if she chased it now. Fairy Myrtle's mood was terrible. But after she gained control of the Super Gu formation, she immediately contacted Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, how is the situation on your side? What responded to her was a loud bang. Space tore open like a shattered mirror. A rank 8 Gu immortal flew out of the spatial crack. Who else could it be but Duke Long? But he had a transcendent aura and a domineering aura. But now, his face was dark and gloomy. He had a ruthless expression, as if he was enduring something. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. She immediately activated the Super Gu formation and brought Duke Long in. Lord Duke Long, what's wrong? Duke Long gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had just moved the door of life and death into the phantom aperture, but that remnant soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used the door of life and death to try and devour my soul. Let's go back to the Celestial Court and use the power of the Celestial Court to separate Spectral Soul's remnant soul from my body and suppress it. Fairy Myrtle's heart sank. She did not expect the situation to be so severe. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a rank 9 when he was alive, even though he was schemed against by Providence and captured by the Celestial Court. Once he was given a chance, he retaliated fiercely. Yes. Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. She had to follow Duke Long's orders without any hesitation. But Zui Yi Hui, these southern border Gu immortals and the escaped Fang Yuan, what do we do with them? Fairy Myrtle thought about it before asking. Duke Long did not hesitate. Zui Yi Hui is fine. It cannot catch up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Forget about these southern border Righteous Path forces. I have already confirmed that Spectral Soul's main body is here. From start to finish, we have not fallen out with Southern Border. We can form a good relationship and help Central Continent's future. As for Fang Yuan, saying so, Duke Long paused and looked at Fairy Myrtle. A look of shame flashed across Fairy Ziwei's face. It was my fault. Duke Long laughed instead. I don't believe that you did not use any methods at all. Fairy Myrtle replied, Lord Duke Long is wise. I have already used an investigative method on that scoundrel Fang Yuan. The same goes for the rest of the Shadow Sect members. That's good. Southern Border's Righteous Path reinforcements are coming from all directions. Let's retreat first. Duke Long nodded. Just like this, when the reinforcements of Southern Border's super clans finally arrived at Etian Mountain. What they saw was a messy battlefield. Dream realms were everywhere, piled up randomly. They were no longer as perfectly round as before, but like a group of mountains, scattered here and there. The Super Goo formation had already vanished. Since Fairy Myrtle already had the Super Goo formation, she could split it up. Many of Southern Border's righteous path Immortal Goo were taken away by Celestial Court. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and flew into White Heaven. Zui Hui chased after them, unwilling to give up. It also flew into White Heaven. This was also why Spectral Soul's main body would not place its remnant soul in these pure dream reality seeker bodies. What was worth mentioning was that even though Ing Wu Xie used the Cocoon of Light to obtain a rank 7 pure dream reality seeker body, he was an exception. Because he was the original pure dream reality seeker body in his early years, the flaw of the defective products did not affect him. His soul could still leave the pure dream reality seeker body freely. Thus, even though there were many of these pure dream reality seeker immortals, there was no value in nurturing them. Fang Yuan had originally planned to research and learn more about Shadow Sect's dream path attainment, but now that he had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance, it was recorded clearly, it saved him a lot of time and effort. The remaining 5 Gu immortals were the true helpers Fang Yuan could borrow. Currently, the strongest one is undoubtedly by Ning Bing, who inherited by Xiang's true inheritance, but she is only my ally. Fairy Miao Yin cultivates Miao Yin's true inheritance. She has rank 7 cultivation level. She is one of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border. Her battle strength is very stable. Black Tigress. Fang Yuan had just thought of this when Black Tigress suddenly emitted a large amount of black fog from her body. The fog was immediately blown away by the strong wind that came from the front. After the black fog dissipated, a young girl with white skin and large eyes appeared. She had an innocent expression. Clearly, Lady White Rabbit had returned. Lord Weihai, how should I address you? Lady White Rabbit looked at Fang Yuan in a submissive manner. Hey Lulan by Ning Bing, and the rest looked at her in surprise. After recovering, Lady White Rabbit's cultivation level fell from rank 7 to rank 6. This situation was truly hard to understand. But Fang Yuan had inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He understood this Black Tigress' true inheritance very well. Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance would accumulate strength during normal times and unleash their battle strength during battle, reaching an extraordinary level. But there was a side effect. They would have a dual nature. One side would be dark and sinister, while the other side would be pure and innocent. Gu immortals usually had a pure and innocent side. They were weak. Once their lives were in danger, or their emotions fluctuated intensely, they would use their dark and sinister side to deal with it. This side of the nature had strong battle strength, but of course, it would last for a much shorter time than the other side. 2 sides of the nature shared their senses and memories, but they often had different thoughts. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Because Lady White Rabbit admired Wu Yihai, while Lady Black Tigress was recruited by Zishan Makoto and was a member of Shadow Sect. Regardless of which side they were loyal to Fang Yuan. Don't be afraid. I have my own difficulties, that is why I hid my true identity from you. You can call me Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled warmly at Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit still could not accept it. She gave a soft, "Oh," showing a timid expression. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though Black Tigress has first-rate rank 7 battle strength, it is not stable. That leaves He Lulan and Ing Wu Xie. He Lulan might be the most loyal, but she only has rank 6 cultivation level. She has the great strength true martial physique but cultivates fire path. She wasted her talent and is obsessed with taking revenge for her mother. Using the profundity of blazing heaven true inheritance, her battle strength can barely reach first-rate rank 7, but she is indeed the weakest. As for Ing Wu Xie, Fang Yuan looked at Ing Wuxie, who was paralyzed on the eagle's back, staring blankly at the sky. Chapter 1387. The rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower that possessed Fate Immortal Gu would also be dissolved by the Dream Realm. In the battle of the giant Dream Realm that had just ended, Duke Long had personally tried it, and Heaven Overseeing Tower was still in phantom form at that time. It was not spared. Heaven Overseeing Tower was like this, so was the rank 7 Immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion. Once they entered the Dream Realm, the whole of Bay Pavilion would start to break down. E-Clan's Gu Immortals all felt that a large number of Gu worms were losing contact with them. This scene immediately gave these E-Clan Gu Immortals an incomparable shock. Without any hesitation, they immediately activated Bay Pavilion's strongest method. Immortal Killer Move. Boundless Sea and Sky Bay Pavilion rumbled and burst out with dazzling blue light, but it could not break through the Dream Realm. But the Immortal Killer Move was still effective. At the next moment, Bay Pavilion vanished. It moved a whole 70,000 li and arrived at another place, completely leaving the battlefield. The whole of Bay Pavilion was in ruins. It was no longer as grand and majestic as before. E-Clan's Gu Immortals were breathing heavily in Bay Pavilion. Some of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. They retreated. It was truly dangerous. If we were any slower, we might have really fallen here. Dream realms are so terrifying. Even immortal Gu houses could not resist them. No wonder someone prophesied that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would surpass the strongest expert of the past. Damn it, we let those Shadow Sect survivors escape. E-Clan's Gu Immortals rejoiced for a while before gritting their teeth. Now that they retreated, it would be too late for them to return. The Shadow Sect survivors must have used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Not long ago, Bay Pavilion found traces of Fang Yuan's group. It took a lot of effort to catch up. According to the strength of both sides, E-Clan with the rank 7 Immortal Gu House should be stronger. Even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was rank 8, it could not do anything to Bay Pavilion. E-Clan had both offense and defense. They could advance and retreat freely. In contrast, Fang Yuan's side had scattered Gu Immortals. They could defeat them one by one. What made E-Clan's Gu Immortals even more confident was that as long as they stalled for some time, they could wait for the reinforcements of Southern Border's super forces. They had a rank 7 Immortal Gu House. As long as they did not make any mistakes, they could definitely stall Fang Yuan and the rest. In fact, E-Clan's Gu Immortals did the same thing. They had used the Immortal Killer Move Return Water Life to fight a battle of attrition. But Fang Yuan's reaction was too fast. He used the 2 pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies as Immortal Killer moves, sending them over. E-Clan was caught unprepared. Even though E-Clan's Gu Immortals knew some information about the giant Dream Realm battle, they could not have expected Fang Yuan to be so ruthless, sacrificing his own people so easily. Another point was that Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon form was too fast. His transformation path Dao marks turned into sword path Dao marks. Sword eyebrows Immortal Gu continued to cultivate, increasing his sword path Dao marks. There was also sword escape Immortal Gu, as well as the explosive speed of the ancient sword dragon itself. If Fang Yuan moved alone and used sword escape Immortal Gu to carry the 2 pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, even though his speed was fast, E-Clan's Gu Immortals could react. E-Clan's Gu Immortals had ugly expressions. They had Bay Pavilion, but after being attacked by Fang Yuan, Bay Pavilion was in a terrible state. They had suffered great losses. Most importantly, they had lost a lot of face. They had already informed the other Righteous Path Gu Immortals of Southern Border. When they arrived, how would E-Clan's Gu Immortals have the face to face them? The Cape Pavilion was silent. After a while, the leader of E-Clan's Gu Immortals spoke. Everyone, hurry up and repair Bay Pavilion. Even though we were trapped in the giant Dream Realm, we did not lose any Immortal Gu. We brought a large number of spare Mortal Gu. We will give you a few minutes to repair Bay Pavilion. The enemy is strong. They can actually control the upper extreme heavenly eagle to such an extent. They are also extremely cruel. They did not even frown when killing their own people. Such a nature, they are simply too cruel. They are worse than pigs and dogs. We fought with all our strength, but we could not block the dream realm. We wanted to fight to the death and fight to the death with these demons. But in consideration of the big picture, we had no choice but to retreat. It was to hand the information of this battle to the other righteous path Gu immortals. E-clan's leader spoke frankly. The surrounding Gu immortals nodded. The truth was the truth. They could not be changed. But when he said that, it gave off a completely different feeling. After E-clan's leader unified his words, he contacted Wu Yong and the other southern border righteous path Gu immortals, informing them of the situation. What? They were actually repelled. Didn't they have Bay Pavilion Immortal Gu House? They lost them. Look at what the E-clan is saying. Their skin is really thick. But they still brought information. For example, this upper extreme heavenly eagle and ancient sword dragon transformation. Once ancient sword dragon transformation was mentioned, the southern border righteous path Gu immortals in the dream realm battlefield looked at each other. They could not help but think of one person at the same time. Lu Guanyi is also a demonic path Gu immortal. He also cultivates ancient sword dragon transformation. Do you think he is the Gu immortal of Shadow Sect? Not necessarily. Ancient sword dragon transformation is only an immortal killer move. Moreover, during the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi is clearly not on the same side as Shadow Sect. They are enemies. Lu Guanyi is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, but that person has southern border aura. But this is not certain. If the other party is a member of Shadow Sect, it is not strange for him to have methods to conceal his aura. For example, Wu Clan, didn't they have an immortal killer move that could change the factions of the 5 regions Gu immortals? Someone looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Regardless of whether that person is Lu Guanyi or not, I need to find my brother Wu Yihai's whereabouts. Who will join me to chase after Shadow Sect? He spoke loudly, his voice resounding. Lord Wu Yong has a benevolent heart. He cares about his family. It is truly touching. We are willing to go. This move again, retreat. E-clan's Gu immortals had suffered from this before. Bay Pavilion quickly retreated far away. The other immortal Gu houses had no choice but to stop their charge and watch. The dream realm formed an omnidirectional defense, enveloping Feng Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong and the rest had complex expressions. How could they break through such a line of defense? I'm bullying you for being dream path idiots. The ferocious righteous path Gu immortals were dumbfounded. Wu Yong suddenly chuckled. Shadow Sect is already at their wits' end with this defense. They are blocking us, but we are also trapping them. I want to see how long they can defend for. Both sides were in a deadlock. Right at this time, Wu Yong's expression changed. He received a letter Gu. Celestial Quartz letter. Remnants of Shadow Sect, where do you think you are going? After flying for a while on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Feng Yuan and the rest suddenly heard Wu Yihai's voice. What? Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face paled. Don't be afraid, this is just Wind Whisper Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, consoling. Wind Whisper Immortal Gu had an extremely wide range, as long as it was activated continuously without regard for immortal essence expenditure, it could theoretically cover the whole of southern border. But soon, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house was extremely fast. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was one of the few immemorial desolate beasts with unparalleled flying speed, the distance between Feng Yuan and Wu Yong was shrinking rapidly. Using omnidirectional travel saw that the situation was bad, even though he was still far away, he resolutely chose to activate the ancient battle formation. Against a rank 8 Gu immortal, no distance was safe. After keeping the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, omnidirectional travel activated successfully and the 4 Gu immortals vanished on the spot. However, when Feng Yuan and the rest reappeared, their expressions became extremely unsightly. What's going on? We actually teleported such a short distance? Not even 10% of our previous distance. Wu Yong's voice resounded in the immortal's ears again. You have been hit by my wind lock, omnidirectional travel is no longer effective. The moment he said that, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon again. The immortals felt a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. The greatest crisis in history was imminent. Chapter 1396. Wind Lock. When did we get hit by this killer move? We did not sense it at all. The Shadow Sect immortals were all stunned. They did not know how they got hit by this killer move. If not for the fact that the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was not effective, everyone would have thought that Wu Yong was bluffing just by listening to Wu Yong's words. Never underestimate the methods of a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu Yong did not have high seniority, even lower than other rank 8 Gu immortals in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. But he had a long history of learning, and had even inherited Wu Du Xiu's legacy, thus he had many methods. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. How does this windlock killer move work? How long can it last? How can I find the weakness of this move and target it? His mind was in turmoil, thoughts were surging. These problems were troubling him, he had to resolve them as soon as possible, it concerned his life and death. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was getting closer, Wu Yong's laughter could be heard, he was not going to give Feng Yuan enough time to think. The situation was extremely urgent, Feng Yuan needed to make a decision immediately. He thought for a moment before ordering the others, enter my immortal aperture. What do you mean? Your strength is too low, fighting a rank 8 Gu immortal is equivalent to courting death. You might as well enter my immortal aperture and research on wind lock. Quickly think of a method to restrain it. Feng Yuan said bluntly, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. The immortals looked at each other. But soon, He Lulan was the first to enter. Not courting death was naturally a good thing. He Lulan had been worried that Feng Yuan would use the alliance agreement on her to make her fight against Wu Yong and throw away her life to stall for time for Feng Yuan to escape. But who could have thought that Feng Yuan would choose to do this? Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress hesitated for a moment before following behind. Because of Zishan Makoto's true inheritance, they had achieved something and were now members of the Shadow Sect. However, his recognition of Feng Yuan was mainly because Feng Yuan was the leader of the Shadow Sect. Bai Ningbing was the last one. Of course, she wasn't concerned about Feng Yuan. Instead, she was looking at Wu Yong with a hint of eagerness. Bai Ningbing pursued an exciting life, just like how Feng Yuan pursued immortality. This kind of feeling was as hot as fire, it could even be said to be crazy. Don't let your imagination run wild. Even if you have Bai Xiang, Wu Yong can easily kill you in an instant. Feng Yuan's tone was urgent. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, but still took a step forward, entering the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance. Fang Yuan quickly closed the immortal aperture's entrance, then urged the upper extreme heavenly eagle to continue flying. Wu Yongzai could be heard clearly from behind. Fang Yuan, you are also an outstanding person. You actually had methods to disguise as Wu Yihai and hide in my Wu clan for a long time. You are extremely daring. You are made for great things. It is a pity, such a pity. How good would it be if you were the real Wu Yihai? Wu Yongzai was sincere. He still cherished talents. Fang Yuan escaped in front while Wu Yong chased from behind. The immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed was still very fast in this desperate situation. But clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's speed was even faster. After all, it was a rank 8 immortal goo house. At the same time, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had a huge advantage. Immortal goo houses would not get tired. As long as there was enough immortal essence, any immortal goo house could maintain a stable state forever. But the upper extreme heavenly eagle was different. Wu Yong grabbed the opportunity and continued to activate the immortal goo house to charge at Feng Jioge. At the same time, he split most of his attention to activate clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's killer move. Seeing that the immortal goo house was about to collide with Feng Jioge, Feng Yuan could not react in time. But right at this time, Feng Jioge suddenly left and flew into the sky. Wu Yong missed, his face filled with anger. Feng Jioge could clearly leave and move. It turned out that it was only a facade. Feng Jioge was purposely showing weakness. The singing continued. Immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building started to disintegrate. From its appearance, it looked like a 2-story bamboo building. Although it was a rank 8 immortal goo house, it used very few goo worms. It was not like those palaces. The larger the immortal goo house, the more goo worms it had. With only so many goo worms, Feng Jioge's singing was even more effective. First, the bamboos started to disintegrate. The edges of the bamboos separated from the main body of the immortal goo house. These bamboos were naturally not real bamboos. Soon, the thick bamboo poles that separated from the main body shined with a bright jade light, turning into countless small goo worms. Wu Yong's expression was gloomy. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. At this time, Feng Yuan arrived again. Wu Yong snorted coldly, looking at Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge deeply. He then mobilized clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and flew away. In a while, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had already left the battlefield, becoming a small black dot in the sky. So I need to be fast. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. Immortal killer move, ancient sword dragon transformation. White light blossomed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into a muscular sword dragon with shining silver scales. The sword dragon waved its tail, flying forward rapidly with an elegant posture. Soon, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu while maintaining ancient sword dragon transformation. Whoosh! He turned into a silver line as he tore through the sky. His speed was unimaginably fast. Several days later, Translocation Desert. This was one of the more famous deserts in Western Desert. Like Eastern Sea, there were Icy Sea Area, Twin Polar Strait, Bubble Sea Area, Shark Sea Area, Beautiful Sea Area, and other special sea areas. In Western Desert, there were large numbers of deserts that were scattered all over the place. They usually had special characteristics that distinguished them from ordinary deserts. Western Desert Gu Immortals were familiar with them. Rank 6 Transformation Path Gu Immortal Izwan, known as Demonic Mosquito, was floating above Translocation Desert. He wore a thin black leather armor. He had a sharp nose and small eyes. His black hair was messy like weeds. Not only was it on his head, but it was also draped over his shoulders. Hee. After following 3 Feather Boy, I might be able to find that Zombie Alliance branch's Corpse City. Pleased with himself, he raised his nose and sniffed vigorously. Found it. His eyes shined. Following the scent, he charged towards Translocation Desert. Seeing that he was getting closer, Demonic Mosquito did not dodge. Right when he was about to touch the ground, his black leather armor shined with eerie light. Swoosh! With a soft sound, he drilled into the surface of the desert. Like jumping into water, he vanished. His vision turned dark. Demonic Mosquito had already closed his eyes. The hot sand enveloped his entire body. The temperature was very high. It could cook an egg instantly and turn it into charcoal. But Demonic Mosquito had his own methods to protect himself. This environment was not bad for him. Even if his vision was pitch black, it was not a problem. Demonic Mosquito was skilled at tracking scent. It was more obvious in the sand. He chased after the scent, traveling in the desert. Suddenly, he drilled out of the sand and arrived at an underground cave. Demonic Mosquito was not surprised. There were many underground caves like this in Translocation Desert. In the remote antiquity era, 2 immemorial desolate beasts fought here. The immemorial desolate beast Earth Chi Bat Camel lost and died here. Earth Chi Bat Camel was a special immemorial desolate beast. It had 2 life forms. One was a bat, the other was a camel. When it moved in the desert, it would turn into a yellow camel. It was as large as a hill and moved slowly. When it wanted to fly into the sky, it would turn into a green bat. It was as small as a fist and moved as fast as lightning. They played their schemes. Not only did they trick the Demonic Mosquito into the Gu formation to test it for them, Fairy Chui Bo even hid there to ambush them. If they met ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals, Fairy Chui Bo could talk to them on equal terms. Unfortunately, they met Fang Yuan this time. A rank 7 Gu Immortal came coincidentally. He cultivates Water Path. If I devour this person, I will be able to feed the sovereign immortal fetus for a short period of time. Fang Yuan was filled with killing intent. It was rare to encounter an immortal aperture that he could annex. Especially in Western Desert, Fire Path and Wind Path were the most popular paths. Water Path was rare. It was a stark contrast to Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Fang Yuan was a Water Path Grandmaster, but his Fire Path and Wind Path attainment levels were ordinary. Rumble. Fang Yuan attacked, activating the immortal killer move Myriad Self. First style, Strength Path Giant Hand. Immediately, the giant hand pushed apart the air. It pounced towards Fairy Chui Bo and 3 Feather Boy with an unstoppable momentum. 3 Feather Boy shouted in shock, quickly dodging. Fairy Chui Bo also showed a look of shock. She waved her hands as green acid flew out. The acid was like a spirit snake, pouncing on the giant palm, instantly corroding it and reducing it by 20%. However, the giant hand still had 80% of its power left. Under Fang Yuan's control, it gave up on Three Feather Boy and chased after Fairy Chui Bo. Fairy Chui Bo retreated as she shouted, "Hold on, I am Thousand Transformations Ancestor's third concubine. Why don't you give Thousand Transformations Ancestor face and become friends with us? We can share the treasures of this zombie alliance branch." Even though Fairy Chui Bo had rank 7 cultivation level, she did not have much strength, or rather, she was very ordinary. However, her identity was somewhat extraordinary. She was related to Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though Fang Yuan did not know much about Western Desert's Gu immortal world, he had heard of Thousand Transformations Ancestor's name. This ancestor cultivated transformation path. When he was young, he obtained a portion of reckless savage demon Venerable's true inheritance. It had close to 1,000 transformations. Thus, he called himself Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though he inherited the demon Venerable's true inheritance, he was not a demonic path Gu immortal. He was a famous lone cultivator in Western Desert. His personal tastes were similar to Giant Sun Immortal. He liked beautiful women and had hundreds of wives and concubines. Among them, there were close to 10 Gu immortals. Fairy Chui Bo was one of them. Just by taking the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, we have to incur Thousand Transformations Ancestors' hatred? Fang Yuan frowned. Fairy Chui Bo dodged as she observed his expression. She said, "Actually, I am here on Ancestors' orders. Sir, you have great battle strength, but to get past the defensive Gu formation, you cannot do it recklessly." Fang Yuan was different. He was the leader of Shadow Sect. It was easy for him to find this place and enter Corpse City. However, meeting Fairy Chui Bo here is likely part of Providence's plan. I have just entered Western Desert and have to fight against a rank 8 Great Expert. Bai Ning Bing, me, and the rest have all had investigative killer moves planted on us. I need to take these inheritances and move them away. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. He waved his hand and sent the entire Corpse City into his immortal aperture. Corpse City did not have any immortal Gu, but the defensive Gu formation had immortal Gu as the core. How could she be his match? Finding trouble with him was simply courting death. At the same time, beautiful camel immortal cursed Dong Lai Feng in her heart. He ran too quickly without even informing her. But thinking about it from another perspective, if beautiful camel immortal was the first to discover Fang Yuan's identity, she would have done the same as Dong Lai Feng. After all, when it came to escaping, not only did it depend on one's speed and the enemy's, it also depended on the speed of one's allies. Peacock Deity was stunned. Beautiful Camel Immortal also ran. Not good. At this moment, Peacock Deity felt something amiss. Even though he could not understand it, his long years of cultivation experience allowed him to react quickly. He turned and shot out like lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. His speed was even faster than beautiful Camel Immortals. Before Fang Yuan and the rest could make a move, these 3 Western Desert Rank 7 experts had already escaped in fright. Fang Yuan subconsciously looked up at the sky, laughing coldly. Even if Providence set up a trap, so what? As long as Fang Yuan had enough strength, no matter how many people were affected, his survival instinct would take over at the crucial moment. Earlier, he had to escape in southern border because the enemy was too strong. Chapter 1407. The scorching sun rays were like sharp arrows that shot out in unison, illuminating the magnificent desert. In this desert, there were countless sand sculptures standing. These sand sculptures were made of humans and beasts. Some were fighting, some were lying on the ground. They seemed to be on their last breaths. There were large and small sand sculptures, but the smallest one was dozens of feet tall. There were many sand sculptures. They formed a sand sculpture forest. It was a spectacular sight. It was the Myriad Statue Desert. This desert covered a huge area. There were countless sand sculptures. In Western Desert's Gu immortal world, there was no one who did not know about it. It had a long history. It was formed during the Olden Antiquity era. It had been passed down for over 1,000,000 years. The formation of this desert also left a heavy mark in the history of the human race. That was during reckless, savage demon Venerable's era. During the 100-Tribe War, people fought here for 100 days and nights. Blood flowed like a river, almost forming a sea. During that era, transformation path was the main trend. During the 100-Tribe War, humans won a Pyrrhic victory. Be it humans or variant humans, a large number of Gu immortals died here. After immortal fetuses were planted, blessed lands were formed. Dao marks spread out and modified the environment. Gradually, this place became the Myriad Statue Desert. Sand gathered on its own, growing like trees, growing by a foot every year, eventually turning into huge sand sculptures. This was the battlefield of the past, where the 100-Tribe War was fought. The world turned dark and countless lives were lost. Fortune and misfortune came together. Now, this place had become a cultivation's sacred land with abundant resources. Every sand sculpture was an immortal material that was filled with transformation path Dao marks as long as it was 60 feet tall. The immortal apertures here were already gone. Over 1,000,000 years, these blessed lands were either destroyed by calamities and tribulations or plundered by Gu immortals. But here, there were a vast number of wild Gu worms. There were even wild immortal Gu. Nobody dared to enter this place. The environment here was rich in Dao marks. Mortal Gu masters could not enter easily. To them, the environment itself was filled with danger. And when Western Desert Gu immortals came here, they would often take a detour and avoid this place. The reason they did so was related to one person. 1,000 Transformations ancestor. This rank 8 Gu immortal who cultivated transformation path had occupied this place for 1,000 years. No one dared to offend the might of a rank 8. Myriad Statue Desert was 1,000 Transformations ancestors' territory. Any Gu immortal who entered without permission would have to be mentally prepared to face the wrath of a rank 8. In the depths of the desert, in the 1,000 Statues Palace. In the depths of the hall, in a dark corner, miserable howls of pain resounded. Roar! 1,000 Transformations ancestor raised his head and roared, as if he was in great pain, his expression sinister and terrifying. Every roar set off a surging sound wave that spread in all directions. However, every time these sound waves struck the surroundings of the palace, a thin layer of light would appear on the surface of the palace, rapidly absorbing and dissolving the sound waves. They were only separated by a single wall, but it was like two different worlds. 1,000 Transformations ancestors' movements could not be heard at all. Intense pain. The unbearable pain continuously assaulted 1,000 Transformations ancestors' body and mind. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he finally couldn't take it anymore, rolling on the ground in pain. If other Gu immortals saw this, they would be shocked. If the 5 regions started a chaotic war, Central Continent would definitely take the lead in the early stages. However, there was only one crucial factor that would decide the outcome of this chaotic war. That was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Western Desert. Fang Yuan was at a crucial moment. Immortal goo fight was activated, around it were a large number of supplementary goo worms. Immortal killer move. Enslavement after victorious battle. After the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan's gaze became extremely sharp as he looked at the year beasts in front of him. Strength Path giant hands flew out one after another, defeating these year beasts. The defeated year beasts soon stopped escaping. Under the influence of enslavement after victorious battle, they became Fang Yuan's slaves, surrounding Fang Yuan. Chapter 1413. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. In the A Group Goo Refinement Hall, the goo refinement that had been going on for several months had reached its most crucial moment. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of a refinement path super goo formation. He was staring at the blazing fire inside the goo formation. This fire was icy blue in color. It was not hot at all, it was cold instead. Even the super goo formation could not completely isolate the power of this intense ice fire. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of the goo formation. His eyebrows and hair were covered in a thin layer of eerie blue frost. But he did not care, he was concentrating on the fire. More accurately speaking, it was the profound ice at the center of the fire. The Xian ice was constantly melting and being regenerated. The initial profound ice had sharp edges. But now that it was personally refined by Land Spirit of Langya, its edges had already been smoothed out. It had a sense of roundness. 5 strands of Fandor wind. Land Spirit of Langya suddenly said. His assistant was the hairy man Goo Immortal Sixth Hair. He heard this and quickly took action. Using a special method from the immortal material storage, he took out 5 strands of Fandor wind. This Fandor wind was a rank 7 immortal material. It was very special. It did not grow in deep mountains or forests. It was not in the sky of great swamp. It was on the door of a mortal's house. Whenever such an immortal material was produced, the mortal's door could not close. It could only open and close continuously. This strange phenomenon had attracted the attention of Goo Masters a long time ago. Goo Immortals took action to collect it. But at the start, Goo Immortals could not use an immortal material like Fandor wind. They did not understand it. But now they were familiar with the method. They could make full use of it. The 5 strands of Fandor wind were carefully sent to the center of the ice fire by Land Spirit of Langya. Soon, the 5 strands of wind revolved around the profound ice. It was as if 5 hands were sculpting jade. It intensified the changes in the profound ice. Oh no! Good times did not last long. Land Spirit of Langya's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in shock. Sixth Hair's heart jumped. He quickly looked over. The ice flame was suddenly extinguished, and the Xian ice shattered. Even the 5 wisps of wind from the fan door vanished into thin air. I failed again. The Land Spirit of Langya stomped his feet and roared, looking extremely flustered and exasperated. Sixth Hair sighed deeply. What a pity! He had really reached the last few steps. But he failed. The previous few months of hard work had all gone down the drain, all for naught. If I had used the hairy man heaven earth style, this would not have happened. Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly. Sixth Hair hurriedly reminded, but first Grand Elder, according to the sex rules, since Elder Fang Yuan spent a lot of contribution points to issue this mission, we have to follow his requirements. This Fang Yuan's brain was muddled. Why was he thinking of using human goo refinement methods? Is he trying to embarrass me on purpose? The failure of the goo refinement made the Land Spirit of Langya's mood very bad. Sixth Hair hurriedly put in a good word for Fang Yuan. Elder Feng Yuan has always been mysterious. Although I don't get along with him, and I usually don't like him, he's a very good person. However, this time he seemed to have used all his capital, spending a huge amount of sect contribution points to refine the immortal goo. He wanted to refine 3 immortal goo. If they deliberately wanted to embarrass First Supreme Elder, they wouldn't have to pay such a huge price, right? Hi. I'm just saying it casually. The land spirit of Langya hung his head dejectedly and waved his hand. Let's take a break first. This was the 5th failure. Moreover, Feng Yuan doesn't have enough sect contribution points. Contact him and tell him the result of the goo refinement. If he wants to refine it again, he needs to have enough sect contribution points. Yes, Sixth Hair replied. Feng Yuan was like a sharp arrow, flying in the sky. He was not in the mood to appreciate the vast beauty of the desert. At this moment, his mind was still thinking about the fight with Feng Jioge. The tributary of the River of Time in the Sand Whirlpool was a secret cultivation resource of the Shadow Sect. It was recorded on the Shadow Sect's map. Before Zishan Makoto died, he specially told me in his will to go to the River of Time as soon as possible and contact Spectral Soul's will in the Ghost Face Red Lotus. Although Feng Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance and had a large number of killer moves, immortal goo recipes, secrets, and so on, but he had only inherited more than half of the entire wealth of the Shadow Sect. And the Ghost Face Red Lotus in the River of Time contained Spectral Soul's will, which controlled almost all of the Shadow Sect's cultivation content. It even had a portion of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's true inheritance. The Shadow Sect had existed for 100,000 years. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was alive, he rampaged through the world and slaughtered all living beings, causing them to fall silent. Although the entire Shadow Sect no longer existed, the cultivation content it had was unimaginably vast and abundant. For example, immortal goo houses. Currently, Feng Yuan only had the complete construction content of 12 immortal goo houses. But in fact, Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect definitely had more than 12. The rest of the cultivation content required Feng Yuan to go to the Ghost Face Red Lotus and receive it personally. And the Red Lotus true inheritance is also in the River of Time. I have Spring Autumn Cicada. It is the key to the true inheritance. Feng Yuan was definitely going to the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time in the outside world of the 5 regions was his entrance. Although Feng Yuan lost one to eliminate the pursuers of the Celestial Court, it was not a problem. In the records of the Shadow Sect, there were still 5 to 6 tributaries of the River of Time. However, currently in Western Desert, the Shadow Sect only has 1 tributary of the River of Time left. To be safe, I will go to those 2 resource points first. Without absolute confidence, I will not go there. Feng Yuan made up his mind. He was in Western Desert now. Western Desert was connected to Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border. But Feng Yuan could not go to these 3 regions. Central Continent had the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They were forbidden areas for Feng Yuan. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had issued a warrant for Feng Yuan's arrest. And his 7 great songs, even though they were powerful, were killer moves. It was not as efficient as using a rank 8 immortal goo to attack. After Feng Jioge received this immortal goo, he tried to activate it. Life Armor Goo's effect was very strong, but the immortal essence absorption rate was also very shocking. Even a person like Feng Jioge could not endure it. If I want to delay time, I should use my defensive methods to endure and heal myself. If I use Life Armor Immortal Goo, my immortal essence might not even last 50 breaths of time. Feng Jioge calculated rapidly in his mind. At this time, the immemorial year beast roared. It was already in front of him. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, He chose to listen to the mysterious female voice. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Life Armor at once. Red Date Immortal Essence was expended intensely. A thin layer of light armor appeared on Feng Jioge's body. But it was this layer of light armor that remained unmoved under the ferocious attacks of the primordial year beast, protecting Feng Jioge. Even though Feng Jioge was not injured under the immemorial year beast's fierce attacks, he could not avoid falling into the river of time. Once he fell into the river, the boundless water of the river of time pressed and washed at Feng Jioge from all directions. But Life Armor's performance was outstanding. It did not budge, only some small cracks appeared on the surface. This was already very impressive. After all, it was only a rank 8 Immortal Gu. And in a secluded domain of heaven and earth like the river of time, the Dao marks were often on par with rank 9 Immortal Gu. The immemorial year beast moved along the river and chased after Feng Jioge again. Feng Jioge thought to himself, "How bitter!" He struggled with all his might. He wanted to fly up and leave the river of time. But the immemorial year beast had a lot of intelligence. It did not let Feng Jioge achieve his goal. Feng Jioge was obstructed in the river. Not only was he toyed with by the immemorial year beast, he was also being pushed away by the water of the river of time. The situation was getting worse for Feng Jioge. He had already lost the initiative. If this continued, his immortal essence would be used up and it would be time for him, Feng Jioge, to die. Could it be that I made the wrong choice? That female voice was just a trap? Just as Feng Jioge was feeling puzzled, a tornado-like stream of water suddenly swept over and wrapped around him. Feng Jioge was caught off guard. He was about to struggle when a voice could be heard. "Don't struggle, Feng Jioge. I am a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court. I am here to help you. You can call me Lord Huangshi." Saying so, the tornado-like flow of water expanded to dozens of times its original size. Countless bubbles gushed out, obstructing the immemorial year beast's vision. Chapter 14:16. The upper extreme heavenly eagle actually escaped. How could this happen? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle used Star Constellation chessboard to quickly discover the situation in White Heaven. She furrowed her beautiful brows, and a sharp light flashed through her eyes. Is it luck path? A guess appeared in her mind. She thought of 88-point Shenyang Tower. The culprit behind the collapse of this tower was Feng Yuan. What was the probability of Feng Yuan inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance? It is a pity that my investigative killer move can only track the location of Feng Yuan and the rest. It cannot see their current situation. Fairy Myrtle sighed as she activated Star Constellation chessboard again. At the next moment, Star Constellation chessboard showed the scene in the river of time. Feng Jioge and Lord Huangshi had already flown near a tributary of the river of time. This tributary of the river of time is not small. It is enough for you to enter. Lord Huangshi smiled as he pointed ahead. I will use an immortal killer move to send you out. Do not resist. Feng Jioge nodded as he bowed elegantly. Thank you. Lord Huangshi was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Is that tiger immemorial year beast chasing us again? Feng Jioge's expression also changed slightly. No. Lord Huangshi looked ahead without blinking. On the surface of the river of time, a thick layer of fog had suddenly appeared. Strange. Since when did fog appear in the river of time? Feng Jioge frowned. Lord Huangshi, however, had an excited expression. He had great anticipation in his eyes. Such a thick fog, could it be? At this moment, the two of them saw a shadow suddenly appear in the thick fog. The shadow was faintly discernible. It was covered by the fog and could not be seen clearly. Lord Huang Shi's expression became even more excited, while Feng Jiuge was still confused. Soon, the fog fluctuated, revealing a corner of the huge shadow in the fog. This allowed Feng Jiuge to see the face of the shadow clearly. It looks like a stone island? That's right, that's the Stone Lotus Island, the legendary location of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Lord Huang Shi's voice trembled slightly. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies, he was at the pinnacle of time path. No one could compare to him. As Lord Huang Shi who specialized in the Time Dao, the Red Lotus True Inheritance was extremely attractive to him. You stay here, I'll be right back. After Lord Huang Shi threw down these words, he immediately shot out like lightning. His speed was inconceivable. However, the entire fog seemed to have a mind of its own. The closer Lord Huang Shi approached, the more the fog retreated. After trying for a long time, not only did Lord Huang Shi fail to shorten the distance between him and the fog, he even distanced himself further. A moment later, the thick fog dissipated, and the stone island in the mysterious fog also disappeared. Lord Huang Shi returned in a daze. His expression was very ugly. Even in the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, who was observing this, had a disappointed expression. But soon she frowned again. She fell into deep thought. Why did the Stone Lotus Island suddenly appear? Is it because Feng Yuan detonated a tributary of the River of Time? However, Lord Huang Shi and Feng Jiuji's positions had long since left that place. And the more important question is, how can we enter the Stone Lotus Island? Do we need the key, Spring-Autumn Cicada? Southern border, Wu Clan headquarters. A super Gu formation had already been constructed. Wu Yong stood in front of the Gu formation. After inspecting it for a while, he nodded slowly, showing a satisfied expression. He said to a Wu Clan Supreme Elder beside him, "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Wu Bei. It is my duty to serve the clan, it is not hard work." Then, within a certain range of vision, the Gu Immortal could move the formation flag Gu around. After finding a suitable location, they just needed to activate formation flag Gu again to set up the Gu formation that had been set up earlier. And formation diagram Gu was an expendable Gu worm. Formation diagram Gu recorded the details of the Gu formation. Its effect was similar to formation plate Gu, but the error rate was much lower than formation plate Gu. These three Gu worms were very suitable for the current Feng Yuan. Vibration Desert. This mystical sea of sand would have intense vibrations every once in a while. Deep under the Vibration Desert, an immortal Gu formation was slowly activating. Han Li walked in slowly with a nervous expression. He encouraged himself. This is the final test of Gu Immortal Zhen Yuan Zi's formation path true inheritance. Han Li, You need to work hard.